and kind of don't get smashed by India, they'll go through to the next stage, which is enormous. So that is exciting. The Aussies won their first match. They blew out the cobwebs against Oman, but their biggest is against England. It's happening this Saturday night / Sunday morning.
I love how quickly you just been like, I need to get every cricket fact in.
3 a.m. starts Eastern time if you want to get up and watch Australia versus the old enemy England. And again, you can find that cricket on the ABC Listen app. It is all there. If you haven't got that app, you are a snail. Lavender?
I thought you were going to say something so different.
Been a pleasure. Catch you next.
Good evening, Natasha McFarlane with ABC News. Buying the cheapest can of pears or peaches at the supermarket is crippling Australia's agricultural producers, according to the fruit growing industry. The cost of living crisis has caused Australian consumers to buy more affordable imported canned fruit. This has seen demand for Australian grown products plummeting, with the country's largest food processor, Shepparton-based SPC, drastically cutting peach and pear intake by 40%. A fruit grower from Western Victoria, Max Wright, has told ABC Radio Melbourne Australian supermarkets are hurting farmers by buying from overseas.
The agriculture and farming industry has copped 4 or 5 years of not being able to supply anything into China. And here at the same time, our supermarkets going over there buying really cheap fruit and putting it on our market to put us out of business.
The federal government is being warned its target of 1.2 million new homes by 2029 is under threat in the wake of new approvals data. The number of new approvals has fallen for the 10th straight month, down 0.3% from March to April. University of Sydney urban planner Professor Nicole Gurran says the government has only committed to 40,000 of the new dwellings, with the rest expected to come from the private construction sector.
What isn't getting off the ground is those apartments in, Sydney and Melbourne. And we can attribute that to the difficulty of getting these projects financed. They're complicated to finance while interest rates are high, the high cost of labour and materials in the post-COVID era. It's really making it difficult for the numbers to stack up.
Australian Federal Police have arrested a Sudanese-born man for allegedly failing to comply with his visa-mandated curfew conditions. The 42-year-old was charged with 2 counts of alleged visa breaches after being found in Melbourne. The charges were for failing to observe residential curfew obligations of his Commonwealth visa. He will appear in the Melbourne Magistrates Court this evening. 40,000 birds will be euthanised at a farm in Western Victoria after it was detected as the 5th poultry farm infected with avian influenza virus. Laura Mayers reports.
Tens of thousands of birds will be euthanased at the poultry farm to minimise the risk of virus spreading to other sites. Tests confirmed the H7N3 strain at the property in the Golden Plains Shire today. It comes after 4 other farms faced outbreaks of the avian influenza in Meredith, Lethbridge and Terang. Movement restrictions for birds and equipment remain in place across parts of the state. Authorities say chicken meat and eggs are safe to consume and there's no risk to the public. Poultry farmers, backyard flock and bird owners are urged to report any unexplained deaths.
There has been 65 arson attacks on tobacco shops across the state in 4 months as ongoing tobacco wars continue. 2 stores in Melbourne were targeted early this morning. Emergency services were called to an attempted arson attack on a tobacco store in Footscray and also to a fire which destroyed a vape shop in Coburg. Task Force Luna, established in October 2023, has so far made 65 arrests in the past 9 months. Former AFL player Daniel Kerr has walked away from a Perth court after being given a suspended jail term for repeated domestic violence offences against his ex-partner. Joanna Menna explains.
41-year-old Kerr was suffering an undiagnosed mental illness when he repeatedly abused the woman physically, verbally and emotionally over a 6-year period. The district court was told he also controlled the woman's finances and her social media accounts. Kerr was finally diagnosed in 2022 and the court heard he's now receiving treatment for his illness. Judge Wendy Gillen accepted that the mental health issues were the driving force for the offences and said it was in the best interest of the community for Kerr to continue his rehabilitation in the community. He was given a 4.5-year suspended jail term with the condition he be subject to continuing supervision.
The search for British TV Dr. Michael Mosley has resumed after he went missing while on holiday on the Greek island of Symi. Police say Mr. Mosley left his wife on the beach to walk to the centre of the island on Wednesday. Police say his phone was found where he was staying with his wife, who reported him missing. And to the weather, there's a strong wind warning for the East Gippsland coast. Across the state, mostly cloudy in the south with isolated showers over Gippsland, tending scattered in the far east. Dry and mostly clear about the north. Light to moderate south to southeasterly winds. For Melbourne, partly cloudy. A late shower or two tomorrow, heading for a top of 15 degrees. Showers on Sunday also reaching 15. Right now in Melbourne, it's 13 degrees. This is ABC News.
It's the most magical time of the year, right? Footy season. This season you can get your footy live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app. Unbelievable. AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever you fix, we've got you covered. Every goal, try, mark and tackle. Called by ABC Sports expert commentary team.
A wonderful goal! Game, set, bingo!
100% pure footy, live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
If you think you have anything other than a split second in this game right now, you're kidding yourself.
It's all to play for.
Every single bloke has stood up.
They are leaving nothing out there.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From 55, Simon launches, goal! The Brisbane boys are on top of the AFL world. They win a spellbinding game of footy. God, what a practice!
This is ABC Sport.
The umpire holds the footy up.
You want your very best players having the ball in the moments that matter. Take your moment. This is that moment. Listen to the roar. The pressure's certainly gone up.
Punches the air with the right hand.
That's why we love football.
Brilliant to watch.
Stand by. The arms are outstretched as he pumps his chest out.
Fill your lungs, are you ready for it?
Wherever you are, do not move.
We're going the full journey.
'Cause here it comes.
This is the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From outside 50, goes bang with everything he's got.
Former bad boy looking to redeem himself with kicks like that.
Something big is coming.
One step nonchalant banana finish. Wow. Charlie Cameron snaps. Goal.
Something big is coming.
Hey Siri, play John Denver.
AFL.
From deep in the pocket. That is amazing.
Fill your lungs, are you ready for it?
This guy wants to add home on the biggest stage.
And Gordon can finish from 35. Oh, Errol.
It's there.
Superb finish.
What a hanger.
He joins the party.
Whacks through the goal. Oh, what a moment.
Brilliant, wasn't it?
There's nothing this man can't do. Rioli with some magic. The check side finish. He seizes the moment.
Stolen, snapped it over his shoulder. He's kicked an absolute ripper.
Spins around and buries it.
Lightning speed, Bobby Hill. He's Bobby Thrill.
This is just football at its best.
Weaves around an opponent and gets a brilliant goal.
Gathers, snaps, he'll bring the house down.
Time to steady
And pull the trigger. Right foot drop punt is pure. We're not done yet.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season on radio, Sport Digital, and take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
Two teams coming in off slow starts to the new year. The Brisbane Lions have the next two Friday nights to try and claw their way back into the season. They play St Kilda at home next week, but it starts with the Bulldogs at Docklands tonight. If they can do that, they'll get themselves equal on their record with 10 games to come, while the Western Bulldogs have already done that. After a slow start, they find themselves 6-6. They've won 3 of their last 4 and now trying to put a bit more pressure on the top 8. It is the Lions in town to play the Western Bulldogs under the roof at Docklands. Corporate Middlemass in commentary for Friday Night Footy. We've got a change in our team. The Richmond superstar Brett Delidio is in for Mick Malthouse alongside the three-time Premiership captain Cameron Ling. Tim Hodges on the boundary, and Kelly Underwood, as always, is here to call the footy with me. Good evening, Cal.
Good evening, Corbin. I'm glad you're well and fit and back in the lead chair. You missed last Friday night when it was Collingwood and the Dogs. 43,000. I could barely get a park around this superb stadium under the closed roof. Tonight, drove in. Position 1A, small crowd gathering, and yet I think this has the potential to be an even better game. It was close last week. The Dogs got the upset against the Pies, but I've gone early. I don't think I've ever gone this early with the calculator, which is a worry because we know that journalists, broadcasters, commentators don't do maths well.
Mm-hmm.
But it is such an even season. This match looms as a bit of a shootout, a sort of mid-season mini final. So I'll go through the mathematics with you in a minute, but it's really a case of whichever team wins tonight can set themselves up, and particularly for Brisbane, their season will slip away tonight if they lose this one.
The bottom 10's got some highly credentialed teams, so a lot of people like the list that the Dogs have assembled. Obviously the Lions were grand finalists last year, and you look at Collingwood and Melbourne, who now reside outside of the top 8 as well. So all of a sudden the squeeze is on for positions, and for the Brisbane Lions, they're doing their very best to hit the reset button after a slow first half of the season. In their opening 11 games, 4.5 wins, so they've got 12 to go, having come off the bye. Big question, Cameron Ling is always after the bye. Are they rested or are they rusty? Let's see what Brisbane team we get tonight. Good evening to you.
Good evening, Corbs, Cal, Lids, Hodgie, everyone out there. Hope you're having a great night. I'm looking forward to this game as well. You're right, is it rested or rusty? Who knows? I do know with that calculator though, Cal, you're best not to get it out because what I find is, and maybe it's just me, get things very, very wrong. I had Brisbane comfortably inside the top 8 in my pre-season predictions. I had the Crows being a really good team this year. They're going to be on the march up. Well, right now Brisbane are 13th and the Crows are 14th. So got those incredibly wrong. And out of tonight, I think Brisbane, if they win, maybe they scrape into the 8. I don't think it matters. They're gone. They're done. They're not contending for the premiership this year. They've just got too many holes at the moment, not enough players firing. Whereas the Dogs could get something rolling. Just whatever it is, the win last week, a few little elements they're adding to their game. Again, not saying they're going to go and take on the Swans or anything like that come the end of the year, but I just feel like they've got a few more X-factor elements that could get them in to the pointy end of the season come the end of the year. So that's why I'm with the Dogs tonight, Corbs.
Hey, welcome back, Tom Liberatore. So he makes his return tonight for the Western Bulldogs. Buku Kamas is going to start as the sub for the Dogs, and Noah Answorth is the sub for the Brisbane Lions.
So Brisbane Lions have had, as Lingy just said, the 4.5 wins. So you got to get. Let's say you got to get to 13.5 because the last 2 seasons we've had the extra game. So we'll say 13.5 to get to the finals.
Yep.
Lions have had their bye. They've got 12 games to go. So they've got to win 9.
Oh wow!
9 of their last 12. They can only afford to lose 3 more games. 6 are at home. They need 3 on the road. If they get this one tonight, there is a pulse, but that is the predicament that faces the Brisbane Lions. The Dogs 6 wins, and they've lost 6, so they've squared the ledger. So they need about 7.5 to 8 from their last 11. So haven't had their bye yet. So
nope.
So basically, which team makes it out of these two? I mean, you could see the Brisbane Lions. Brett, I don't know about you, but could they resurrect their season here and get on a run and win 6 at home and snare those 3 on the road, including starting here tonight?
Well, yeah, interesting question to start off with. Welcome, and thank you for having me here. I'm rapt to be a part of this team. I've been campaigning for a number of years to join you, Lingy. We had a great discussion earlier about how to beat you as a tagger. It's only about 15 years too late. But can the Lions resurrect themselves, Cal? Yeah. You'd like to think that their list is good enough, but I just wonder about how hard that's going to be and how much energy that's going to take to get back. And I only think back to where I was in 2014 with the Tigers. We started off very similar to this, and we were rubbish for the first half of the year, but then went on this unbelievable run in the back end of the year, 9 wins in a row to then make the finals, but get to the finals and straight out, because we were just absolutely cooked. But yes, they can, Cal. I'd never say never, but geez, I'm just not seeing the signs. And the Dogs, to me, look like a side that's, managed, as you said, squared the ledger at the moment. They're going okay. That, just get a few things right, get some players back later towards the back end of the year, and I think they're going to, really shake it up.
The hardest thing for Brisbane is that the players aren't coming back. So Will Ashcroft probably does come back in. I think it's 6 or 7 weeks. But McCarthy, Kadeen Coleman, Darcy Gardner, they're not coming back. Throw in Tom Duday was brought into the team to add a little bit more down back. He's not coming back. So it's not like Collingwood right now who are going through injury hell, but they can see those players arriving in the second half of the season and getting rolling. Brisbane won't have that.
They do play this ground well, Brisbane, so that's one thing in their favour. So they've won 9 of their last 12 at the venue, 8 of their last 10. So they've got a pretty nice record here at Docklands, despite the fact they've struggled across town at the G. They've had the big free agent re-signing this week, so Hugh McCluggage puts pen to paper and he's decided to stay with the Lions for another 7 years.
Big deal.
One of yours, Lids?
No, unfortunately not. I'd love him. He's a great player.
How does that stuff play internally? So we hear all the time about, the club's energised by the fact that this player re-signs. Does it actually play that way amongst the playing group where you look around, you think, gee, he still thinks our window's not shut, and despite the fact we're struggling this year, this is where he wants to play his footy?
It definitely gets a vote of confidence in the group. I think most playing groups are just happy for the individual that they've got a deal and they're locked away. You want your mates to be well looked after. I think it's more the flip side. I don't know. You jump in, Lids, if you don't. You think the opposite, but if a player is really holding out and feels like they're holding the club to ransom, why do they want why do they want to get out of here? What's going on? When it goes to the other end, then a few of the players can start talking. Whereas a good signing like that, it's happy for the player. Great, let's get on with things, and day to day returns to normal pretty quickly. Is that fair, Lids?
Yeah, I reckon you're on the money, Lingy. I think that as we do as Australian blokes, especially in the locker room, it's always things said in jest, and you'd be like, what are you doing, mate? Well, holding out, you're trying to, rob the club.
And he would have shouted lunch and dinner and breakfast all this week, I'm guessing, Lids?
No, knowing most footballers, no. He would have taken the boys to somewhere where he got looked after, if he was smart, Cal. But I remember Alex Rance going through the same thing when he was holding out to see what he could get. But one of the negotiating things was that he'd get some extra time off at the end of the year, and it was all like, come on, mate, we need you to stay here. But he was actually contemplating leaving the game for good. That we found out later, not so much the extent of his deal. But yeah, I think you're right, Ling. I think it's more, it can be that weight off, and you start to feel like, right, okay, well, we're buying in here.
Is he the future captain of this team, do you think, Cameron Ling?
At first glance, yeah. I think that seems to be really clear.
Is that ever written in a contract? I should ask you,
No.
Brett.
No.
Is it verbalised?
It's probably spoken about in terms of how well they're going as a leader and
if you stay
what
here.
what you can see. Oh, yeah, that'd be more internal than it would be with your manager. Well, we can see it with some players that we've got. It's like, well, yeah, they project that, but I don't think you'd be writing that into anyone's contract. It's just it's not necessary.
So it's not in Will Day's contract, basically.
Well, yeah. He's probably a perfect example of someone who projects it.
But again, and someone like Sam Walsh at Carlton, to us, to everyone, it just looks as obvious as it comes. But no, it would never be written down on paper in a contract. And I think when it's as obvious as maybe a Will Day or maybe a Sam Walsh, it doesn't even necessarily need to be spoken about, and the player doesn't want it spoken about. He just understands that I'll keep being a leader, and I know with the progression that there's a chance I become the captain.
So you replaced Tom Harley?
I did, yes.
Was that obvious? Did Tom approach you a long way out, or was that just sort of a bit of a surprise to you when it happened?
No, it wasn't. Well, it wasn't a surprise. I'd been his vice captain of the club for 6 or 7 years under both Kingy and Hales, so it wasn't a surprise element to it. It was. I didn't realise Tom was retiring until pretty close to the end. So there was certainly nothing spoken about it in the lead up to Tom retiring. Once Tom retired, Bomber Thompson and I think Neil Baum just came and had a bit of a chat and said, yeah, look, like it'll be you. What are you thinking? I'm like, yeah, it's fine. Let's just get on with things. We're a pretty mature group at that stage, though. It's different when the club's maybe underperforming a little bit uncertain. There can be certain players vying for that top spot and that captaincy, that title. Whereas when it happened with Hales, and I think again when I retired and Joel took over, it was pretty obvious who it was going to be, and we're a really mature group who was having good success at that stage. So it was just bang, done, move on. So it all depends where the club and the team's at from an age profile and maturity profile.
No late change here at Dockland. So Buku Kamas is the sub for the Western Bulldogs and Noah Answorth for the Brisbane Lions. The Dogs and the Lions, Friday night footy, round 13, right here on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass alongside Kelly Underwood. Tim Hodges on the boundary, Brett DeLidio and Cameron Ling in the experts chair. The numbers that Kel outlined are fascinating given the fact that that's where they need to get to. And I guess when you look at it holistically, and in footy clubs we love the adage about 1 week at a time and everything else, but if you need to win sort of 3 in every 4 from here to play finals, it's a lot of wins in a competition where W's are hard to come by. And so for both these teams, they're chasing the season. And I'm fascinated to get your thoughts on that. So the Dogs in particular, so they've done it and clawed their way back to 6-6. But how much of a toll does that take? So they've had 4 weeks in a row now where they've been up. They've won 3 of them, and they had the close loss to Sydney, but they've been up for 4 weeks, and they've been trying to save their season. Now they get themselves to parity, and they're trying to make the leap again to go into the top 8. How do you maintain that week in, week out, and at what point does it catch up with you?
It's hard to maintain it. I think when I think back to us as a group when I was playing, it was, you'd probably look to almost your strength and conditioning guy to say, well, this is what we're going through at the moment. These are our breaks. And you'd look more towards the breaks as to when you can, look after your body a bit more, but then also get a little bit more work in, maybe get together as a group and actually enjoy each other's company, all that sort of stuff to break up the season versus, you can get on a roll with wins and whatever else and everything's going swimmingly, but you're not learning a lot about your group, So sometimes those little losses and that can be really helpful for a side. I don't know whether you can actually...
But you can't have surely the special effort to save the year every week.
No, you can't. No, and that story grows really tired from a coaching point of view, and the players they'll see straight through it.
Yep.
But
confidence is a funny thing, though. It's
when you're playing well, you're humming.
Yeah, when the group's believing it, you just feel there's times when the game, like the ball hits your hands, like I'm never going to fumble this ball. You just feel good, and as a group, you feel good. So you've got to let that roll for as long as it rolls for. And if that could clock up 5 wins out of 6, great. Lids' point from 5 or 6 minutes ago was a great one, is you can get on this roll, you can get all these wins, but because you're chasing and you're playing with this emotional high all the time, it comes crashing down at some stage. Now, unfortunately for you guys, I think it was the first final. Yep. You just came crashing down and it ends. So it's not usually something that can be sustained from round 6 or 7 through to 4 weeks into the finals. So there is a crash. If it comes at the wrong time, your season can be over. But while it's rolling, you kind of got to let it roll. Yep. Let that confidence do its thing.
I think there's also that expectation that you see a lot of teams struggle with. Like they're really good against the sides. They don't expect to win. They come out and they play free footy. But then when they're expected to come out here and fight fire with fire, and that was with us. It was like, oh, well, the season's shot here. Let's just throw everything at it and have a crack. So we kept winning, But then... You when you come up against a side that you probably should beat, but then they take it to you. Oh, geez, things start to get a bit shaky.
Can I disagree with you, Cameron? Can I say that there's maybe a new trend in the AFL that last year after their mid-season bye, Carlton and the Giants came out and set themselves up at the halfway point? That the Giants won 10 of their last 13 games and missed the grand final by 1 point, but were sitting at the midway mark in the bottom 4. Yeah, so there is a team out there in this competition that I think will do it. And it's a matter of just sitting back, looking at that bottom 8 where there is some quality teams and going, will it be last year's grand finalists? Will it be the Brisbane Lions that'll get on this roll and win, what did I say, they've got 12 to go, win 9 of their last 12 and get in there? Or will it be the Bulldogs who's, this slow, stuttering start, had a terrible opening quarter here last week against Collingwood. It was just a question of how much. It looked like it was going to be a 10-goal win, and yet fought and scrapped and were able to just get their win. They sort of scrapped in each win that they've had. Does it finally click for this team that we're saying, look, it's got superstars all around on paper, and yet they haven't been able to get it done? I just think there'll be a team from this mid-season break that'll just springboard into September.
And your point is a really good one, especially on the Giants and the Blues and the role they got on. And because they got so close, it didn't really come crashing down. Now it did end, but it didn't crash. They were excellent right to the very end. So it's a great point you make, Cal. I hope right at the very top, I was clear in the fact that I think the Dogs can do that.
Okay.
I don't think for 1 second the Brisbane Lions can.
I'm with you.
I think if they somehow fluked getting into the top 8, they're getting nowhere near the prelim final weekend. I don't think they can make the top 8. I think the Dogs can do it, Cal. They can do what you're talking about. And each of the clubs that we've mentioned there, so you mentioned the Giants and the Blues last year, who did they have? They had some A-plus grade footballers running around. Toby Green, Sam Taylor, Josh Kelly for the Giants, obviously Charlie and Paddy Cripps and Sam Walsh for the Blues. Well, the Dogs have got some A-plus players. They got one in particular who's the best in the comp right now in Marcus Bontempelli. So they can get something going. The other mob can't, for mine.
The Dogs are celebrating a membership record this week, so they were pumping up the fact that it's a new high water mark. 57,151 members. They now have their sights set on 60,000. How many do we think's in here at the moment? We're about 15 minutes away from the bounce.
15?
Yeah. So it's not a huge roll-up. Into team outside of our non-Victorian team, obviously here for Friday night footy in the Brisbane Lions. And there are a few sort of flashlights, cell phone sort of flashlights going on and off around the place as they try to create a little bit of a setting for the Dogs to make their way out, which will happen in a few moments from now. Tom Batore's back tonight. I think we all have our fingers crossed that he gets through it unscathed. But, he's passed all the tests. He's ready to go. Even Luke Beveridge said, look, there's a nervousness about it, but at some stage he's fit to play. He wants to play. He'll come back out again and do that tonight, having gone off in concussion protocols in his last 2 starts.
Yeah, I'm wrapped his back. The lights just go down here at the Docklands, right on cue, but I'm wrapped his back. I'm with you. The way he has played football for so long has been that head down, hard, in and under, clearance machine.
Did you have concerns with his last one?
Yeah, I did.
I didn't think he was coming back.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that one, and just... He's not an outside player.
Nah.
And he'll...
Tough as old boots.
Yeah, and he's a competitor. He'll want to put his head back in there, and I kind of don't really want him to.
The other focus is actually just flashed up on the monitors in our box now. The focus on the forward line in particular. So their 2 leading goal kickers are missing tonight. Norton out with his knee complaint, 22 goals, and equal on top with Sam Darcy, who's obviously missing with suspension. So it feels like coming into sharp focus is not just going to be the number 1 pick in Jamara Ugle-Hagan, but Rory Lobb as well. So he gets a chance to go at it here. He's going to spend minutes in the ruck, and those 2 are going to have to lead the way for the Bulldogs in their forward 50 tonight as they're the first team out onto the ground here at Docklands, predominantly in their royal blue, led out of the tunnel through the smoke by their inspirational skipper in Marcus Bontempelli. But a big night for Rory Lobb, big night for Jamara Ugle-Hagan.
Yeah, and I really hope it is a coming-of-age sort of night for like a Jamara. He's got all the tricks, he's got everything, but tonight's a night for him to really stand up against a premier defender in Harris Andrews. So, yeah, it's over to you, big fella, I think.
And if Harris Andrews, from the Brisbane Lions perspective, is really going to play the leadership game that he needs to play, he goes to Ugle-Hagan and just takes him out of the game.
Yep.
If he can let Ugle-Hagan at worst kick 1 goal, it goes a long way to the Brisbane Lions winning, because Corbs, my thoughts on Rory Lobb, they're not. It's the fact that I'm not going to trust that he's going to stand up and have a massive game. So I think if you take Ugle-Hagan out of the game, then Harris Andrews' leadership...
Then it goes back to the mids, doesn't it? The mids have got to kick goals, the mids have got to win it.
So we're perhaps not as mature as other industries when it comes to player movement, but this feels like a classic case where he's going at the end of the year, he's looking for another home. The Dogs will be quite happy if they get the right deal for him to find another one. And yet, as of right now, it's in Rory's best interest to play good footy for other suitors to basically look at him and say, hey, I've got 2 years to run on a contract. And for the Dogs' case, not only do they need him on field right now, but it'll actually help their capital at the trade table too if they are to say, hey, he's worth a little bit more than perhaps what he was 2 weeks ago.
Absolutely. And that maturity is building in our competition. The simple fact is, I still am bewildered why the Bulldogs got him in the first place. I didn't think he was a necessarily player for them. But good on them, not begrudging the player getting a good contract. I just thought with Sam Darcy, who they knew as a father-son was down the pipeline, they had Norton up forward, they had Jamara Ugle-Hagan, they got Tim English in the ruck. I didn't understand why it was going to fit in the first place, and I was on record from day one. You're right, though. If they can get him playing a good second half of the year, then it's going to help them, number one, right now, and it's going to get them a better trade value. And Rory Lobb should be doing that. He should be gritting his teeth and just trying to have a monster second half of the year and sign another big deal for another club who is craving that tall player, and he might get his career rolling again.
Friday night footy on ABC Sport. The Bulldogs and the Lions on the way. There's no late change with Buku Kamas and Noah Answorth are the respective subs. Lids, Yes. Familiar face downstairs wearing Brisbane Lions tracksuit top. Looks a little different rather than in yellow and black that we're used to seeing from
the great TC.
Trent Cotchin. He's got a leadership role, doesn't he, with the Brisbane Lions as a consultant?
Yes.
Comes and goes.
He's, through a connection and former assistant coach of ours, Danny Daly, who's now the footy boss up there, obviously spoke to Trent and got him to come up and just speak to their leadership group and help them understand, the ups and downs of footy, but different ways to look at everything. He was on a podcast that I'm on during the week talking about exactly that, and it was really insightful. I got a fair bit out of it, but he loves his time up there at the Lions when he's up there. He's not up there full time, obviously, but giving a bit of guidance to Harris and Lockie and the other boys that are in charge.
Absolutely. If you are following along with the pitches tonight while listening to our commentary, that'll make a bit of sense if you see Trent Cotchin on the Brisbane Lions bench and in their huddle at stages tonight. The Lions banner has gone up at the southern end of the stadium. They're wearing their old jumper paying homage to old Fitzroy, so predominantly in red with the yellow line on the front and the blue chest with the white shorts. Harris Andrews leads his team out. It's a huge night for Brisbane. It shapes as a virtual elimination final. The full preview with Cameron Ling and Brett Delidio up next on ABC Sport.
G'day, Patrick Stack here from ABC Sport Daily. If you love sport...
I knew straight away that he might be unassuming in personality, but he was large in stature in terms of his ability to play tennis.
And great conversation.
Joseph comes up with that massive hit and he just sucked the air out of the stadium. Like, everyone was just shell-shocked.
Then you'll love ABC Sport Daily.
So from an NBA standpoint, they're more than keen to have new faces emerge.
ABC Sport Daily. Get it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
Footy's biggest weekly stage, Friday night footy.
Footy's back now.
Oh, footy's back, baby.
Pulls the trigger on goal and goes bang.
'Cause here it comes, AFL. This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On ABC Radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Something big is coming, I know.
The Brisbane Lions off the bye, hitting the reset button while the Western Bulldogs are looking for more of the same. They've won 3 of their last 4. They took down the reigning premiers last Friday night, and now they've got their sights set on the beaten grand finalists in the Brisbane Lions, who they welcome to town this evening. It is the Bulldogs and the Lions under the roof at Docklands in what shapes as a virtual elimination final, particularly for the Brisbane Lions. Chris Fagan's men with just 4.5 wins through their first 11 games. They've got a dozen to go and they need to be winning somewhere around 9 of those, so 3 in every 4 from here if they are to be a feature in September. My name's Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood alongside me to call the footy. Tim Hodges is on the boundary. The roof is on at Docklands. There are no late changes. Buku Kamas the sub for the Western Bulldogs, and for the Brisbane Lions it is Noah Answorth. Former Giant Richmond superstar Brett Delidio in the experts chair in place of Mick Malthouse tonight, and the 3-time premiership captain Cameron Ling. Our experts would love to hear from you throughout the night on ABC Sport. The number is 0437 774 774. But both teams are out on the ground. We're getting set to roll. Cameron Ling and Brett Delidio, what are we in for tonight?
Well, we're in for a good game of footy, first of all, because they are 2 good teams. The ladder positions might not suggest that. There's enough talent out there, Lids, that we should expect a good game of footy. I've been trying... I watched a bit of the Brisbane Lions during the week. I just thought I want to go back and watch a couple of their games just to get an understanding of why it's not quite clicking. And look at that, the midfield of Lockie Neal and McCluggage and Dunkley and all those. You can go, okay, it's good. And then the forward line was where it drew my attention to the forward line. Joe Danaher's kicked 20 goals and Charlie Cameron's kicked 18 goals to the halfway point of the season. You think, that's okay.
Not too bad.
Pretty good, but it's not the bigger number. Charlie Cameron's perhaps not going to end up with 55 or 60 goals, and Joe Danaher's not going to end up with 50, 55. Cam Rayner's the one that just stuck out to me. He's not even at a goal a game. Now, there's a bit of midfield times perhaps affecting that. But there's just something in that forward line that I look at it and I think they're not as scary as they were last year with their attacking prowess.
Multi-pronged, are they?
Exactly, yeah. So now opposition defences, I think, can be a bit more proactive against them, can get the intercepts, can kickstart their game. Is that what you're seeing as well? There's just something not quite clicking up there?
Oh, 100%. I think we spoke about Jamara potentially being able to take the game by the scruff of the neck. I think we saw Cam Rayner do that against the D's earlier in the year down at the MCG, and the first half exploded, had a really big impact on the game. Can he do that again here tonight? And we've probably been asking for that for some time from Cam. You'd really like to see him, just impose himself on the game, whether that's midfield or up forward. They've got some weapons, the Lions, no doubt, right across the board. Their defence is really sound, their midfield's stacked, and they've got some guns up the front end, but it's just not clicking, is it? And that's been the issue so far this whole season. So that's where you ask the questions about what else is going on.
You've had the burden of being the number one draft pick in the competition. Cam Rayner, perhaps if he was picked number 10 in the draft, we'd say he's at possibly the halfway point of his career, thereabouts. He's 24 years of age. He's played, 125th game. He's had a pretty good career. Yeah, he's good to this point. But because he's the number one pick,
there's expectation.
I want more. I want more. I want him to have a monster All-Australian season because he's now age 24. He should be destroying the competition. He should be, in my eyes, Christian Petrarca. Is that unfair? Does that come with the burden of being the number one pick?
Oh, I think that comes with the burden of the top 5, the top 10 picks. So I think that's what you expected. 6 years in the system, that you're starting to understand your body, your role, the game, how it's played. You've got some real experience under your belt. The 125 games you spoke about. Your first 50, you're probably still scratching and finding your feet, but 50 to 100 to 150, you're really starting to, I belong here, and that's where we don't see it consistently enough. And I'm not just going to sit here and hang on everything Cam Rayner does here tonight, but we're looking for reasons for Brisbane to propel. He's one. He's one that can really give them a lift. But conversely, I think at the other end there's the Jamara Ugle-Hagan, who's another number one pick, who not quite as long in the game, but geez, he's got some attributes that could really say, boys, like a young Buddy Franklin who I came through at the same time, jump on my back, boys, and I'll give you a treat.
And we see, and possibly unfairly, a player like number 4 for the Western Bulldogs with the impact that he can have even early in his career where he was taking over games. You talk about between game number 50 or 60 and game number 150 or 60, that sort of impact. Marcus Bontempelli was doing that, and he's still doing that. Do you look at the Western Bulldogs and think it's still too reliant on him, or is there enough of a spread now across that midfield? I know there's no Ed Richards and where they've been playing in the middle of the ground, but they'd love him in there. Is there enough help for Bond for them to make that jump that we've been talking about in the pre-match?
And that's where I think Libba coming back into the side's fantastic, but someone who's probably going under the radar a little bit, Adam Treloar, he's having an unbelievable year, getting that much of the footy. I was critical of him probably earlier in the year over handballing, not going forward with the footy, but he's changed that. He's taking it to the game, back to the old Adam Treloar that we love. We're seeing one of my young boys, Harvey Gallagher, get a bit of a chance in there, which is awesome. So they're starting to sprinkle through some younger players to give them that experience. Riley Sanders as well, where you see Jack McRae spend more time forward, so you're not relying on those guys that have tried and tested, haven't quite got the zip, to bring in some more speed and run and carry.
And to Jack McRae's credit, he was outstanding last week playing across that half-forward line. And
good link-up player, isn't he?
Yeah, for the first time, I think really felt comfortable in where he needed to be. You would have experienced this at different times in your career too. When you get to half-forward, you can really impact the game, or you can end up where the ball's not.
It can be hard, and you can run exactly the same patterns week after week, and some days you are flourishing and other days you go on there to die, But he's done well, but he's a natural ball winner. He'll find the footy naturally. He does that with his eyes closed. But they've, like you said, it's a fascinating game because of the repercussions, I think, but they're both evenly placed with the amount of class they've got out there, with obviously the key forwards being out for the Dogs.
It's funny with the depth of that Western Bulldogs midfield. I think we were talking about it last week against Collingwood. The one player, I'm sure Dogs fans feel this, but I feel it, that I wish they still had was Josh Dunkley. Just that extra number, that extra quality ball winner, can find it 25 to 30 times. Hard, clean, is also a threat when he goes up forward. So they've been forced to find that extra midfielder. And as I said, Ed Richards is one we've called on a couple of times, Corbs, on Friday night, that it fitted in well into that particular role. Now perhaps tonight it's relying more on those younger players like Gallagher and Sanders that you spoke about, Lids.
So 4 premiership players for the Western Bulldogs from that 2016 team: Bontempelli, McRae, Liberatore and Daniel. And, of course, Josh Dunkley is there now in Brisbane colours. And Taylor Duray is a premiership player, of course, for the Hawks in the Western Bulldogs lineup tonight. The grand final team from last year is interesting. So the Lions have 18 of the 23. So there's only 5 guys that aren't there from that team that ran out on grand final day. The new faces: Lohman, Morris, Reveal, Payne and Answorth are the 3 new faces. Bruce Reveal, are we going with that, Kel?
We are.
Yep.
And none of you...
The front row is.
We had a quick chat about it before. None of you trust me here, but I was at the Gabba when they thrashed Richmond about it, not even a month ago, 3 weeks ago. And I was in the change rooms and I set my phone on record and I said, Bruce, can you please give me your full name? And he said, Bruce Preston Reveal.
Yep.
But none of you believe me.
We completely trust you.
I'm on board. Bruce Reveal, I'm ready for it, number 38. And he's signed a new extension during the week as well, so he'll be there into 2025. Tim Hodges is here, as always, between the benches for us. Good evening, Hodgie.
Hi, Corbin. Nice to have you back. We're missing Stumpy already. Hey, a win for Marcus Bontempelli. The Dogs will kick to the Footscray end. That's the left of your screen if you're at home watching on the telly, listening to us. It feels like the crowd will be a talking point, guys. The Dogs were hopeful to hit 30,000 tonight. That's especially on the back of the Fitzroy faithful, and don't the Lions look great in their Fitzroy colours tonight? I'm really worried. I don't think there'd be even 20 in the house at the moment, so it is a poor Friday turnout. We really hope that builds. The Dogs' last game last Friday. The Lions had a 12-day break. Will be a real watch with them off the bye, and the Dogs hanging for theirs. Their bye still 2 weeks away. Just repeating, no late changes. The subs for the Dogs: Buku Kamas; for the Lions, Noah Answorth. It does feel like an elimination final in June, guys. You don't want to be in the losers' rooms in 2.5 hours' time.
Thanks, Hodgie. It's time to go for the Brisbane Lions, last year's beaten grand finalists. And the Dogs will be hoping to keep the ball rolling. The Western Bulldogs and the Brisbane Lions under the Friday night lights on ABC Sport. You're with Kelly Underwood.
Berry's gone to the Bont. 1 and 2 in the Brownlow last year in the midfield. Bontempelli and Neal in the ruck. It's McInerney and English. Neither wins it. Treloar picks it up. Gets the first high kick to centre half forward. Lobs there. Reaches up with one arm. Falls the way McRae. Back to Liberatore. Just hacks it forward. Bouncing ball. Payne can't control it. Flying through was Vandermeer. Payne goes and gets it again. His handball isn't effective. Wilmot tackled. Handball's up in the air. It's still just inside 50. Dunkley comes through, slaps it down. Big ball to be won. West pounces on it and they pounce on him. And it'll be a ball up. So it was just sort of shuffling its way, bumbling and fumbling its way towards the Bulldogs' goal, northern end of the stadium.
Up it goes inside the forward 50 here for the Dogs, but the Lions first down's on it. McInerney to Dunkley to Fletcher. Tumbles a kick out of the defensive arc. Gallagher whacks it back for the Dogs at half forward to Dale. Hand pass to McRae. Gives it to English. Hooks a kick to the top of the goal square. Reaching for it, Jamara. Can't take the mark. Pack forms behind him. Ball comes out to Andrews. Untidy hand pass. Liver picks it off inside 50. Gives it to Treloar. Snaps goalward. Gets a bounce over the head of Neal. And a circus trick for the first goal of the night. It was a beautiful off-break, bounced high up over the head of the defender.
They're into Berry. They're into Berry.
Yeah, there's a free kick going to go to the Brisbane Lions, I reckon, from the centre circle here. Sorry, Corbs, to interrupt, but there was a bit of a jumper punch that went on there against Andrews, I think.
Libber on Berry.
Oh, yeah. Was it Berry? Sorry.
Yeah, it was Libber and McRae into Berry for some. They got straight into him because he was the closest Brisbane Lions player. Was it because he didn't smother it, do you think, Lids? But
not sure. No.
With the snap from Treloar, but straight away they went to Berry.
Dogs with the first of the night on the back of the wrong one from Adam Treloar. So 1 straight 6, Lions yet to score.
It was Joe. Yeah, you're right. Berry did. Is he the one that Libber fended off? But
yeah, it went at him. Libber had the jumper and tried to disguise it with both fists to his chin.
Yeah.
Anyway, they've got it out of the centre of the Lions because of that free kick, driving inside, deep inside 50, and Williams is there for the Bulldogs to take the relieving defensive mark. Retreats back to Bramble, short to Williams. So they're happy just to go slow. Deep inside 50, back to Bramble, has a bit of a run, and then Duray went. Closing late was McCluggage, and he was taken a little high, but not hard enough to warrant a free kick. So a boundary throw-in, half forward here for the Brisbane Lions. They're kicking to the southern end to start this term.
Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Cameron Ling, Brett Delidio and Tim Hodges, your call team for Friday night footy. No late change coming in. McInerney palms it down to the two-time Brownlow medalist Neil. Kicks down to half forward. It's untidy. Spills away to Dunkley. He eventually puts the lines deeper inside 50. Danaher, did he get a push?
Top of the arms.
No, it's going the other way. Liam Jones is going to get it, and his arms held. Marking contest by Danaher. So quite rightfully a free kick for the Dogs at fullback, and Liam Jones is going to take it. The Bulldogs with the opening goal 3 minutes in.
A little undecided. Hipwood tries to block Bontempelli on the way through, and chopping it off is Starcevic. Kicks backwards to Zorko in that new roll across half-back, filling in for a couple of defenders that are out injured this season. And he goes back to the bullseye where Lester marks, had to get down low, but he took the mark, puts it out in front of McCluggage, the new 7-year signing, the $7 million man, as he pokes it inside 50. And it was a $1 million kick because it was lace out to Hipwood, who marked on his chest. And he's really tough angle here in the left forward pocket. They want to move it quickly. He's assessing the options. He looks to centre it. There's a lead by Danaher. He ignores it. He's lining up with the set shot snap. He's outside the boundary. He steps over the boundary and he puts it on its right. It's a little awkward looking off that right boot, and it's across the face and through for a minor score. Hodgie on the boundary, Tim.
Kel, just wanted to let Brett turn over hit.
That is a bad kick out. Ends up straight on the chest of Josh Dunkley. He intercepts the kick out from Bailey Dale, and now he can have a chance to put it straight back over Dale's head in a classic 7-point play, Hodgie.
Yeah, just Jamari Ugelhagen. He had a heap of strapping on that left calf in the warm-up. He had even more put on it before they ran out onto the ground. So just keep an eye on that, Lids and Lingy. It looks unusual, the amount on it.
Dunkley, the cash in on the turnover from the kick out. He slams it straight through. The old 7-point play for the Lions. They take the lead on that goal, and Dunkley pretty happy with one against his old mob. 1-1 to 1 straight. 5 minutes into the opening quarter. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Brett Delidio, Cameron Ling.
It was simple as a bad kick from Bailey Dale.
Yeah, it's going for a bit much, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I thought Hodgie was throwing up to me because of the calf injury. I was like, geez, pull up, Hodgie. It was about 5 years ago. Thanks, mate. But it was Lingy, wasn't it?
You're the old man calf expert. We should have introduced you as that, Liz.
No more. You used to play for Richmond or anything like that, just calves. Well, it's good to bite off those kicks, Lingy, isn't it? But sometimes when they don't come off, they can be catastrophic for your team in terms of a start. And well done, Josh Dunkley. Right place, right time. Great finish.
It's un-Bailey Dale-like in recent form. He's been good for them.
Yeah, he's been excellent, hasn't he? Since that dropping or subbing.
So a goal each to start. Lions lead it by 1. Back in the centre, English, the All-Australian ruck from last year, dabs it down, but Berry's able to pounce on it under pressure. Just hacks the kick to half forward. Keith got there first. He's tackled by Danaher. Umpire says he'll ball it up. A good contest, a 50-50 between Keith and Danaher. Tossed up this time, McInerney. Slapped down by Dunkley. It bobbles around in there. A little fumble by Neil. He's got the regather. He flicks it out the back towards Danaher. Back to Neil, who goes backwards still to Fletcher. Now the penetrating kick in the direction of Hipwood, who got up high, but it went over his head. Has he given away a free there? He has.
Did he touch that?
He did touch it, I think. He claimed he'd touch it, but it was an unrealistic marking attempt. So Keith will take the free in the back pocket.
Yeah, his fingers flicked it, Lids, I reckon.
Yep.
Yeah. I thought you can jump at it any way you like as long as you touch it, Lingy.
Yep. Carmison, Answorth, 2 subs. No late change coming in is the long kick out towards half-back. And there's another free kick here as McInerney had his run blocked. And he'll get it for Brisbane. They can reload. The Lions by a point early. Long kick into the forward pocket. Jones flies for it. No mark. He spills it out of play. And a boundary throw in left forward pocket for the Lions.
I'm not loving the early signs from the Bulldogs midfielders at the moment. They're getting left at wherever the contest is. Bit of congestion. Ball's clearing a little bit. And they're just still there. There's no spread.
4-1 the early clearance numbers. Forward 50 stoppage for Brisbane here. Comes to Rayner. He's tackled, dispossessed. Danaher got boot the ball to the top of the goal square, but Jones picks it off his knees for the Dogs. Hand pass to Keith. Handball to English. Shares it with Sanders. Hand pass to Bramble off the back flank. Kicks to a contest on that city wing and a good mark for Jamara. With that calf heavily strapped, looks inboard, misses Trelaw.
Yep, and it's a turnover. Well, momentarily before swooping through was Garcia and then flicks it wide. The mark taken by McRae, who had a great game against the Pies last Friday night. He's got it on the city wing. He stabs that left foot. He tried to hit Ugle-Hagan. Standing start. The Brisbane Lions defenders closed on in. McInerney, quick hands. Neal's involved. Payne. And now here's a chance for Connor McKenna to bury at centre half back. Oh, he's played on. He's run into trouble. He quick hands. He was able to get out of it to Wilmot, who's kicked to a 2-on-1. Jones steaming through. The 2 was the Bulldogs. Jones marks it. Jones goes high. And Jamara out-muscles a couple of lines. One of them was Lester. One of them was McKenna. And Ugle-Hagan, forget about the calf strapping. He can jump all right. And he's got it not much of an angle to speak of, only 35, 40 metres out for the doggies.
A couple of things in that, Lingy. Get to Liam Jones. How good was that? That intercept, that read. But what I want to highlight is the work rate of Jamara Ugle-Hagan on the other side of the ground now to get back inside 50 for a shot on goal.
18-7 so far this year. It's coming back. It looked like it was going to miss, and he was going to make it 18-8 for the season. But it's squeezed in late. And we're going goal for goal under the closed roof here at Docklands on Friday night footy. Western Bulldogs 2 straight 12. Brisbane 1-1-7.
You're right, Lids. Liam Jones's intercept, the ability to read the ball, go at it, take that mark, and then didn't even hesitate.
Yeah,
kept running, had the flow of the play, and it was a little bit of an up and under kick, but at least it's giving your key star forward a chance one-on-one. And then great use of the body by Jamara Ugle-Hagan. And you're right, the work that he did to get to that position was huge. Takes the mark, goes back and kicks the goal. Really good play by your 2 key players, key defender, key forward, to set up their second goal.
There's a main man down there tonight. No Norton, no Darcy. They both kicked 22 goals each for the year. Jamara Ugle-Hagan with an early one and another early lead change. Dogs back on top by 5. Out of the middle, there's a free here. Sanders and Neal caught in a tangle, but it's coming back to Rayner. But his jumper tugged off the ball. Hand pass away to Zorko. Peeling off the back flank. Kicks inside 50. Jones puts his fist through it for the Dogs. Back outside the defensive 50. Gallagher collects. Hand pass and turnover. Archie tumbles a kick to the top of the goal square. Bramble slots it down. Morris passing through for the Lions. Every possession at turnover at the moment. Back into dispute. McInerney picks it up. He's tackled. Lost it. Lohman tries to extract it. Liberatore, he had it, lost it as well. Ball bouncing around in the forward pocket for the Lions. Gallagher tried to get a clearing kick. That's smothered. Sanders, away from Williams, back to Sanders. He was drilled in the tackle from Reveal. And a hurried kick forward for the Lions, but it's picked off. And Liam Jones marks top of the defensive goal square.
State of origin.
That would have looked good on Wednesday night, wouldn't it?
Oh, would have fitted him perfectly. Oh, this is a risky kick. Standing his ground was Williams. Eyes lighting up there for the young gun in Logan Morris for the Lions. He made a real contest of it. Williams did well to stand his ground. Take the mark, sets it for Ugle-Hagan over his head. Gallagher tries to keep it in place, tackled over the turf, over the boundary line rather. So it'll be a boundary throw-in. City side of this magnificent stadium that's only not even half full tonight. Doggies lead it by 4 points.
James O'Donnell playing forward as well for the Western Bulldogs tonight to give them another option. Obviously, no Darcy, no Norton, as discussed. Boundary throw-in, lob palms it down. There's Libba back to his best. First possession, hand pass to Gallagher. The young star kicks down to half forward. McNeil brings it to ground nicely towards Ugle-Hagan. Jams it on the boot. Bouncing footy in the forward pocket. Andrews and McNeil. McNeil, first one there, knocks it out of play. And we'll have a boundary throw-in right forward pocket for the Dogs. They're 2 straight. Brisbane are 1-1. 12 minutes into the opening term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. And of course tonight we have Lockie Neal and Lockie McNeil, both playing on the same ground. One for the Lions and, of course, one for the Dogs.
Good luck with that, you two.
Right forward pocket, lob in the ruck, gets it down. Bontempelli overruns it. McRae goes for it, couldn't get it either. Shuffled out of there to McKenna, who just throws it on the boot. It goes around the City side and no one can control it. Another boundary throw-in, pretty much where we started only a few moments ago.
Could be forgiven for thinking it was like a Buddha Hocking whiskers type thing that Lockie Neal had signed a commercial deal and as a result he was Lockie McNeil, but there is definitely 2 of them out there.
That was really bad.
Yes, thank you, Cal.
Now, there's been...
Tough school.
While Corbin was trying to make bad jokes, there's been a free before the boundary throw-in and it's gone the way of Berry. And Liberatore's the man standing the mark.
And arguing it.
Oh, and Libba's gone in. That is dangerous by Liberatore. He's gone for the smother and he's taken Berry's legs out from under him. Could have broken his leg the way he went in. He's collected him. Anyway, ball up at half forward. Umpire's blown his whistle again, so there's a lot of whistle early here. And this time it's another Brisbane Lions free kick going to the Big O.
McInerney drives it deep inside the forward pocket. Getting across is Jones. Big leap from the back. Cameron can't pull it down. Falls the Dogs' way. Dale kicks out of the defensive 50 and marking Gallagher on the back flank. He's had a good start, Lids.
He has. Yeah, he's been clean early, which has been good.
Round 3 rising star nom, Harvey Gallagher. The Dogs all in their royal blue with the red and white hoop around the middle of the jumper. Their traditional home strip, long kick to the wing. Jamara competes in the air, hits the deck. Vandermeer's locked up. The ump says, I'll have it. Ball up on the wing City side.
Cameron Ling, Brett Deledio, I've got a theory.
Yeah?
O'Donnell's running with Harris Andrews.
Okay,
so
he's
he's
playing out of it.
Forward, but is this maybe a defensive role for him?
Well, we'll keep an eye on it, Cal.
Could be. And
yeah.
it might depend just when Rory Lobb's in the ruck, he's going to try and do it. And when Lobb's down there in English in the ruck, it might change a little bit.
So Lobb's in the ruck on the City wing. Liberatore with the kick to half forward. Payne goes down and he's a little sore. Spills the way of Neal. That's Lockie Neal. Gives it off to McKenna. And then Berry drives it down the wing. Mark uncontested by the young gun in Morris. Kicked a goal in every game he's played since that first one against the Gold Coast Suns, going back in round 8. Here's Rayner. Can't keep it in play. Tackled. And it'll be a boundary throw-in. Deep inside 50 now for the Lions. 2 straight 12. Plays the Lions 1-1-7. Doggies by 5.
Lead swinging on the last 2 goals. 14 and a half minutes into this opening term. Forward 50 stoppage again here for Brisbane. Danaher works his way to the front. Lobbed the more telling touch from the back. But straight to Rayner. Hand pass to Danaher. Got through traffic. Snaps. Hits the post. Poster. Joey Danaher, huge weekend, of course, for his family. 1-2-8, the Brisbane Lions. The Bulldogs 2 straight 12, a 4-point lead for the Dogs after 15 minutes.
Better execution here from Bailey Dale on the kick out. He took a bounce and he delivered right out in front of Jack McRae. So McRae's got it at half back. Keeps on short. He ignores him. Now Libba's on short. And he does go in that direction. Just outside the defensive arc. He goes back into the defensive 50. This is all uncontested. It's Bramble that takes the mark. And the switch is on. Bramble trying to draw a defender, takes a bounce and then retreats, goes backwards even further to Jones. Now they get out of that D50. Pinpoint pass and able to hit up Fraser.
It's slow though, Cal.
Yep.
Very slow. It's the same position that McRae had the ball on this side of the ground.
Fraser just wants to go straight down the boundary line, and that was a lovely pass to O'Donnell. They look a little similar out there with the jet black hair and the black boots. So O'Donnell goes inside 50, looking for Hugel Hagan. His direct opponent, Harris Andrews, got back there to plug the hole and took the mark in front of Jamara.
And that's why you play someone close to him, Cal, to not allow him to do that. Because he's so good intercepting, turning it over and then starting their play.
Andrews short to McKenna, pulls the trigger straight into the corridor for Rayner, who marks, plays on immediately, looks long for Danaher, got a bit of space on Jones and takes the mark up left half forward. Jones did his best to knock it out of his hands late, but it's coming back. And Danaher will get it here, 45 out at left half forward.
He worked hard to get to that one, Big Joey. At times been critical of his work rate this year, but it just seems like tonight he's doing the hard work to be a target. A couple of times he's led hard to provide that option and then followed up at ground level. That time he had to get back inside forward 50. Just got there despite the desperation from Liam Jones.
The Bont coming in off 38 disposals and 2 goals last week. Just one handball through the first 17 minutes. Here's Danaher from just outside 50. He's dropped punt. Misses. So he's hit the post. And now he's missed to the left.
I reckon the biggest issue for the Lions this season has been inaccuracy.
Yep.
It's cost them so much.
Yep. 17 minutes in, it is the Bulldogs by 3 points. They're 2 straight. The Lions 1-3. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Brambles on the kick-in duties. Runs around the City side. Goes long. Looking for O'Donnell, but he's outmarked by his direct opponent in Andrews. He goes short to Dunkley. Concedes a bit of ground in the centre of the ground is Starcevic. Bullet-like pass to Lohman. Couldn't quite take it, and now Treloar gets it. Oh, look at the speed demon. The two, it was Lohman chasing Treloar. Treloar does really well. Hits up a teammate out wide, who's up to go inside 50. And how good was that? Bontempelli. Yeah. And the delivery was spectacular by Latham Vandermeer.
End to end. How good's that? I love when players take on the game, use their leg speed, break it open.
It started with Treloar, didn't it?
Yeah.
You highlighted before the game how good a season he's having.
Exactly.
He took it. The defender, I think it was Lohman, or the Brisbane player, was close to him, and he still backed his speed.
So Bontempelli in the right forward pocket, 30 metres out. Oh, he's all class! Marcus Bontempelli. It's not just Doggies fans that are in love with him. Everyone's in love with him. And they stretch their lead out by 9 points. 3 straight 18. Brisbane 139, and the cream already rising to the top here under the closed roof at Docklands. Tim Hodges is on the boundary.
Kel, the Dogs are a man down at the moment. Alex Keith, he had to come off the ground. He's gone downstairs for what we thought was a HIA. It's now a full concussion test. That's from a moment where, in a marking contest with Eric Hipwood earlier in the term, it was one of those weird ones where the physio went out to Keith, the doctor went out to Keith, and then one of the doctors had the phone message. I think that came from the AFL to say you have to take him off to do the HIA. The Dogs have since confirmed with us that it is a full concussion test. So right now they're a man down as Alex Keith undergoes that in the rooms.
First kick of the night for the Bont. And through it goes from the forward pocket. Gets himself involved. The Dogs by 9. Back in the middle, English and McInerney both fly for it, neither touch it. Spills down towards Neal. Hand pass away to Dunkley. Kicks the lines out to half forward. Lohman trying to reel in the one-hander. Unsuccessful. Falls through to Duray, and he's locked up. Centre half forward for Brisbane.
Fraser then has to take Eric Hipwood in that defence with Keith down.
McInerney down to Lockie Neal. Through centre half forward. Took on the tackler. Caught. Ump says keep going. Ball came out the tackle. Picked up by Treloar. Kicks out of a defensive 50 for the Dogs. Vandermeer leaps up and marks. He's got it at half-back. City side of the ground. The Bulldogs by 9 points.
And he wants to go again, although his kick was a little sloppy. Andrews got it in front of Jamara. And Ugelhagen thought he'd got him for holding the ball.
And he did.
He was dispossessed. The ball trickled over the boundary line. That's why the Doggies fans aren't happy, Lingy.
Oh, maybe he got a fist to it. Yeah.
You'd have to think how quickly it travelled to the boundary line. He must have.
He was certainly looking for that. Oh, straight to the white line. Yep.
Whirling ball back into play. Knocked down by English. And then West knocks down McKenna. They're fighting and scrapping, and it'll be a ball up here. Nearly half forward for the Dogs. They lead it by 9 points after 20 minutes gone in this round 13 opener Friday night footy.
Karmas and Answorth for 2 subs. No late change coming in from the restart. There's West, took on the tackler, and he's caught there holding the ball, so didn't take the first option. Locked up, ball comes out, and the ump says he took too long. Beat a charge at the tribunal during the week to be here tonight. Riley West had that chucked out. McCluggage's kick lands on the chest of Danaher.
It was a wounded duck,
yes.
wasn't it?
I'm not sure that was exactly where it was intended, but turned out okay. Goes in the book as an effective kick as Danaher goes into the forward pocket. Lohman was the target, punched away from him. Down to Jones, hand pass away to Dale, gives it to Fraser. He kicks out of the defensive 50, tumbles one up to the wing. Wilmot wins it in a 3-on-1 for Brisbane. They can reload. Hand pass to Neal. Heads out wide. Wants Dunkley. No mark. Hand pass close to the boundary line. And then Bramble a little professional fumble as he sees it out. 60 metres from the Lions goal.
Just for the moment, this is a good chance for the Dogs to reset their forward line. So they lost it then. O'Donnell was trying to get back to get down onto Hipwood and get that defence a bit more settled. Fraser's then rolled over to a smaller player, but they just haven't quite got their forward line the way they want it right now, the Dogs.
Toss back in 70 metres around from the Brisbane Lions goal, but it's the Dogs trying to control it, still under the pressure. West, and because of that pressure on the tackle, has given it straight to Wilmot for the Lions. They go short to the reigning Brownlow medalist, Lockie Neal. 5 and a bit to go in the first term. Slow scoring, 3-1. Dogs lead it by 9 points. Now they get it moving through the centre. Wilmot takes the mark. In front of Duray, kicks it out wide. Fletcher's going to get there, and he takes the mark just in front of Daniel. Now the all-important kick inside 50. He's looking for Joe. And it's slapped down from behind by English. Lohman does really well to keep it in play. Joey wants to get back onto his left. Can he curl it back? Oh, he curls that back expertly, Danaher. We've got Bond putting on a show at one end and the Joe show at the other. And it's back to 3 points in it. 5 minutes to play in this first term. Dogs 3 straight, 18. Brisbane 2-3-15.
Lids, I have a query.
Yeah.
Do the Bulldogs defenders know Joe Danaher's a left footer?
I'm not sure. It was always going left. I'm thinking he's coming back. He's coming back. Yep, sure enough.
He did it about 6 or 7 minutes ago too, and I think it was the one that hit the post. He's always going to go back onto his left, and they fell for it.
Yeah. And disappointing that Timmy English, great work to be back there defensively, good spoil, but your job's not done.
No.
You've allowed him to get back onto that footy and then cut back inside. Great finish from Joey Danaher, though. Talk about trying to kickstart your forward line and your team off the back of one of those sort of goals. Really nice. Love it.
My goodness, James O'Donnell will not want to watch the replay of that.
He's had 3 looks early, so he's got 1 goal, a poster, and another behind to start his night. Joe Danaher back in the middle. McInerney wins it down. There's more interference here from the umpire. He spotted some kind of free kick.
Oh, that was
out.
advantage.
And it's coming all the way back to Brisbane. Now they got it in a slow play. So McCluggage takes it. Bit of a head scratcher. Hand pass to Neal. Kicks long inside the forward 50. Morris does well. Knocks it out for Brisbane to Cameron under pressure from Williams. Hand pass out in front of Archie. Ends up over the boundary line and a throw in. 40 out from the Brisbane goal. Bulldogs by 3 points. 3 straight. Brisbane 2-3. 24 minutes into the opening term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
It's an arm wrestle. It's entertaining. Danaher's in the ruck. Charlie's circling. Here's McCluggage. Handballs to Bailey. Off to Newell. Doesn't get much space, although he shanks the kick. And Williams marks it at the top of the defensive goal square. Bailey Williams for the Doggies. It's kicked to a 2-on-1. Harris Andrews comes from a long way. He was one of the two. Couldn't take it in the air. At ground level, Wilmot's fighting hard. And it's a free kick going to the way of Wilmot. Was that a dump tackle? Dangerous tackle.
No, it's for the holding the ball, saying he had prior opportunity.
Oh, okay. All right. Off to McKenna, who's kicked that out of bounds on the 4. Almost marked in row A. Down there, it was a little fumble from the Doggies fan.
16 inside 50s to 6 Brisbane's way this quarter.
Concerning.
So the Dogs actually be doing well to get to quarter time with the scores about even.
The Dogs by 3. Long kick in front of the interchange gates. Hand on it from Andrews. Spills out of bounds and a throw in front of the benches. 3-point advantage for the Bulldogs. Early goals for Treloar, Jamara and the Bont. Dunkley and Danaher with the opening 2 goals for Brisbane. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Tim Hodges, Cameron Ling, Brett Delidio, your call team for Friday night footy. And the boundary throw-in comes down to Fletcher. Hand pass to McCluggage. Handball to McInerney. Feeds it forward to Neal. Hand pass further on to Bailey. Just fumbled. Saw the Bont. Thought, I'm pretty keen to take you on a foot race. And just fumbled the footy in his hands with no one in front of him. It spills out of bounds. 60 out from the Lions' goal.
The Dogs have got to be a little bit conscious of. So Jared Berry's trying to go to Bontempelli. They're trying to block for Bont a lot, but it's allowing another Brisbane midfielder to get free.
Oh, on the boundary throw-in, McInerney's fisted it about 20 metres out in front of Neal, who wheels around steadies. Centering kick was superb to McKenna. Wants to keep going. And he makes that angle even better by hitting up Hipwood.
And from that stoppage, just to go back to it, so often it's Lachie Neale who's the one who's just spitting forward on it. Riley Sanders was the Dogs player on this occasion. His starting point on Neale was just really bad.
Yep.
Just got in front of him, completely lost him. The nice hit outside to Neale. Neale's always on the move. He's so good at those stoppages, on the move outside.
Yep.
From there, he's just able to use his creative play and bring it back inside.
So Eric Hipwood will let rip from just outside 50. Back from suspension to make it back-to-back goals for the Lions and put them back in front. Brisbane is on tonight. They are dialed in and they're back in front by 3. 3-3-21. The Western Bulldogs 3 straight 18.
Yeah, you make a good point, Lingy. If I'm the Bulldogs midfielders, I'm going straight to Tim English and say, mate, we're all for you're not going to win every hit out, but don't allow these big ones over the top that's opening up the game. It's the second one I reckon I've seen where he's getting it out and over the initial congestion, which is allowing Lachie Neale just to read and get on the burst, which opens up the game, doesn't it? But Great hit from Oscar McInerney in the same breath. If we're looking at both sides of the coin, like for the Brisbane side, that's awesome. But if you're my Dogs midfielder, I'm saying, Timmy, we need a bit more from you, big fella. Let's make a bit more of a contest.
Yeah, if you're not getting your hands on it, it's still got to fall in a couple of metre radius.
Yep.
Can't
Give us a
clear
chance.
that initial contest and get over the top.
Inside 50s now plus 11 Brisbane's way. And they're on top on the scoreboard as English tries to get it out here. Eventually Dale, back edge of the square, comes to lend a hand. Hand pass to the Bont, to Fraser, who kicks all the way across the half-back line. That southern city wing and finds Daniel, who takes the mark, kicks further afield to Treloar, a man who's seen more of the footy than anyone else so far this year. Kicks into the forward pocket. Andrews in the box seat, couldn't complete the mark, hits the deck. Lob trying to knock it out for the Bulldogs. Pack forms around him. Umpire gives him a little bit of time. Dunkley can't control it. Bobbles out to Jamara. Floating shot, goal! Mara's got a couple.
Wow.
Dogs back on top.
That float.
And that had a heap of hang time. What an NFL punter would have been proud of. Floated up there for an eternity and in the end floats through the major opening. The Dogs 4 straight. The Brisbane Lions are 3-3. It's a 3-point lead for the Bulldogs as the lead swings again in this opening term. Brett Delidio, Cameron Ling, ABC Sport.
Lids, before the game, in the pre-game, you compared Jamara to a young Buddy Franklin.
Yep.
Which obviously a wonderful compliment, but a couple of times tonight we've seen why that comparison. He's very good in the air, gets himself in good positions marking, but he's a real threat at ground level, isn't he? Just swoops onto the ball. That one just straight away involved. Ball hits the ground, gets the snap, gets the goal.
Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Plenty happening down here, Corbin. Jack Payne is off the ground and straight down to the rooms for the Lions with the doctor. And then Alex Keith, who we know was having a concussion test down in the Dogs' rooms, returned to the bench, sat on the bench for a couple of minutes and has gone back to the room. So lots of activity down here.
Rollicking start to this round 13 clash on Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Taking it out of the centre, Berry to Neil. Great tackle by Liberatore. Spills the way of Wilmot still. Just a wobbler inside 50. Who can pick it up with his head over the footy was O'Donnell. Does well to handball to Treloar, but Bailey's wrapped him up and it'll be a ball up right on 50 for Brisbane.
So there you go, Lingy. Lob up forward. O'Donnell into defence, playing both roles.
English, Sanders, Treloar, all by hand. Stolen by Dunkley, his best mate. Puts it on the outside of the boot, goes to the goal square and Hipwood's going to juggle it. Hipwood in a one-on-one with Jones. Jones looks straight at the umpire to say, I didn't like that, I got one high. The umpire said, nope, that was fair. And Hipwood as casual as you like. Off a step, that was a little cheeky from Eric. And he has two. And it's the Brisbane Lions back in front. What a fascinating arm wrestle that's unfolding here under the closed roof at Docklands. A minute and a bit to go, and Brisbane by 3, 4-3-27. Dogs 4 straight 24. Cameron Ling.
Well, the Western Bulldogs are doing well to only be 3 points down. 19-7 is the inside 50 count Brisbane's way. There was high contact there, by the way. Liam Jones certainly had a point, but you said, Corbs, about O'Donnell and also Lob. They don't want O'Donnell back. He's on Danaher at the moment and completely lost him there. It was Hipwood who took the mark, but Danaher was going to get there first. So that's why they desperately need Keith back out on the ground. But as Timmy Hodges just told us, that's a while off happening, given he's going to have the concussion test, or he's undergoing the concussion protocol. So, yeah, they're a little bit, they want the quarter-time break here in a hurry.
Both teams are defended down as McInerney knocks it down to Neil, to Dunkley, sweeping hand pass, links up with Berry. Handball forward to Bailey, spins out of two would-be tacklers. Hand pass back towards Berry. Off his knees, hands it out, but straight to Dale of the Dogs. Hand pass to English, to Daniel. Kicks up to the wing. On the hop, McNeil collects it. Goes back by hand to Bramble. Goes off his non-preferred left side. Down to a natural lefty in Jamara. He's outnumbered, and Andrews comes over the back to take the intercept mark. Back flank for the Lions. So Alex Keith and Jack Payne both off having concussion tests. Both key defenders, one for either team. And the Lions, with Danaher back behind the ball late in the quarter. Shares it with Andrews. He comes back to Andrews. Defensive side of the wing. Broadcast side, Lions by 3.
Andrews has been good for Brisbane in this opening quarter. It goes back to Danaher. Less than a minute to play before quarter time. They don't want to cough it up and hand the opposition a late goal. They've got the lead by 3 points, so they're sharing it around by foot. All uncontested. Wilmot's involved. Goes backwards to the city side to Leicester. He can hit up McCluggage. Wedges the kick down the line. All by himself is Hipwood. Might still have time to score here. Now Hipwood gets on his bike. His kick's gone straight to Jones over the head of Charlie Cameron. He might not have got a touch, Charlie Cameron, did he, in that? Just the one handball for Charlie Cameron, which is the good news for Brisbane Lions fans because they're playing well. They lead it by 3 points at quarter time. 4-3-27. The Dogs 4 straight 24. The goal kickers for the Lions. It's Hipwood, Dunkley, Danaher. And 2 for Hipwood, of course. Yep. He kicked the last. So 2 for Eric Hipwood. And for the Dogs, 2 for Ugle-Hagan. Singles to Treloar and Bontempelli.
So spits out as 5 lead changes in that opening quarter, and Brisbane Lions on top when it ends. So 4-3 to 4 straight standalone footy. Friday night, of course, last night. Big win for the Tigs. Leeds claiming just their second victory of the season under Coach Adamuse. You cheering at home?
I certainly was. Yeah, yes. I got a bit nervous, but well done to the boys.
Not so lucky for the Adelaide Crows, who are up against it at the moment. I'll leave you out of it, Kel.
Yes, talking.
Paulie and Geelong Evening Gang, my favourite commentator, Lids, has made it to Friday nights.
Thanks,
Listening to him makes me smile for the whole match. Please, more of Lids. And from Lachlan in Footscray, reporting that Kel's That Was Really Bad got a house full of spontaneous belly laughs. Great work. Keep it up. I'm not so sure about that. 0437 774.
Lucky you're a commentator and not a comedian.
774 is the SMS number. 4-3 to 4 straight. Lions by 3 points. The thoughts of Cameron Ling and Brett Delidio next. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Can you reach the buzzers, kids? Put them on boxes. Can't you? Higher.
Hard Quiz is back. Sort of. It's adult rules, but kid contestants.
Cute.
The kids are adorable, but Tom's style is deplorable.
What do you call a hard quiz kid giving a correct answer? A surprise!
All new Hard Quiz Kids.
I think we all need more screen time.
Saturday nights on ABC Family and streaming on ABC iView.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Limber picks it off inside 50. Gives it to Treloar. Snaps goalward. Gets a bounce over the head of Neil. And a circus trick for the first goal of the night. It was a beautiful off break. That is a bad kick out. Ends up straight on the chest of Josh Dunkley. Dunkley to cash in on the turnover from the kick out. He slams it straight through. The old 7-point play for the Lions.
Who's up to go inside 50, and how good was that? Bontempelli, and the delivery was spectacular by Latham Vandermeer.
End to end. How good's that? I love when players take on the game.
So Bontempelli in the right forward pocket, 30 metres out. Oh, he's on class! Marcus Bontempelli. It's not just Doggies fans that are in love with him. Everyone's in love with him. Lohman does really well to keep it in play. Joey wants to get back onto his left. He curls it back. Oh, he curls that back expertly, Danaher. We've got Bond putting on a show at one end and the Joe show at the other.
Gives him a little bit of time. Dunkley can't control it. Bobbles out to Jamara. Floating shot goal. Mara's got a couple. Wow. Tom's back on top.
Treloar, all by hand. Stolen by Dunkley, his best mate. Puts it on the outside of the boot, goes to the goal square, and Hipwood's going to juggle it. Hipwood in a one-on-one with Jones, and Hipwood as casual as you like. Off a step, that was a little cheeky from Eric, and he has 2.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Big game for both teams. The Dogs can be in the 8 tonight if they win this. Meanwhile, for the Brisbane Lions, they are playing essentially to keep their season ticking. After a week off, only 4.5 wins at the moment for last year's beaten grand finalists. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, the thoughts of Brett Delidio and Cameron Ling in just a moment. But first, Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Corbin, you might be able to see Jack Payne has just run past me back from the Brisbane rooms. He's had his ankle restrapped, and he's right to return to the field in this second term for the Lions. It's good news as well for the Bulldogs. There was real concern in that term for Alex Keith. He had a concussion test. Twice he went down to the rooms, but he has returned, and he is, once the 15 minutes is up for the concussion test, he is allowed to come back onto the ground. So both Payne and Keith good to go.
Well, that is very good news for
absolutely.
both the teams, both really important players with their structure at Lids defensively, and the Bulldogs desperately need Keith back out there because, I mean, they have done incredibly well, the Bulldogs, to be 3 points down at quarter time.
100%. And because of the influx of forward 50s, it's like holding up the damn wall, but they've done a really good job with a man down, and they've looked all at sea at times, haven't they? But Keith, if he gets back out there, and he will, that he just shores them up so much more. It allows Jones to play a better role. It means O'Donnell can go back forward and potentially do a better job than Big Lobby is doing at the moment on Harris Andrews. Maybe give you a bit more of a contest and continue to free up Jamara.
Through the middle of the ground at the moment, just looking at a couple of specific matchups. Jared Berry's been going to Marcus Bontempelli. Now, Bond's kicked one goal, a superb goal, but he's only had the 3 touches.
Yep.
So Berry doing a really good job. On the flip side, the A-grade player that you'd possibly put some time into for the Brisbane Lions is Lachie Neale, the 2-time Brownlow medalist. He's had 15 touches and 4 clearances. And we spoke about the fact that a couple of times got it on the outside. Beautiful hits by Big O, Oscar McInerney, to him on the move, on the outside. So right now, in the middle of the ground, the balance is just completely in the advantage of the Brisbane Lions. The Bulldogs are getting a couple of chances, but not generating anywhere near as much, whereas the Brisbane Lions have got lots of flow, lots of ball. The ball's going down there plenty of times, and they're going to have to fix that up, the Dogs.
I'm not sure who the Dogs go to for a lockdown. I know young Harvey Gallagher he's had a couple of goes at an Errol Goulden just to learn, and Nick Dacos last week, but full lockdown on Lachie Neale. I'm not sure whether they go and pull that lever, but 15, you keep getting those sort of numbers. That's a big night.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Get to half time at 30, you put the feet up, don't you?
I've done my bit, boys. Over to you.
Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Brett Delidio, Cameron Ling in the experts' chair. 5 lead changes in that opening quarter. The Lions by 3. First disposal out of the middle is a high up and under from Liberatore. Out to that City wing. No mark on the end of it. Spills to Andrews. He's tackled by Lobb and held up between wing and half forward. The ball up here. The Dogs to the Coventry end in this second quarter, which is the southern end of the stadium, but still no signs, Lingy. Gillen promised before he left that the signs would come back up at Docklands, and yet they're still not here.
Got to get him back.
I know. I think Laura Kane's due to join us next week, so I'll put it down as question number 1. I'll make sure I'll ask about.
Thank you. I understand there's some big issues in the game, but just some of the little things are important as well.
Correct. Just chuck a couple of signs back up here at Docklands. We're going to have 3 stoppages in a row. No, we're not. Hump gives them a little more time. Berry got it out, but straight to Garcia. Hand pass to English for the Bulldogs. Handball to McRae. Now on to Giray. Hand pass goes back to Daly. He's under pressure from Lohman. Bramble comes and lends a hand off the wing. Hand pass to Garcia. Hurried kick down to half forward. It favours the only line there, and that's Zorko. Takes the intercept mark at half back for Brisbane. 1 minute into the second term.
At least they got a clearance there. The Western Bulldog. Clearances at quarter time, 18-6.
Wow. That's a
Brisbane's way.
Zorko kicked it to McKenna, and then McKenna wide to Danaher. Floating by was Berry. He went the handball to Berry. Berry dropped it cold. Allows the Dogs to get involved. Now it becomes a 50-50 ball. Here's Reveal. Can he pick it up before the boundary? And he can't. It's not Bronx cheers for Bruce for Reveal. It's the Bruce that he quite enjoys as well.
Their pressure's right up here, the Lions. They're making the Dogs second guess. They're fumbling, not hitting their targets, not able to get clean play.
So from the City side, a boundary throw in. McInerney off to Lachie Neale, who's raking up the possessions. Dunkley, a high floater. It's going to land at the top of the goal square. The spoil went from Jones, who's going to read it best. Doing really well down there was Keith. And then, was he under pressure when he handballed that over the point line, the goal line?
Yes, that's a good understanding of the rules.
Great. Surrounded by Lions fans, he went straight for that handball and conceded a point. Brisbane by 4.
Williams kicks out of the defensive 50 up to the wing. Goes straight past McRae. Race on for the footy. Starcevic first one there for Brisbane. Collects, shoots a hand pass through to McCluggage, under pressure from Vandermeer, tackled, got it away though, just to Starcevic. Hand pass to the logo for Cameron, kicks the lines into the middle of the ground, good half volley kick up from McInerney, gives it to Hipwood, hand pass to Bruce Reveal as he kicks inside the forward 50, Danaher got it, outstretched marks right forward pocket. And there was the cry for him, Calder. Bruce around the Dockland Stadium, and in the end it results in a Danaher shot.
Dogs are in a world of trouble right now. They are all over the shop defensively. They're back 6, don't know what to do, and their midfield is getting cut up big time.
Danaher, his fourth look at the sticks tonight. He's hit the fat part of the footy and missed the whole set. So he's got a goal, a behind, a poster, and one out of bounds on the full.
That's what's going to keep the Dogs in it.
Lions by 4, 3 minutes into the second term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Full set so far for Big Joe.
It's always a mixed bag.
Certainly
it comes to Danaher, and we've got it already. So the Dogs trying to set up. Bramble's got it. Attempts the run around the cluggage, the side step, and then goes long down the line. The pressure man, he's kicked it straight to the opposition. McKenna takes the mark, brings it inside 50. It was risky, and Treloar read it best. Takes the intercepting mark, gives it off to English. The running ruckman takes as a bounce. Flicks it out wide to McNeil. McNeil then high up, a ball into the left forward pocket. It was over the head of Latham Vandermeer, who turns around and might have just given his teammate McNeil there a bit of a spray because he didn't like the delivery inside 50. A wasted opportunity, but it is stuck down in that left forward pocket. Brett Delidio.
Someone else also did. And you don't burn your skipper. Something I learned very early. Marcus Bontempelli running inside forward 50. Just pop it over to him, especially when he's getting a tag.
Forward 50 stoppage for the Dogs. English palms it down, and then the footy comes back to him. Pack forms around him. Umpire circle, says holding the ball. He sat on top of it trying to hold it in, and I think Oscar McInerney's going to be rewarded.
Yeah, two Dogs players, I think, together. That's what the umpire's saying. You were just holding it into each other.
Short to Zorko, short to Starcevic, and now he chips out of the defensive 50 to McKenna. Oh, looks inboard. That's an ugly kick. Broken up by Bontempelli. Garcia wins it half forward. Took on the tackle. Caught.
Well done.
Good follow-up, Connor McKenna.
Yeah, he butchered the ball about 2 minutes ago, then butchered the footy there, but didn't let it bother him, just got straight after it, and great tackle.
Possession number 11 for the Irishman. Kicks sideways to Leicester. A real floater. Hipwood's got some space on the wing. Off a step on the left, he drives it down, looking for the young gun who couldn't take the mark. Logan Morris, he was outmarked by Jones. A double grabber in a one-on-one. Jones was always going to get that, and the Dogs can take it out defensively, reset, and go again.
The concussion test in that opening term, but he's past that, and he's back out there, Alex Keith. Goes along down the wing, and he's English. Takes the mark in front, the All-Australian ruckman.
When it get a contested mark there, Lids, do you like to see some speed be put onto the game from the Dogs? Forcing just another long kick and hopeful of a contested mark. They might get one, though.
He goes long down the wing and spills down towards McKenna, though. A little kick out towards Bruce Reveal, and he's tackled, and a ball up on that city wing here at Docklands. So Brisbane by 4 points, 6 played second term. Inside 50 count, lopsided, plus 14 in favour of the Lions. McInerney pumps it down in front of Zorko, just hacks it out of midair. Down towards Hipwood. Clean pickup, hand pass to Morris, kicks for Danaher. Backpedaling, and he takes the mark. Top of the goal square for Brisbane. He'll kick from about 12 metres out straight in front.
No certainty, but it's interesting ball movement. I mean, you called it. Zorko out of mid-air, but they're just not able to create a contest there. It's centre half forward, are they, the Dogs at the moment? They're winning everything, the Lions, which is just putting Liam Jones under all sorts of pressure. He's trying to be aggressive with his starting position, but getting caught out the back here with the lack of pressure.
His fifth look at the sticks tonight. 1 goal, 2, 1 out on the full. He's now got 2 goals. Through the middle it goes. And Brisbane's lead grows. The Lions out by 10 points in this opening term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Brisbane 5-4-34. The Western Bulldogs 4 straight 24. 7 minutes. Second quarter. Brett Delidio, Cameron Ling.
Liam Jones is being asked to do everything at the moment, Lids. And you're right, he's still trying to take that proactive starting position, which is what defenders do now. They take away that dangerous space. But when you've got nobody else working on the same page as you end up looking like that and looking a bit silly. You get caught out thinking, well, why aren't you just standing next to your opponent? But if you're all in unison and you're all working together, then Jones' starting point is completely fine.
It also relies on a lot of pressure on the footy, and when there's not, you can be made look pretty silly.
So it's Brisbane's biggest lead so far, early stages of the second term. They lead it by 10 points. Back underway in the centre. Liberatore is able to gather and bomb it long. Good mark by Leicester. Defensively, Ugelhagen was there. Short to Starcevic. back in this side after injuring his calf in the warm-up a couple of weeks ago. Starcevic now to a contest. Oh, Lohman over the top. Leapt up over Fraser. Couldn't take the mark in the end. Quick hands to a reveal. And he's been taken down. Oh, and the fans want Gallagher to be rewarded with holding the ball, but he was sort of in his back, and in the end the umpire said, you know what, Bruce put it over the boundary. Let's do a boundary throw-in.
Another sub called upon so far. Buku Kamas, Noah Answorth. No late change coming in. Lions by 10. Second quarter action from the boundary throw in. Libba. Hand pass to the bot. Gives it away to Gallagher. Bursting away. Kicks deep to Jamara in a one-on-one. Payne halves that and then wins it as it hits the deck. Hand pass to Lester. Back to Payne at fullback. Still fighting on. Shakes the lob tackle. Hand pass to Zorko. Zorko kicks hurriedly out to halfback. 2-on-1. Williams outnumbered but hands to the footy and he's been paid the mark.
Yeah, great mark.
Bailey Williams in between Cameron and Wilmot. He'll get it here. The man on the mark stands right on the blue paint for the 50. Dogs down by 10. Lopsided around the ground. Kicks towards the top of the goal square. Andrew spoils, but back to a dangerous spot. Lever on his return. He snaps but misses. First behind of the night for the Bulldogs. One would have brought the house down. 4-1 to 5-4. Lions by 9 points after as many minutes into quarter number 2.
And they're off. Zorko straight down the ground and Lester gives it off to Reveal. Has a bounce on the wing. Back to Neil. Stops, props, kicks back inboard. Berry takes the mark uncontested. Just got it on the edge of that centre square. On the city side, now into the square, where Harris Andrews, one of the co-captains, takes an uncontested mark from centre half back. Another foray forward here for the Lions. Uses Berry. Off to McCluggage by hand. Able to get Zorko. They've got plenty of space, these Brisbane Lions. Assesses the options. Kicks long. Big pack forms. McInerney hits the pack hard. Comes in from the side. Here's a chance for the young gun. Morris beats one. Beats another.
Nice.
What about the sidestep from Logan Morris? Loves the goal. Smells the goal. Snares the goal. And the teenager who has goaled in every game since his debut in round 8. In fact, he's kicked 2 in each of his last 3 games. What an impact he's having. Has got them out to their biggest lead, 15 points. Brisbane 6-4-40, the Dogs 4-1-25.
Well, we're probably in a bit of a flat spot, weren't we, Lingy? Nothing much really happening. And then enter Logan Morris, a young kid. I watched a lot of his footy last year. More of a key forward and spent a little bit of time as a back as well for Vic Metro, but kicked a lot of goals, that sort of stuff. Didn't know he had that in his kit bag, to be honest, that evasiveness and that ability to jag it onto the right boot. Great finish, though, from the young lad.
Nice tricks, wasn't it?
Yeah, special little bit of play for us to sit back and admire. I like that.
Of course, he came in for the Q Clash, having played
and had a
in the Magoos earlier in the day. Had a happy meal on the way to the ground and then all of a sudden was making his AFL debut. Back in the middle, lob is absolutely crushed. Ball spills out towards Bramble. He's tackled, holding the ball. Gee, they won't like that, the Dogs crowd. Free kick for the Lions. They're going forward again, leading by 15. McCluggage kicks inside 50, turns it over.
Keep going. Oh.
Keith with the intercept mark and goes back over the mark. Lingy, hand pass away to Jones at the standing start. Kicks into oncoming traffic. Hand pass back to his mate under the pump. He's tackled Keith. Up says, I'll have it. And a ball up, half forward here for the Lions. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Both rucks off English and McInerney off, so you've got Lobb and Danaher in the ruck at the moment.
And Lobb puts it straight down the throat of Rayner, who gets it to Archie. Centering kick's going to land in the goal square. Lohman is outnumbered. Here's Reveal. Goes one way. Zigs, zags, centres the kick. Can he hit up a teammate? No, he can't. Over the head of Hipwood. McCluggage is able to gather it. Back to Dunkley. Handballs into space. And Duray, with all the experience in the world, off to Gallagher, just grubbers the kick to McRae. Kept running the youngster. Gallagher does well. Picks it up, and then the handball was out wide. Sanders is involved. Duray again. They've only got it all this over possessing to half-back, and then the kick down the line. Good spoil from O'Donnell on Harris Andrews in the end. Harris thought he'd taken the mark. Bontempelli able to get time and space. Off to Jamara from outside 50. Could have gone for home with the monster kick, but it hits up McGill directly in front. 35, 40 metres out.
Superb ball use by Jamari Ugelhagen then, just to have that composure instead of blazing away, hit up his teammate. Finally, the Dogs actually went quick with the footy, and it was through necessity. It was a bit of a crazy passage of play. There was pressure on, so they had to flick it around, and they get a great result out of it. Their willingness to go quick just hasn't been there at all tonight.
So, Lockie McNeil from directly in front. He can't convert. He slaps his hands together in disgust. Lions by 14 points. Good news for Doggies fans is they are slow starters. They usually come home really quickly, particularly winning a lot of last quarters of late. Brisbane by 14.
Canada Barry to Bruce. I think even the Dogs fans are joining in with the Bruce James that goes around Dockland Stadium. He sends his long kick here down in the Danaher direction. Lob trying to edge him underneath the footy. Spills down to Lohman. High up and under the half forward for Brisbane. Hipwood giving chase. Never took his eyes off it. Takes the juggled mark. Brisbane by 14. Midway through this second term. Kicks into the forward pocket. Put it too far out in front of Dunkley. And the ball one bounce out of play. Left forward pocket for the Lions.
Cool. There's a matchup that I want to highlight. We haven't spoken about it because this bloke hasn't touched it. But Bailey Williams, his job on Charlie Cameron at the moment, he's completely shut him out of the game.
Hasn't had a kick. Just one hand pass for Cameron tonight.
Right at the top of the goal square, the boundary throw in. And Fraser is tackled as he's standing. So the umpire says, give it to me, won't waste any time. He throws it in the air. Top of the goal square, Hipwood in the ruck, slaps it down. Liberatore's got it. Oh, he's dispossessed. Is that holding the ball? Umpire blows his whistle and says yes. And it'll be Jared Berry, the tackler, who will be rewarded.
Yeah, I disagree with those ones being paid as holding the ball. So Libba's had zero prior opportunity and is being tackled and he's trying to fight the tackle enough to be able to try and get a handball. And if you haven't had prior opportunity, all you have to do is try and handball or kick the ball. It doesn't matter if it spills free, if there's no prior opportunity. So those ones there should be called play on.
To make it 4 consecutive goals. Directly in front, 20 metres out for Jared Berry. No angle, no problem. Jared buries it. And the margin is 20. The Dogs have got some work ahead of them. Brisbane 7-4-46. Western Bulldogs 4-2-26. Halfway through the second term.
The only problem I see with that, Ling, is that you're asking the umpire then to interpret and make a decision on the fly versus just so can we make it cut and dry and try and simplify it for those guys? Is that a fair statement or not?
Yeah, but my only concern is then if you take the prior opportunity element out of it is how hesitant people are in that position of the ground to even want to pick the ball up because they think.
But that creates excitement for all of us, does it not? Like you're trying to tap it round, you've got to get out.
Yeah,
the ball's hot.
Maybe I always want the player who's going to go at the ball and try and win the ball to be
able to do so. Yeah,
to do so and also have an element of opportunity to dispose of the footy because he's the one trying to make the play.
Got to be clean, don't you? Can't fumble.
Yep. New game high, Brisbane by 20. McInerney palms it back down in the middle. Sanders stands up in the tackle. There's a ball up again inside the middle of Docklands. Running start for McInerney again for Brisbane. Knocks it down. Neal, hand pass away to Wilmot. Hurried kick forward. High bomb in the Hipwood direction. Leaps up for it, no mark. Spills down. Gallagher trying to swat it behind, but straight to Dunkley. Hand pass to Berry. His kick trickles away inside the forward 50. Keith sits on top of it. Might be in trouble here as Dunkley tackles him. And the a little forgiving, says I'll have it.
Lockie Neal, I think, is just checking the calendar to see if it's the 25th of December. It is Christmas for him right now. He's by himself at stoppages, doing really whatever he wants.
English wins it down to Gallagher, spun around into tackle. Umpire circle, says holding the ball. Didn't make enough of an attempt to get rid of it. And Bruce is going to get the footy. Rebel left half forward for Brisbane.
Maybe because he was dumped to the ground and just
had a saddle on him.
Yeah, and the play was over. They're the ones the quick whistle should be, just ball it up. It's not coming out.
And now I can't work out whether it is Bruce or a boo.
I got the Bruce bit down. I think it's Reveal though, isn't it? I need to make sure I get that right. Bruce Reveal. Number 38. Arcs out to his right. His kick is offline anyway. Right to the behind line, and Liam Jones just punches it into the cheer squad. Frustration growing for the Dogs. Lions by 21 points. 18 minutes into the second term. Friday night footy, ABC Sport.
They go quickly on the kick in. McRae. Oh, no. He's kicked it straight into Rayner, who was bearing down, and now Rayner, great second effort, breaks the tackle, throws it on his right boot. Eric's in the goal square, couldn't take it. Oh, he's grabbed it twice. He snapped a goal. The Brisbane Lions are red hot on Friday night. After a 12-day break, coming off that loss to Hawthorn, they might just kick-start the second half of their season. It's a 27-point lead. And Big Eric's got 3 goals, 8-5-53. The Dogs are in all sorts, 4-2-26. 7 to go before half-time.
Well done, Cam Rayner. Not just the smother, but then the second smother on the handball. He's willed himself into that contest. But Lachie Bramble, mate, if you don't need to overpossess when you're coming out of your defensive 50. Just launch that thing to centre wing and get it out of the way.
So Hipwood, in his return, he obviously missed the game just before the bye with that dangerous tackle charge. They didn't make the trip here to play the Hawks. They were beaten that day. They're 27 up here, and Hipwood's got 3 of them. Time on second term. Danger signs for the Dogs. English wins the hit out, but straight to the wing for Fletcher. Hurried kick forward for Brisbane. Working his way to the front. Archie trying to rip it down. He's getting a free kick. In fact, it's coming back to Hipwood again. He's got it on a string at the moment, Eric.
I didn't see that one.
Neither did I. There was a pack of around 6 or 7 players, and in the end, the umpire blew his whistle and he spotted one of them. There's a fan in the cheer squad that is absolutely going berserk.
Hasn't gone to Hipwood.
So it has gone back to Archie. Oh yeah, tug of the jumper.
Full jumper tug.
Yep.
So Archie will get it. The man in front, and he doesn't make him pay here. He misses out to the right. The Dogs fans are getting restless. They're 28 points down, which is a game high. Just ticking into time on now in this second quarter. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. The Lions have kicked 7 of the last 8 goals in the game.
Yep, the last 5 in a row, Corbin. So the kick in this time by Bramble goes long, but it's Brisbane all over the Dogs. Taking the mark in the pack was Wilmot. Wants to go inboard.
Danaher
now decides to drive it long. Joe's called for it. He's one out with Fraser, and Danaher almost gets there. Ball hits the deck. Bailey, McCluggage in trouble, surrounded. Fraser doesn't quite know what he's doing. In the end, great composure from the youngster. But it's a fumble for the Dogs on this broadcast wing. Fraser goes and gets it again. He steadies off to Latham Vandermeer. To a one-on-one. He goes over the head of O'Donnell, who's got pain for a match-up, and then the ball over the boundary line.
You're right, Cal. O'Donnell and Fraser do look a lot alike, don't they? I thought, geez, he's done well to get there from half-back flank. At least they're in their forward half. A chance to set up behind it and try and lock it in here for a little bit.
Has not been their quarter. They've scored just the 2 behinds in 21 minutes, the Western Bulldogs. From the boundary throwing. Lob wins it down. Treloar slick hands to Sanders. Kicks to a one-on-one. Payne and O'Donnell. Payne spoils, but O'Donnell wins the footy. Forward pocket, the left. He snaps goalward. That's a superb finish. A lift up the Dogs badly needed. And James O'Donnell with a little go at it up front. Kicks just his second goal. His 20-game AFL career. The Dogs to 5-2-32. Brisbane 8-6-54 playing out in front. The Lions by 22. As many minutes gone in the second quarter. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
It's a good point you bring up, Lids, because the Dogs get the ball down, and yes, it's not perfect. It ends up a boundary throw-in as opposed to a great entry. But at least it's down that part of the ground, which it hasn't been for a while. And they just need little wins. Get a stoppage there instead of getting beaten around the ball. A quick clearance to the Lions. They are the ones who get a quick kick forward and gives O'Donnell a chance. One-on-one against an opponent, a really nice finish. Too often it's been going into the Dogs' forward line and being outmarked and coming back out really quickly, or the clearances have been going Brisbane's way. So just important little wins for the Dogs.
Bounce down in the centre. Lobb wanted it more than McInerney, and then he puts it on the right boot. It's a monster kick towards English. Resting down forward. They all miss it. McRae picks it up. Oh, here's a chance for O'Donnell on the left. He can't. He would have gone right forward pocket, left forward pocket, bang, bang, to breathe some life into this contest for the Doggies.
That would have made it interesting.
Yeah, wouldn't it?
Nailed that one.
Brisbane by 21 points, 5 minutes before the interval.
Zorko short to Wilmot. Inside the defensive 50 for the Lions. Goes on a little bit of a trot and then just goes long to a one-on-one. Andrews the target with Garcia, and Garcia was worried him out of it. Slips through his hands and over the boundary line. So throw in on that City wing as we tick towards half-time. Concussion test for both Keith and Payne in that opening quarter. Both of them passed that. Neither sub used Karmas and Answorth calling their Jets on the boundary line. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. And the boundary throw-in. McInerney palms it down. Barry from the stoppage races away. Kicks into the centre square for Cameron. This will be his first kick of the night. 24-minute mark, second quarter. Looks for Lohman. Can't take the mark. Now he's under a bit of pressure. Trying to scoop it out the back. Liberatore. Daniel put his head over it. Hand pass to Treloar. He's dispossessed in the tackle. McCluggage centre half forward. Superb hand pass. Lohman through traffic. Kicks goalward but misses. Out to the left. And behind for Brisbane's number one. The Lions lead at 8-7 to 5-3. A 22-point advantage. 24 gone in his second term. The Lions by 22.
Bailey Dale, socks down, blue boots, aqua boots I should say. As kicks into the back pocket where Bailey Williams has got it. And then the long ball looking for Lobb. He played for the push in the back and he won it. Play on advantage. Vandermeer's got it. He's streaming ahead. Over the top to McNichol. There's no one inside 50, I should say McNeil rather. So in the end he's forced to sky. English gets on his bike. Going with him was McInerney, and then he receives the handball. Oscar McInerney, and it's taken high, was it Wilmot? Behind the ball, Dunkley rather. That was the two rucks. Streaming down, skying the ball.
Come on.
Josh Dunkley was taken high. He was the third player to come into the contest, so...
He was taken high in the chest, yes.
Okay. Free kick to the Lions.
Short kicking game in the defensive 50. Andrews with it. He's just going to go long down the line, reaching up Rayner. The number one pick from all those years ago. Takes the mark at half-back, the 24-year-old. Long kick down to half-forward. Archie floating across in front, no mark. Hits the deck, Dogs win it. Giray to Dale, hand pass to Treloar. Feeds a hand pass forward to Fraser. Who turns and kicks to left half forward for the Dogs. Andrews getting back, breaks it up. And Brisbane can regather through Dunkley. Hand pass to McKenna. Look away, hand pass inboard, finds Wilmot. Hand pass back out for Dunkley, let it bounce. Broken up by Fraser. Hand pass away to Liberatore. Kicks deep into the pocket. Andrews the size on West. Looking for that body contact and a bit of a battle of strength, and in the end Andrews happy just to kill it out of play as he punches it into the advertising hoardings. Forward pocket for the Bulldogs. Lions by 22.
Pretty good use of the body by West though to not allow Andrews in a position where he just marks it. Actually checked his run early, forced Andrews to punch.
Twirling ball back in McInerney. In the end he knocks it down to himself, and then he handballs to Treloar. A standing start, high ball on the edge of the goal square. Zorko with the spoil. Fists it over the goal line.
Free kick counts just going up on the big screen. 15 to the Lions, 3 to the Dogs.
Ooh, no wonder they're getting a little agitated, these Doggies fans. Brisbane by 21 points.
Jasper Fletcher marks the kick out. Goes long down the line, and Hipwood in the end punches it out of play. 2.5 minutes before half-time. Lions by 21.
I reckon the umps have a look at that at half-time, and there might be a few square-ups in the second half. What are your thoughts?
I think that happens, Liz.
Oh, jeez.
They don't get access to stats.
I suggested that one day in commentary many years ago, and I had a few umpires have a crack at me about that.
Yeah, well, we'll see, won't we? We'll be the judge at the end of the game.
Keep your phone on. I get the same feedback. There's a free kick here for a ruck infringement.
There we go. There's another one to catch up.
McInerney, so one more for the Lions. Big Oscar. His battle with Tim English, the reigning All-Australian ruckman tonight. Short kick inboard to McKenna. Possession number 16 for him. Short kick to Wilmot. Hand pass away to Zorko. Short way home through the centre corridor. Hand pass to Zorko. Back to McKenna. Handball out in front of Cameron. He kicks into the left forward pocket. Morris the target. Nice work, Giray. Got a hand on it. Ball stays alive. Morris at half forward. Kicks to the top of the goal square. Lohman flies for it. No mark. Dogs win it back. Bontempelli away to Treloar, and now to Dale in the back pocket.
Skies the ball. Coming late and setting himself was Lobb. Oh, he's caught underneath it. He got his legs caught. Quickly jumps back up. Here's Cameron. Little handball was clever. in the end to his teammate in Fletcher. Brisbane now the all-important kick inside 50 and Fraser's there.
People need to explain to me how Rory Lobb can go from 207 centimetres to about 140 centimetres in a marking contest too often. That was his ball, had to mark it, and that couldn't outmark Jasper Fletcher.
Fraser to Liam Jones. Goes the long bomb again. Lobbs in the marking contest with Starcevic. This time he wins a free. There's an even up, Lids.
Yeah, 16-4.
Okay. Lob with the kick. Ugelhagen had a real run and go at it and missed him over the head. Here's Garcia. Draws the defender. Kicks to a one-on-one inside 50. It's O'Donnell and Harris Andrews. Campbell up to McKenna. Spun in a 360. McCluggage with the don't argue and then kicks straight down the centre of the ground. Loman couldn't take it. McCluggage again. He's playing inspired footy. The bull from Warrnambool. How good was that? Gets it over to the young gun in Morris. Inside 50 on the end of it is going to be Hipwood and he's going to run in and kick his fourth. Coast to coast for the Brisbane Lions. Back out by 27 points. This is the best footy we've seen last year's grand finalists play in 2024. 9-7-61, Dogs 5-4-34, Cameron Ling, Brett Deledio on ABC Sport.
They got to Hugh McCluggage.
Yes, as they should too.
Wow.
If you want to come and watch a kid play the footy the right way, that's it. Attack it, breakthrough tackles, dust them off. Just brilliant. I love it. I love the way he goes about it.
Yeah.
Doesn't always finish the best with his shots in front of goal, but geez, he attacks the game and goes at it. Set that goal up from centre half back.
Combination of brute force and skill, isn't it?
When you've got a contract hanging over your head and you finally sign it after all those negotiations, is it a relief? He's playing with a bit of freedom and release tonight.
For some, it might be, yeah.
That was a stupid question.
No, it's not. No. It's very individual, is what I should have said, Cal. No, definitely not a stupid question.
McInerney wins it down. Neil hand pass back to McInerney, kicks the centre half forward. Hipwood hands on it again here. Can't do much with it on this occasion. Spills out the Dogs' way and locked up underneath all that.
I think Hugh was always getting a contract. It was just going to be how much and for how long. So those rookies could be a bit more, a bit nervous, I think, Cal.
Oh, Lobb pumps it straight down to Lockie Neal. What a way to end the first half. The two-time Brownlow medalist kicks it on the run just before the bell. And he couldn't have got better service from Rory Lobb. And that hurts the Dogs. It is now 33 points Brisbane's way, a new game high after the half-time siren. And that just puts the exclamation mark on what has been a dominant quarter of footy from the Lions. As Kel mentioned, as good as we've seen from them this year, they kicked 6-1 on the road against a Western Bulldogs team that's been in red-hot form. 33 points the Lions lead at half-time.
Can I ask a really quick question, Corbs? Might be a stupid one.
Can we go to the arc for that?
Can you score review that?
Well, you can review every score.
And they do review
They say every goal's reviewed. So I don't understand why you couldn't review the time.
Why are you asking? Because the siren went before he kicked it.
Yeah, that's my only query.
Yep. What's your gut feel?
My gut feel was he got his kick away in time.
Thought so too.
But is the review allowed to be used for that?
He celebrated, did half a quarter of the lap of honour, didn't he?
Wow.
He went the one-finger salute like Jonathan Brown right round the pocket. He was very excited.
10-7-67, the Western Bulldogs 5-4-34. Half-time at Docklands, and last year's grand finalists lead it by a game-high 33. All right, goal kickers, 4 for Hipwood, 2 for Danaher, 1 each for Dunkley, Berry, Neal and Morris. While for the Western Bulldogs, 2 for Jamara, singles for Treloar, Bontempelli and O'Donnell. The thoughts of Brett Deledio and Cameron Ling, Friday night footy on ABC Sport. It is the Lions by 33 at the half.
Total domination, Lids, really. And given the 33-point margin, I think that's probably almost flattering the Dogs a little bit. They have dominated the possessions. They've dominated the clearances. The inside 50s are off the charts at the moment. Does that say 36-19?
Yeah.
Wow. That's
clearances 30-13.
Wow. Smashing. Given when we think of the Western Bulldogs, Lids, we think of Bontempelli and Libba and Treloar and that really good midfield and them being strong in the clearances, but they have been smashed everywhere.
Yep. Berry has had 14 to Bont's 6.
What a matchup.
Yeah.
That has been a great matchup by Chris Fagan.
Yeah, goal each, but it's he's just not allowing him to play the way he wants to in and around the stoppage and get it on the end, which he is so good at, but they're being absolutely dominated in that midfield. Lockie Neal's just doing it at will. Josh Dunkley's got to work. He's had 16 and 7 contested balls himself. Who else? Jared Berry's just doing, as we said, doing a great job. And Hugh McCluggage, we can't forget him. He's just been a bull in there and breaking the lines.
Well, we spoke pre-match, and me in particular, I was unsure about the Brisbane forward line. When I think of them last year making the grand final, how dangerous they were, goal kickers everywhere, really dynamic. Tonight, that Brisbane forward line is really working. Hipwood's kicked 4, Joe Danaher 2, throw in Morris has kicked 1 as well. Charlie Cameron's probably the only one who's been a little bit down. But I suppose that comes from when there's so much domination from the midfield and so much domination from the inside 50s. They're going to get those opportunities, but it feels like it's working a lot better tonight.
Yeah, you're spot on. And I think that's the key for Brisbane is where it's been their Achilles heel a little bit. They're getting the inside 50s, haven't been able to finish their work. Tonight they're finishing it better. They've left some opportunities on the table as well, but I feel for, Liam Jones down there, as we said. He's trying to do all jobs. He's trying to be proactive, getting forward, taking ground off Joe Danaher. But because there's a lack of pressure from the midfield and they're getting completely dominated, he's going to have to just go back shoulder to just try and nullify, because at the moment they're just being absolutely torched.
Don't switch off the radio if you're a Dogs fan now, because there is a little bit of hope. I mean, they trailed Collingwood at half-time, down by Collingwood by 12 points last week before winning. They've scored more than 30% of their points in last quarters over the last 5 weeks.
So that gives hope. The only thing I'd say with that, Kel, is
the game's been done a couple of times.
Last week felt like they were still playing good footy. And the Sydney Swans, even the game they lost there, they were still playing good footy and maybe ended up only a couple of men down with their concussions and injuries. Tonight, this feels like a very, very different performance by the Dogs. Yes, the Lions have been good, absolutely, and I want to credit them. But the Dogs seem a million miles off compared to the Dogs team that I've watched over the last month. And I don't know about you, Lids. I just rate Marcus Bontempelli so incredibly high. His leadership, everything he does. There's been times where he has dragged the team single-handedly over the line. He's getting a tag from Jared Berry. He's not having a good game, Marcus Bontempelli. I wouldn't blame him if he was a little bit shirty at his teammates saying, hang on a second, guys, can somebody else
pull their finger out?
Yeah, drag us a little bit more, do all the heavy lifting that I do so often for you guys. I'm allowed to have one bad one.
Yeah.
Where's the help?
And you'd be disappointed if Bevo went in and pointed out Bont and said, mate, come on, we need more. And he'll know that. He'll be feeling that, because as if you don't go into halftime and self-reflect anyway, but yeah, geez, he needs some teammates, doesn't he? Need some supporters around him. And I'll just look at their big blokes up front. And Jamara's, he's done okay so far. He's kicked a couple. But Rory Lobb, boys, they're looking for someone to hit the wings.
Yeah.
Give us a target. Can someone just get on their bike and create a contest for us so our little blokes can get to work? Too often they look up and see a 180, 175 centimetre bloke to kick to. Easy pickings for the Brisbane defenders. They're mopping it up, and that's why they're getting so many inside 50s.
Just a sample off the SMS 0437 774 774. Rule in Adelaide. I'll just paraphrase here, but essentially he says that Danaher looks like he uses Brill cream in his hair, a style which seems confirmed by his moustache. I'm hypothesising that that's why he misses so many shots, that he has slippery hands, I suppose, as a result of the
old school Brill cream.
Yeah, I think what you'll find is that he wets it every time he has a drink, but that's okay.
There we go. Interesting. Not a bad theory though, Rulo. I'm happy for you to run any theories like that up the flagpole. G'day from Darty, from Barwon Heads. Yep. Hello, Darty. Listening in Lima, Peru. Nice to hear from you, Darty. Favourite Friday night of the year. Listening to the ABC call of the Dogs and the Lions from the patio in Perth. Great call, team. That's from Darnay. Thanks, Darnay. Appreciate that. So just a little sample there off the SMS 0437 774 774. Great to have you with us, Brett Delidio, with us on a Friday night. We are very lucky, aren't we, that Mick Moldhouse is over in Perth celebrating the Eagles premiership reunion, and in his absence, Brett Delidio steps in. Of course, finals time we are lucky enough that we get all three of you on occasions. Preliminary final night and the grand final and everything else. So some of our very sharpest minds on ABC Sport. Brett Delidio and Cameron Ling with you this Friday night. Second half action around the corner. The Dogs are chasing the game here. It's Brisbane by 33 points at half time. We'll bring you that third quarter action and give you the Sunday teams as well, which have dropped. So, of course, the final changes for those Sunday games. A couple of big ones too. Top four tussle between the Swans and the Cats. And then, of course, the King's Birthday Eve blockbuster, over 92,000 expected at the G for Essendon and Carlton. All of that still to come. Lions by 33 at the half. But in the meantime, let's get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Tanmay Navada. The Immigration Minister has issued a new directive he says will make it clearer that non-citizens with a history of family or sexual violence should be deported. The existing direction has been rewritten after it led to serious criminals avoiding deportation because it insisted officials factor in the person's ties to Australia. Andrew Giles says there are 10 visa decisions being decided before the new direction comes into effect on June 21.
Consistent with the protocol I've put in place, I'm looking at these cases very closely, and where appropriate, I'll consider cancellation of any visas granted back in the national interest.
Residents in parts of the Hawkesbury region in Sydney's northwest are on alert tonight due to rising river levels. The North Richmond, Cattai and Yarramundi bridges are closed. The Windsor Bridge remains open, but with heavy traffic due to the start of the King's Birthday long weekend. The New South Wales State Emergency Service says moderate to major flooding is predicted in some areas. The severe weather situation has eased on the state's south coast and Illawarra regions. New figures show Melbourne retail vacancies have hit a record low, but many businesses are still struggling amid the cost of living crisis. Over 800 new shops have opened in the CBD over the past 12 months, and retail vacancies rates have halved to a record low of 6.5%, the lowest for a capital city in the country. The Melbourne Economy Snapshot data shows more people are travelling to the CBD on Mondays during peak morning commute times, and spending has increased on retail, hospitality and entertainment. Deputy Lord Mayor Councillor Nick Rees says the good news doesn't change the fact that businesses are still struggling.
There are still many traders who are finding it more difficult than normal to do business, and so there's no doubt that there's still, significant challenges for parts of the city economy, and particularly some areas around the central city. But overall, these numbers today are really positive.
Australian fruit growers may have to sell their farms or switch to the fresh fruit market if the canned fruit industry continues to struggle. The cost of living crisis has caused Australian consumers to buy cheap imported canned fruit, and demand for Australian-grown products to plummet. Earlier this week, SPC slashed peach and pear intake by 40% due to lack of demand. Michael Crisera from Fruit Growers Victoria says a tin of domestic farmed peaches for your ice cream could save the industry.
We're just hopeful that the Australian public helps us as much, and the government can sort of help protect growers from these cheap imports by encouraging Australians to buy Australian-grown canned fruit.
Former AFL player Daniel Kerr has walked from a Perth court after being given a suspended jail term for repeated domestic violence offences against his ex-partner. Joanna Manar reports.
41-year-old Kerr was suffering an undiagnosed mental illness when he repeatedly abused the woman physically, verbally and emotionally over a 6-year period. The district court was told he also controlled the woman's finances and her social media accounts. Kerr was finally diagnosed in 2022, and the court heard he's now receiving treatment for his illness. Judge Wendy Gillen accepted that the mental health issues were the driving force for the offences and said it was in the best interest of the community for Kerr to continue his rehabilitation in the community. He was given a 4.5-year suspended jail term with the condition he be subject to continuing supervision.
And if you're in an abusive situation or know someone who is, call 1-800-RESPECT. That's 1-800-737-732. Overseas, British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has apologised for leaving Normandy before the main event, honouring the 80th anniversary of the D-Day landings, to record a television interview as part of his election campaign. The BBC's Hannah Miller has more.
The apology is an attempt to show humility, and it's quite a big thing for a political leader at any time to say, essentially, I got that wrong. We know that both the Conservative Party and particularly Labour have been really trying to portray themselves as being on the side of veterans, on the side of national security. Then I think this apology today for Rishi Sunak is an attempt to draw a line under something where they perhaps know that they have given the Labour Party something of an advantage.
And MPs from the Indian Prime Minister's political alliance have unanimously elected him to lead the country for a third term. Narendra Modi will meet with India's president later today and present his claim to form a new coalition government. You're up to date with the latest from ABC News. For more news at any time, you can download the ABC Listen app.
Time to steady and pull the trigger!
Have you heard the latest AFL podcast from the ABC? Join myself, Catherine Murphy, and AFL legend Paul Roos as we discuss all the big storylines. Feed your footy obsession or just learn more about the game as we bring you all the latest news and analysis. Find the ABC AFL Daily Podcast on the ABC Listen app.
The Men's T20 Cricket World Cup.
He's bowled, that's it.
Live from the USA and West Indies.
What about that? Unbelievable.
Catch all the action on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Down towards Hipwood. Clean pick up. Hand pass to Morris. Kicks for Danaher. Back pedaling and he takes the mark. Fifth look at the sticks tonight. 1 goal, 2. 1 out on the full. He's now got 2 goals.
Big pack forms. McInerney hits the pack hard. Comes in from the side. Here's a chance for the young gun. Moritz beats one. Beats another.
Nice.
What about the side step from Logan Morris? And now Rayner, great second effort, breaks the tackle, throws it on his right boot. Eric's in the goal square, wouldn't take it. Oh, he's grabbed it twice. He snapped a goal. The Brisbane Lions are red hot on Friday night.
Payne and O'Donnell. Payne spoils, but O'Donnell wins the footy. Forward pocket, the left. He snaps goalward. That's a superb finish. A lift of the Dogs badly needed.
McCluggage again, she's playing inspired footy. The ball from Warrnambool, how good was that? Gets it over to the young gun in Morris. Inside 50 on the end of it is going to be Hipwood, and he's going to run in and kick his 4. Coast to coast for the Brisbane Lions. Back out by 27 points. This is the best footy we've seen last year's grand finalists play in 2024.
Oh, Lobb pumps it straight down to Lockie Neal. What a way to end the first half. The two-time Brownlow medalist kicks it on the run just before the bell. And he couldn't have got better service from Rory Lobb. And that hurts the Dogs.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Ended up kicking 2 goals, the Brisbane Lions, in the last minute of that opening half. Goals to Hipwood and Neal, as you just heard, and now Brisbane lead by a game-high 33 at half-time. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Brett Delidio, Cameron Ling and Tim Hodges, your call team for Friday night footy. The Lions by 33 at the half. Eric Hipwood's kicked 4 to half-time. That's a bag for him in that half of footy. 2 of them coming in the first quarter, 2 in the second. So even breakdown so far of his 4. 17 more clearances, 17 more inside 50s. That tells the story. Lopsided Brisbane's way, and the reason why they lead it by 33 on the scoreboard. I mentioned Sunday teams just before we went to the latest from the ABC newsroom. So that Essendon Carlton game for the Bombers, they bring back in Todd Goldstein, who was the laid out. He takes Nick Bryan's place, so no surprise there. They reversed that from last week's match against the Gold Coast. Mason Redman is injured. Will Setterfield comes back in, so he's been out injured.
Oh, I know what he's doing. He's coming in for a job.
You think he'll stick straight to like a Cripps or a Walsh?
Not Walsh. I would have thought he's going. I reckon he's played on Paddy Cripps before, so that would make a. If you're going to beat Carlton, that's where you're stopping.
One change for the Blue Baggers. Corey Durden comes in as the small forward, replaces the injured Orazio Fantasia, who misses against one of his old teams. The earlier game, it's billed as a top 4 clash, and yet the Swans have lost 1 game for the year, and Geelong have won 1 of their last 5. So it sort of depends how you shape it up, but interesting proving game for the Cats. Blitzarv, Stanley, Clark, the 3 ins, Lingy. Out goes Ollie Henry, who's injured. Zach Tui, who's injured, and Toby Conway, all listed as injured. So, O. Henry, Tui, Conway out. Blitzarv, Stanley, Clark in.
Yep.
Happy with that?
Well, since I would have thought Blitzarves was coming straight back in after the suspension. I wasn't sure about Stanley and Clark, but sounds about right. It'll be a great test for them. As you said, the Sydney Swans are the best team in the competition, and good to gauge exactly where the Cats are at compared to the best.
Where are they at?
That's a good question. Yeah, they weren't great last week. I know they got the win and they bounced back, and the win they needed, but it was scratchy at best, given how many players the Tigers were missing. So I will hold that judgment until I see them on Sunday afternoon.
Aaron Francis is omitted for the Sydney Swans. Tom McCartan comes back,
which makes them stronger.
We're all happy about. So nice to see him return after his collision with Callum Brown, who actually comes back in tomorrow as well. So he's missed 3 weeks and Callum Brown's missed 3 weeks as well. So that game, of course, GWS up against Hawthorn in Launceston. You can hear all the footy all weekend through the ABC Listen app. It's the place to be at the moment. There is all sorts of podcasts going on around the place. AFL, NRL Daily, with the tennis podcast and the cricket podcast back with weekly drops. Of course, the French Open coming to its conclusion. So you'll get a Monday episode of the tennis podcast. There'll also be a Monday episode of the Grandstand Cricket podcast with myself and Ed Cowan. And there is ball-by-ball coverage of the T20 World Cup. Look out for the white cricket ball that says cricket on it on the ABC Listen app, and you can follow along. There was a rather big upset earlier today with the United States of America.
Oh, no. What about that?
Beating Pakistan.
Yes, huge. In a super over.
I don't think too many predicted that. They needed 15 off the last over to win the game. They've got 14, forced a super over, then took 18 off a single over.
Yeah.
That's good against any country anywhere in the world. It was too much for Pakistan, and the United States are 2-0 to start their tournament.
So Australia and England Sunday morning?
3 a.m. Eastern, Sunday morning.
And then, is it Sunday night? Pakistan and India in New York City.
Wow. How good's that going to be?
I can't wait to see what that looks like.
The other teams in that pool, by the way, so United States 2-0, India 1-0, and then you've got Pakistan, Canada, and Ireland winless, but that throws it right open with Pakistan losing. So teams like Ireland and the United States are a chance to actually progress to the Super 8s with Pakistan dropping that game unexpectedly in the early hours of this morning.
Where are they playing the game in New York?
It's about 45 minutes out of New York.
It's in Nassau County, which is,
And they've shipped it in. Yeah, well, they've built it elsewhere in America.
In Florida?
Yep, they haven't shipped it in. They've trucked it in, I should say. And they're going to keep the cricket pitch in. They're going to take the grandstands down. They keep the cricket pitch after, and probably becomes a dog park, Lingy, they think.
Very nice.
But it will be, I reckon it'll be one of the sporting events of the year.
Yeah.
Pakistan v India in New York City.
Hopefully Pakistan can put up a little better show than what we got out of them today. NRL's on tonight as well. Wests lead the Dragons by 2 points at halftime. A call available through the ABC Listen app. Second half action upon us here. It is Brisbane by 33 points. You're with Kelly Underwood on ABC Sport.
Bounces perfect. McInerney straight through the legs of Lockie Neal. Flicks the way of Berry, who's done a brilliant job on the bont so far. Up to Wilmot. A sky ball. Up and under. Almost bouncing off his chest. There was Lockie Neal, and it's locked in. It'll be a ball up.
This is over to the Dogs midfield now.
Yep.
They're the ones who've got to correct this game.
On the wing, City side. Liberatore. Handballs to Treloar. Standing start. Up and under. Well done by Lockie Neal. Geez, having a night out, isn't he? He's up to 20 possessions already. He takes the mark and he goes. He kicks to Wilmot, who goes to half forward. Quick handball over to Reveal. Reveal piercing pass inside 50, looking for Lohman. He got down low, but the player in front was reading it better. And Bramble takes the mark, gives it off to Williams.
Williams, a hurried kick out towards that City wing and moving across. It's punched out of play. The two lines crashing into each other out there. Payne, who's already been off with an ankle complaint, met by Starcevic. He landed awkwardly, Lingy.
Yeah, he grabbed at his ankle straight away. His right ankle, as you said earlier on in the game, got checked out by the Brisbane medical staff, and he's now just limping away from that. He looks sore.
I just took my headphones off as you threw to me there, Kel. That I think there's some live music coming out of one of the boxes, and there's unfortunately it's not a full crowd, and some of that noise was actually drifting out across the stadium. I thought the PA must have left the DJ on or whatever it was. As the music stopped now and the footy's back underway as the Dogs win it from the stoppage. Dale hand pass away to Liberatore, hurried kick forward, and he's playing in front of Jamara, takes the intercept mark.
What a surprise, a corporate box turning it into a party.
Yes. It's all going on at the northern end of the stadium as Payne here. A long kick down the wing. McInerney competes for it and was being held on to. Spills down to Rayner. Long kick to the top of the goal square. Hipwood! Got it again! Plays on. Bangs through his fifth. And he's got them all 2 minutes inside this third quarter. What a night out he's having. Eric Hipwood with 5 already, and the Lions pick up where they left off. 2 minutes into the third term, 11-7-73. The Bulldogs 5-4-34. Lions by 39. Cameron Ling, Brett Delidio.
Just quickly, Lids, before you talk about how it eventuated, you shouldn't be allowed to play on from there. So umpire called stand, and Jones was standing on the mark. Hipwood had tumbled because of the mark outside the line of where the mark was taken.
Did he say stand?
And,
he went pretty quick. He was already committing to the stand. I see your point.
Anyway, that's beside the point. It's a goal to the Brisbane Lions, and again, it comes out of a contested situation, midfield type ball, and they get the ball forward, and Hipwood's just having himself a lovely little night out.
What are the chances? What do you reckon the chances are, guys? I mean, he kicked 11 goals for the first half of the season from his 10 games.
Cool.
Chris Fagans maybe just had a little chat to him in the 12-day break, maybe. Something's inspired him.
Out of the middle as McInerney wins it down to Neil. Neil hurriedly kicks out the half forward. Bouncing foot in front of Charlie Cameron. He's going to collect. Oh, trying to wrong foot his opponent on the boundary line. Now he's on his left side. Pokes the pass inside the forward 50. Hit with the target again. It's broken up by Keith. Bont wins it. Hand pass away to Dale. His hand pass missed his target.
And again, a 50-50 ball inside 50. Hipwood, desperate, flicks it out. Rayner, can he get his handball out? He does beautifully to Dunkley. Concedes ground outside 50. Oh, Lockie Neal saw it coming. Beautiful sidestep, and then pokes it into the pocket. The big fly from Eric. He couldn't take it, but everything he touches turns to gold pretty much tonight. And then in the end, Charlie Cameron wraps up Duray. Duray's got the run with job on Cameron. It'll be a ball up in that left forward pocket. Duray's been brilliant.
39 points, Brisbane's lead. Forward pocket for the Lions comes down to Keith. He's tackled. So Keith had the head injury assessment, the concussion test in that opening quarter. Payne had the ankle complaint. Danaher leaps up, grabs it out of the ruck, shoots goalward, but misses near side. And that's the kind of stuff he can do, Joe Danaher. Almost took a hanger on the shoulders of English and then just missed wrong side of the left-hand goalpost.
Ray been brilliant on Charlie Cameron in the sense that he's held him just to the 7 disposals and goalless tonight in that hard tag. Here go the Bulldogs. They send it up to the dockside wing where Lob. Yeah, there is. Outmarks Leicester in a one-on-one. Gives it off to Liberatore. The all-important kick inside 50 to a one-on-one. It was Payne and Ugle-Hagan, and Payne, the bigger player, spoils it over the boundary line. So it'll be tossed back in, just 20 metres around from the Bulldogs' goal. They kicked 1 goal in that second term, while the Dogs kicked 6. Lions lead it by 40. Lob in front, over the top, McInerney, straight down to Reveal. Monster kick on the edge of the goal square. Williams. Oh, Lohman, what about the pickup? He flashed through, gives it to Bailey. Over the top to Rayner. He needs the ball to sit for him beautifully. He does open goal square from 50 out. Never ever gave that a chance, Cam Rayner, or a player that sort of seems out of form at the moment. One of the Brisbane Lions that hasn't had a huge impact tonight.
No, he hasn't, has he, Cal? But his efforts there, he's going a couple of second efforts. He's trying
to will himself, isn't he?
Yeah, he's just a little bit out of form. Even that kick then was a little bit of a halfway in between. Should he kick it to Charlie Cameron over the top, or should he have a shot? Well, he was completely within his rights to have a shot.
Break the paint.
I know what Charlie wanted in the body language as his shoulders sort of dropped afterwards. He can't get near it tonight, unfortunately. But Cameron, as the Dogs work it up to halfback, Sanders away to Duray, hand pass over to Garcia, gives it to Jamara, hand pass away to McNeil. He kicks down the wing, or McInerney up into the back of Lob, doesn't take the mark, got hands to it and mops it up to Berry, who swings his kick across the half-back line and finds Jasper Fletcher. This is all too easy for the Lions at the moment. They look like the fresh team that's had the week off, and the Dogs look out on their feet as Lohman goes short across the ground to Berry and chips it laterally to Zorko. Long kick inside the forward 50. Jones in the hole. Leaping from the back is Hipwood. Punched away from the pair. Picked up by McRae. Hand pass made it tough for Sanders. Held out of it. Fletcher cleans it up for Brisbane. Hand pass to Neal. Now 60 out at half forward. Handball to Hipwood. Kicks it out on the full.
There's this guy running around for the Brisbane Lions, number 9. I'm not sure any Dogs players ever heard of him.
I never heard of him.
He's won
What does he do?
2 Brownlow medals and just finds the footy at will. No one is near him at all in this game. What's he up to?
24 touches, 9 contested, 9 clearances for the night so far for Lachie Neale, and a goal.
Oh, Jones kicked it down the line, almost marked by Berry. And they pounce on it. It'll be a ball up at half forward. So if you're Luke Beveridge, Lingy, who are you sending to
Well, maybe, just maybe, Jack McRae might have come up. No, they're going to let him have a free run at this stoppage.
Lob and McInerney.
Okay.
Fletcher barges through, had it, lost it. Well done, Daniel, rewarded for holding the ball. So Caleb Daniel, there's the cheers. Finally a free kick going their way. Not much has fallen their way tonight at all for Luke Beveridge's men. Daniel drives it down the wing. Payne comes from behind. English was in front, couldn't take the mark. Straight down to Neale, off to Leicester. Here they go through the centre corridor again, running in waves. Zorko off to his teammate in Wilmot, who has speed to burn at the back. The Dogs are there, although the handball was a little wayward from Dale. Under the pump now is Williams. He concedes some ground back to Dale, and they get themselves out of strife momentarily. Treloar takes the uncontested mark.
He goes short to Keith. He takes the mark at centre-half back for the Dogs. Hand pass to Treloar. Number 1 disposal getter in the league until the end of last weekend. He goes wide to Bramble. Kicks from the half-back flank to high half-forward. O'Donnell doesn't mark, but does well to win the footy at ground level. Hand pass away to Garcia. Short kick to West. And son of the Bulldog takes the mark right half-forward. Riley West about 45 metres out.
If that's 45 metres out the mark, that ball was kicked on the replay from just inside the 50-metre arc.
Yep.
So it has travelled about 4.5 metres.
He's going to take a big kick, and they need it.
Riley West from just inside the 50. His drop punt sails goalward and hits the post. Dogs have kicked 1 goal after quarter time. We've now travelled 9 minutes into the third quarter. Brisbane by 40, 11-9 to 5-5. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. And here's Kelly Underwood.
Zorko on the kicking duties goes long to Archie. He's got no Bulldog anywhere near him. There's loose players lining up, including Lachie Neale, as he racks up those possessions. We heard Cameron Ling call for to get a tag on Neale.
Well, it shows Berry's job on Bontempelli. You take away that key piece of the Dogs midfield, see what happens. Got to take away the key piece of the Brisbane midfield.
Here is Bontempelli marking right on cue because it was an intercept mark to Jones. His piercing kick inside 50 clears a couple of Brisbane Lions. Ugelhagen, his eyes lit up momentarily, but the ball spills over the boundary line.
Could you potentially ask your skipper to go and man him up and say, mate, create a 2v1. You've got Berry running with you. Can you go and try and shut him out for us?
I'd try that. Try anything right now.
Lob palms it down for the Bulldogs inside their forward 50, moving through. Garcia knocks it out to Sanders. Hand pass to the ball. That's what they needed. Bontempelli pops one through for the Bulldogs. They need something special. They got him. His name's Marcus Bontempelli. 6-5-41. The Western Bulldogs, Brisbane 11-9-75. The second tonight for the Bont. The Lions by 34 points, 10 gone, 13.
And it's funny, it's not even... I'm not even calling necessarily for a hard tag on Lachie Neale, but just some accountability and awareness, and especially around stoppages. That's where he's at his best. He hunts after the footy. On that occasion there, it was Garcia took him around the stoppage, and I know the ball fell to the other side, so it wasn't necessarily Garcia's great play, but just a better setup where you've got an even representation, make sure Neale's covered, and then it was Marcus Bontempelli in the corridor. Jared Berry actually was forced to come at the Bulldogs player to try and lay a tackle, spills out to his opponent, and great finish by Bontempelli. So better balance around the stoppage to not let Neale just completely do his own thing.
Margin 34 points. Danaher into the ruck. English wins it easily. Bontempelli, clever little flick up to Liberatore. Got his kick away as he was pushed. Should sit here for Gallagher. Waits for it to bounce. Traps it, spins, kicks it straight at the opposition. The right boot slews off the side of the boot. It was sloppy from the young gun, and Danaher marks uncontested. He can flick it wide. They go the city side to Reveal, and now to Rayner. Danaher on a long lead in that centre square. Rayner thinks, well, no point going there. Instead, he nearly gives it back to Liberatore. Just over his fingertips. Now it's a 50-50 ball. Fired out to Daniel. Liberatore's involved again. Sweeping handball to McRae. Got to wait for it to bounce. Does well to get it over to Bontempelli. On the left, can he find a target inside 50? You bet he can! And the target is O'Donnell. Outstretched arms, going back tiptoe style. He clutches it in his fingertips and he marks in front of Starcevic, and he'll go back and line up for his second.
Well, I don't want anyone to think that I'm asking for the best player in the game to become a tagger. It's more to try and break the tag. Can you go and then create that 1v1 on Lachie Neale? But he's inserted himself into this game, hasn't he? His last couple of efforts have been great.
So O'Donnell lining up for his second goal on the left. No problemo. A few minutes ago, it was the Lions by 41 points. Back-to-back goals for the Dogs, and it's 28 points. Brisbane 11-9-75. The Dogs 7-5-47 after 12 minutes in this third term.
And the difference, though, for me, Liz, is the Western Bulldogs create the turnover at the back of the centre square. Once they got it, they went quick. Chain of handballs. And some of them were quite risky, the handballs, but they were prepared to give it. They opened the game up, and then they get the opportunity. I think in the first half, when the Dogs got a turnover, they still went back and slow and didn't try and capitalise on that turnover.
Yeah, I think, there's two parts to that. I think it's their inability to, or want to go, but then there's also the defensive pressure and the setup that's down the field. Harris Andrews and Payne, those guys that are setting up so well.
Coming in tonight, James O'Donnell had kicked one AFL goal. He's now kicked 3. With his 2 so far tonight.
Goals in back-to-back quarters now for James O'Donnell, the lefty, as English palms it down back in the middle. Down towards another in McRae. Floats a kick down to half forward, so the Dogs with a bit of go forward here. There's a free kick. It's going against Garcia. So another Lions free kick. It was 16-4, the free kick count in the first half. Leeds has got a close watch on the even up in the second half.
I've given up.
Lions with a couple of early wins here to start the third term. Wilmot through the middle, links up with Hipwood, drives it deep forward. Lohman goes for a climb. He can't leap over English. And the 2-metre ruckman's back to take the intercept mark. Last line of defence for the Bullies. And goes short to Bailey Dale. All of a sudden feels like the crowd's involved. A bit of pep in the Dogs' step. Completely outplayed in that second quarter. 6-1 Brisbane's way. Short kicking game in the defensive 50 as Williams goes all the way back to Leber, who's got it at fullback for the Western Bulldogs.
Lingy, your statesmate Swamp's got a ripper on Twitter. I'll read it out in a second. Jamara jumped into the back of Jones. It was friendly fire. He could have done some real damage then. Jones thought he was going to just take that uncontested mark, and Hugo Hagan leapt late, and his kick is a shocker. It skids over the line right in front of the interchange gates where Lachie Neale will come back on. So Swamp tells us Brisbane in 2024 have been the 4th highest scoring team in first halves, the 4th lowest scoring team in second halves.
There we go. We might still have a game on our hands.
English leaping over the back, wins the hit out, down to Danaher. Feints to hand pass, and in the end just jams it on the boot. Tumbles a kick down to half forward, and everyone's pretty happy for that to go out. So boundary throw in here. Right half forward for the Lions. Brisbane had 4 wins this year. Have all come when leading at three-quarter time. You think they'll be playing from in front here unless something dramatic happens. The second half of this third term, Brisbane by 28. Halfway through the quarter, English down to the bottom, who's getting more involved. Hand pass to Dale, kicks out wide for Treloar. Again in a heap of space, lifts a hand pass over Wilmot to Garcia, trying to get it back to Treloar under pressure. Out of play it goes. A nice bit of work from Wilmot, forced the turnover. And the boundary throw in front of the benches. Tim Hodges is down there. What's happening down there, Hodgie?
Just a word on the crowd. We were all sceptical at the start of the game, weren't we? It was sort of, I don't think it was even 20,000 at the start of the game. It has built considerably, and it is a really angry Bulldog crowd. It is their home game, obviously, and it's a very disappointed Bulldog crowd so far, especially, I think, with the umpires.
Oh, here's Liberatore as the ball spins back into play, giving it to Gallagher, a high ball over the head of West. He tries to tackle Starcevic, who's too powerful, and bursts clear. Slips through the hands of Williams, drops an absolute sitter. Morris is able to pounce on it. Now Brisbane. Hipwood's got it too far out to score. He's kicked 5 tonight already. We're just a tick over halfway through this third term with Brisbane leading by 28 points. He goes to McCluggage. Outside 50, wheels around, grubbers the kick, makes life difficult for Zach Bailey. Back to McCluggage, who's been a man on the mission tonight. His handball wasn't clean to Fletcher. And the Bulldogs, through Gallagher, just hack it out of the defensive 50. Hipwood really had to get on his bike. He's taken a mark in pretty much exactly the same spot. A couple of kicks out from goal. He'll go again.
Kick 2 in the first quarter, 2 in the second. He's got 1 in this term. Hipwood puts it to centre half forward. Wanted Loman. It's broken up. West wins it for the Dogs, and now a chance on the counter-attack. Kicks out wide to Latham Vandermeer. He's off and running. 2 bounces up over halfway. Long kick inside 50. Lob's got to go. He'll be outnumbered. Bounces in front of him. Took an unkind bounce, and Payne wins it for the Lions. Swings it across the goal face to Lockie Neal. No one has gone with him all night. 28 disposals he's up to now. The 2-time Brownlow medalist. He chips it to half-back, and Jasper Fletcher takes the mark, the son of a gun at half-back for Brisbane.
It goes back to Andrews with directions. He says, run at me, come to me. McCluggage does just that. Brilliant this evening. Helps set up this lead, and then the low ball to centre half-back. Archie slides in. Goes to McKenna. This is all by foot. Straight down the centre, over the head of Bailey. Daniel comes in. Bailey hits him really hard. Ball spills clear. Oh, Bailey keeps going. He flicks it up to reveal. Bruce on the left has popped it up, and Rayner's taken an uncontested mark in the left forward pocket. That was all class by the Brisbane Lions. Playing like a team that played in last year's grand final. Not like a team that's sitting 13th on the ladder.
It was good by the Lions, but gee, the Dogs had an opportunity to win it and actually go back through the Lions. There's fumbles and little tap-ons when they should have taken possession.
So Rayner lining up for his first tonight in that left forward pocket. The set snap buried, dabbed through on that right boot. And Brisbane back out by 34. 12-9-81, the Dogs, 7-5-47. 7 minutes to go before three-quarter time.
Yeah, he's starting to build a nice little game. Cam Rayner, that's his 13th disposal. His first goal, did you say, Kel? Was that
tonight?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, it's his first one tonight. He's always going to be dangerous in and around that forward 50. It's more about what I want to see from him is the ability to get up, almost to the defensive 50 and then be able to burn back. If he can really build that tank and then have little stints in the midfield, that's when we're going to see the absolute best of this kid. But you're right, Lingy, it was the Dogs had plenty of opportunities there to turn that ball over and counter-attack, but just didn't want to grab it, didn't want to take it clean. A couple of fumbles in there, knocking on. Just cost themselves an opportunity and in swooped Big Bruce. A nice little dab kick over to Cammy Rayner.
It's actually only the 5th game this year he's kicked a goal in, Cam Rayner, so been goalless on 7 occasions so far this season. Free kick in the middle for over the shoulder. It's going Brisbane's way. The free kick count even in the second half's looking lopsided, led, so 4-1 Brisbane, and for the game it's 20-5. Long kick to centre half forward, getting back his English, his opposing ruckman. Flies for it, no mark, spills down the Dogs' way. Daniel to Fraser, out to Daniel, who's got it at half back. Kicks down the line, looking for O'Donnell. Slips past him and over his fingertips. Picked up by Starcevic. There's a tackle from Rory Love. Coleman got him with the defensive act. Ball comes out and we'll have a ball up on the wing as a pack forms around him city side. Lions by 34 points. 21 gone, third term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Tossed in the air. McInerney clearly wins it down to Zach Bailey. Gets the handball over to Neal, who kept running. Now, what can he set up? Handball's back inboard to Fletcher. Had to be quick. Loman. Oh, that was clever. Great presence of mind. Flicked it behind his head where Hipwood got it. Goes long, and in front was Williams. Really had to leap and have some hang time because Charlie Cameron was closing down. Brisbane by 34 points. Charlie Cameron yet to kick a goal. And it's the Bulldogs with possession.
Libba through the middle of the ground, trying to link up with Lobb. Payne spoils. Down towards Fraser, puts his head over the top of it for the Bulldogs, ushers it out to Daniel. Hand pass releases Garcia. Short kick, made it difficult for McRae, but did well enough to get it back to Garcia. Short kick inside 50 and O'Donnell marks. Centre half forward. He looks into the pocket, wants West. Too much hang time on the kick, and Starcevic spoils it out of play. Tried to get back quickly off the mark, wanted to move it on. West in the forward pocket, and in the end, it wasn't the right option. A boundary throw in forward pocket.
Story of the night, really, Lingy, hasn't it? It's just been that step off. trying to do everything right, not quite getting the job done.
Time on third term, Lions by 34. McInerney palms it down for Brisbane, trying to work his way through traffic. Garcia got the ball out. Was he taken without it? Says no. Leicester jams it on the boot up to half-back. Lions fighting for it. Rayner puts his head over the top of it, tackled by Dale. Says ball up. So 20-5 the free kick count. It was 16-4 at half-time. So it has been lopsided Brisbane tonight, and as has the scoreboard, it's Brisbane by 34.
Tossed up in the air, McInerney again. Treloar's there. Quick hands was good to Liberatore. Now Sanders throws it on the boot. English is there at the drop. In the end, he's forced to slap it down. Archie beats Daniel to the ball. Daniel tackles him. Is that a free? No. It'll be a boundary throw-in instead. Well, the Bulldogs fans are irate. They are hanging over the fence down here in the right forward pocket of the city at the northern end of the stadium.
We're seeing a few shots of those fans on our screen,
they
Cal.
are not happy.
It's very funny.
Passion. Love it.
Spinning ball back in. Reveal. Gee, their hands, a quick active hands by the Lions tonight has been great. McKenna, is that holding the ball? Umpire says finally yes.
50.
Yes, it is, and that'll be 50 because Reveal has kicked it away. And West is going to be the recipient, I think. Was it West that laid the tackle?
Certainly West is getting stuck into McKenna.
It might be Garcia.
Okay. So Garcia now, so it's a little bit on behind play. Riley West and Oscar McInerney, while Garcia just casually in the goal square says, bang, major, back down to 28 points. The Western Bulldogs 8-5-53 trailing Brisbane 12-9-81 with 5 very intriguing minutes to come before three-quarter time. We know that the Doggies fly home in the final term. Just ask Craig McRae from last Friday night.
But that was an example of reasonable amount of time. The umpire determined that the Brisbane player had a reasonable amount of time to dispose of the footy, and that was paid quicker than we've seen, obviously, before a week or two ago when that adjustment was made.
So 9th one tonight, Lingy. 7 holding the balls going Brisbane's way, 2 for the Bulldogs. So the average last week was 11.5 per game, up from 8. So we've had 9 and counting tonight, which is about on par with last week.
Yeah, and there's 1 or 2 that I've been disappointed with because of the lack of prior opportunity. That should be recalled.
Crook and bounce favoured McInerney and he let it go. So everything's coming up Brisbane at the moment, the rub of the green. And McInerney's kick was smothered. Spills to Berry. He's tackled. No holding the ball there. Gets handed back to umpire Gian Fagno, who tosses it up in the air. Dogs fans are not happy. Lions win it at the coalface again. McCluggage to Neal to Berry. High bomb out to half forward. One-hander for Archie. Held out Williams, takes the mark. Kicks back inboard to Zorko, who took the mark and wanted to keep on going. Bursts through McNeil, kicks into the forward 50 and Dunkley the sprawling mark. He's got it out wide, right half forward, pressed up against the boundary line.
I'm not sure about the boos, but Josh, he's one of the nicest blokes you'll meet, but he's played a pretty fair game today. Apart from falling down when Timmy English got him. I'm not happy with that one, Josh. But
did the Richmond crowd boo you, Lids?
They didn't have to. I didn't touch it.
You are still one of their favourite sons. Josh Dunkley, premiership player at the Dogs. He's going to just straighten up here as he lays it up to the top of the goal square. Frazier knocks it down. Live footy still in the goal square for the Lions. Picked up by Archie. Ump says high tackle. It's going the Dogs' way. They're getting a free here. And Bailey Williams to take it. And the defensive goal square, long way from home. Lions by 26. Time on third quarter.
Last free to the Doggies resulted in a goal. What can this free result in, Wayne? Williams goes for a bit of a trot and then goes around the city side. Lobb in the marking contest. That'll be a free kick holding as well. Another free kick going the way of Rory Lobb. And suddenly the Dogs have got a bit of a sniff, or the fans certainly have got some hope. The rub of the green might be slowly turning their way. Lobb goes to McRae. McRae goes along to half forward. Oh, that's a disappointing kick. Harris Andrews chopped it off. He didn't even have to work. He was just right in the spot, plugging the hole, and he took the uncontested mark. Now he brings it back inside to Wilmot. Little handball with Charlie Cameron. The give and go. Straight through the bullseye it goes. Inside 50. Archie with the sit. Off hands. Here's a chance for the young gun. Morris. Morris centres it. And all by himself at the top of the goal square as Joe gives it off to Lohman, and Lohman's got his first. All too easy for the Brisbane Lions. And they're back out by 34 points. 13-9-87. The Dogs are 8-5-53. They've just been in a different class tonight with 2.5 before three-quarter time.
Terrific play, Logan Morris, as you guys called. Really great vision. For a player only playing his 5th game of footy, you'd think maybe just having a blaze away there, a little bit of rush of blood, thinking, can I get a goal? But instead, had a look, had the glance, noticed Joe Danaher, top of the goal square, and then nice and unselfish from Big Joey, giving Kai Lohman his first one for the night. Well played.
He's been so impressive, Logan Morris.
Yeah.
Goal in every game, as I mentioned earlier. 2 in each of his last 3. He's got another one here tonight.
I guess Brisbane have barely had an injury since they've been a good team over the last 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, so they get their opportunity, these kids, and they're doing really well. He's been a breath of fresh air.
4 new faces that are out there at the moment. You've got Lohman, Morris, Reveal and Payne. We've seen a little bit from each of them that didn't play in last year's grand final so far tonight. The Bont with a kick out of the centre square to centre half forward. Spills down towards Vandermeer. Inside 50 for the Dogs. Hand pass to Sanders. Handball away to Treloar. Gives it to West. Spears a kick. Trying to link up with Garcia. Can't complete the mark. Knocks it back to West. Kicks into the forward pocket. Close to the boundary line. Vandermeer giving chase and the boundary beats him. It's out of play. So a throw in half forward for the Bulldogs.
What are the tackles there? Corb, have we got them?
We can add them.
Yeah, we can add those. I just feel like the Lions' pressure is just hasn't allowed the Dogs to get their game up and going whatsoever tonight. Been really good, really impressive.
Boundary throw in. Inside 50 here for the Bulldogs, and a blatant shove by McInerney in the ruck to English earns English a free kick, and that was obvious.
Yep, you can get away with a bit in the ruck contest and certainly marking contests these days. It seems like people can push others in the back, but not quite as obvious as that one, Kel. That was a blatant one.
Now, Tim English will need to kick it from right on 50, 45-degree angle straight away. Big O said to Lockie Neal, you be the man on the mark. I'm going back on the goal line. So, less than 2 to play before three-quarter time. 34 points the margin. English sends it on its way. It's offline. It's in fact touched right on the line, but it wasn't on line anyway. So a minor score, and that margin now is 33 points.
Lids, those main ones with the tackles. Brisbane have had 11 tackles inside their forward 50.
Yep.
Only 5 for the Dogs.
Keeping it in there, aren't they?
Yeah.
33 points, Brisbane's lead, as Kel said, so that actually gets us back to where we were at half-time. Amazing. 3 goals each after all that, so it feels like the Dogs have been trying to make some inroads, and yet same margin as it was at half-time as Archie kicks out of a defensive 50 and Liam Jones locks it in the front half. Hot minute left in this third quarter. Karmas and Answorth, the 2 subs, neither of them used so far. As Jones kicks down to half-forward, Payne knocks it to ground to Andrews. He's running mate in defence. Hand pass out to McCluggage. Handball looking for Neal. Broken up. Neal goes back and wins it anyway. Hand pass trying to reach McCluggage. Scrappy footy half forward for the Bulldogs. West clean. Got a hand pass across the half forward line. Treloar gives it to Garcia. High bomb to the hot spot. Punched away by Jamara. The roll of the defender. Works out okay. Down to Dale, who snaps but misses. A little too much hook on his drop punt as he turned and shot goalward. And behind Brisbane by 32. Half-hour mark, third quarter. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Lions by 32.
Love the reaction from level 1 behind. That's where the cheer squad is. They all went up and then they all went down as one. Zorko, he's kicked it straight to Liam Jones. So straight away he can send it, fire it back inside 50. 20 seconds to go before three-quarter time. This would lift their spirits. The spoil from Harris Andrews. Can they keep it in? No, they can't. So time will stop. 14 seconds off the clock. It'll be a boundary throw in left forward pocket at the northern end. The Doggies looking to score. Listen to the crowd go up. If they can get it back to a 26-point margin. English, Dunkley. It was a great smother that's applied by McRae. Scrimmage there. Handball over his head was West, but there's no one home. And Leicester kicks it out of 50. And Brisbane will take a 32-point lead into the final change. 13-9-87. The Dogs 8-7-52. They kicked 3 goals apiece in that third term. And it was the Dogs that, in fact, won that third quarter by a single point. It was Brisbane by 3 points at quarter time. They set up this lead in the second term when they kicked 6-1 to lead by 33 at half-time. The goal kickers, Hipwood has 5, 2 to Danaher, singles to Dunkley, Morris, Berry, Neal, Rayner and Lohman. And for the Dogs, it's 2 apiece to O'Donnell, Bontempelli, Ugle-Hagan, and 1 for Treloar and Garcia. We know that they fly home. They trailed Collingwood at three-quarter time on this exact same ground 7 days ago. Can they do it again here tonight? It'll be edge-of-your-seat stuff for Doggies fans as Brisbane looks to close in on a big win.
20-6 was the inside 50 count in that last quarter last week, Cal, that you referenced, and Collingwood kept goalless, so they'll need to produce something similar if they are to hunt this down. 30 points, the Lions lead at three-quarter time. Just before the thoughts of Lids and Lingy, Tim Hodges is on the boundary. Hodgie.
Just watching both subs, both unused subs, Buku Kamas from the Dogs and Noah Answorth from the Lions, both doing full warm-ups, so I expect them both to be injected into this game for the final 30 minutes. A couple of ankle injuries late in that third term. Rory Lobb had his ankle looked at, continuing his very dirty night, and Connor McKenna actually went down to the Brisbane rooms to have his right ankle restrapped. Still looks very proppy out there, so wouldn't be surprised if maybe he's the Brisbane Lion to make way for Answorth to come in.
Thanks, Hodgie. That's the latest from downstairs. The thoughts of Lids and Lingy coming up in just a moment. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
The Men's T20 Cricket World Cup.
He's bowled, that's it.
Live from the USA and West Indies.
What about that? Unbelievable.
Catch all the action on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Bills down to Rayner. Long kick to the top of the goal square. Hipwood! Got it again! Plays on. Bangs through his fifth. And he's got them all 2 minutes inside this third quarter. What a night out he's having. Lobb palms it down for the Bulldogs. Inside their forward 50. Moving through. Garcia knocks it out to Sanders. Hand pass to the ball. That's what they needed. Bontempelli pops one through for the Bulldogs. They need something special. They got him. His name's Marcus Bontempelli.
Does well to get it over to Bontempelli. On the left, can he find a target inside 50? You bet he can. And the target is O'Donnell. So O'Donnell lining up for his second goal on the left. No problemo. He flicks it up to reveal. Bruce on the left has popped it up and Rayner's taken an uncontested mark in the left forward pocket. That was all class by the Brisbane Lions. So Rayner lining up for his first tonight in that left forward pocket. The set snap, dab through on that right boot. McKenna, is that holding the ball? Umpire says finally yes.
50.
Yes, it is, and that'll be 50 because Reveal has kicked it away. So Garcia now, so it's a little bit on behind play. Riley West and Oscar McInerney, while Garcia just casually in the goal square says, bang, major. Off hands, here's a chance for the young gun, Morris. Morris centres it, and all by himself at the top of the goal square as Joe gives it off to Lohman, and Lohman's got his first. All too easy for the Brisbane Lions.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Off the SMS, J-Dog says surely the Dogs move on forward to unsettle the Berry tag. He had 6 disposals and kicked a goal in that term. The Bulldogs are allowing the ball to ping from their forward 50 too easily. Inside forward 50 tackles lopsided in favour of the Lions from Rod in Hobart. Marcus in South Melbourne off the SMS. Lingy is totally correct, you know. Way too many players being allowed to play on when in front of the mark or out of bounds this year. And Paul in Darwin wants to know why the Brisbane Lions did so well to make last year's grand final. Now look at them. They won't make this year's grand final, I'm sorry to say. Well, they've done a pretty good job tonight. They're on their way to their 5th win of the season. They lead by 32 points. There were 5 lead changes in the opening quarter. Brisbane took over in the second and was pretty much all even in that third term. The thoughts of Brett Delidio and Cameron Ling. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. The Lions by 32.
It was an even quarter, and the score suggests that, given Dogs only made a 1-point inroad on that lead. But again, similar themes, I think, Lids, where a couple of key Brisbane midfielders could kind of do what they wanted. The balance, I suppose, was a little bit better in that quarter when you think of the inside 50s evening up a little bit, 15 to 12, and clearances evening up a touch. But Lachie Neale still had 12 disposals in that quarter, and it's kind of felt like he was running around doing whatever he wanted. And Brisbane did enough. The Dogs threw a few things at them, but never really concerned them too much.
What concerns me is the ease at which the Lions got their goals versus how hard the Dogs seemed to have to work for theirs. It was, yes, one was a free kick and a 50 for the Dogs, but when you've got teams walking them in to the goal line, Joe Danaher, little easy handball, Joe the Goose over to Kyle Lohman, that's where you've had a real breakdown or someone's fell asleep, and I think that's what's happened. But you're right, they just have not looked on at all today. And I asked about the tackles, and it's actually irrelevant because they're not huge numbers by the Lions by any stretch, but their pressure and ability to stop the Dogs linking up and getting out the front of any stoppage has been what's given the Lions this every opportunity. Every time you see a Dogs player get it at stoppage, they're hacking it off one step and just bombing, which plays into the hands of the Lions defenders. So well done to the Lions midfield. Their ability to put pressure on and nullify has been fantastic.
5 goals for Hipwood so far, his best return in 4 years. And the Brisbane Lions lead by 32 points as we start this final term. Friday night footy under the roof at Docklands on ABC Sport as McInerney wins the hit out. There's a free kick. It was Treloar and Dunkley going at it, and Treloar wins this battle of the two great mates. Hand pass away to Bontempelli. Kicks inside 50. West takes the mark overhead.
Look at that. Terrific set of hands, wasn't it? Riley West.
Not the biggest bloke out there, but loves to launch at it. Not unlike Cody Waitman, who will come back into this side at some stage. Great set of hands.
I love the fact back in the middle, the forward handball to Bontempelli. Got it moving quick.
Got it deeper.
Yeah.
Riley West trying to jumpstart things for the Dogs. Starts the final turn with the right note. Pokes it through. Post high. And Riley West It's his first for the night. The Lions lead cut to 26. 1 minute gone, final turn. The Dogs with the first to the final quarter, 9-7-61. Brisbane 13-9-87. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
And you're right, Lids, that forward handball, it means that the kick is taking place from Marcus Bontempelli 10, 12 metres further ahead, which means the kick goes in deeper. And because it's going in quick and deeper, defenders naturally, even ones as confident as Harris Andrews, who loves intercepting, will immediately just feel for their opponent. They become more one-on-one, which allows the movement of someone like Riley West on this occasion just to be able to drift across, and nobody's coming off to help because they're a little bit more locked down on their opponent.
Liver standing next to Lachie Neale at this bounce as English and McInerney begin to tussle again. McInerney straight down to Berry, slips over and then was taken high. It's a free kick coming back to Jared Berry. He's a little slow to get up on his feet. Dunkley goes over just to check he's okay. And he's up on his feet now. He's driving that kick straight down the ground. A big leaper in the pack was Liam Jones. Couldn't take the mark. Off hands. Quick little give at the back of the pack was Williams. Kicks into a clearing zone. Sanders couldn't take it. Starcevic does and spears the pass to Lachie Neale.
Well, well done, Starcevic. Good coach of mine, Mark Williams. You don't have to always play athletics. You don't have to outrun them all the time. Use your hands. Use what you've got. Just shifted Riley Sanders off the ball. Gave himself time, and then a nice little finish for this bloke. What's his name again, Cal, did you say?
Oh, he's a two-time Brownlow medalist, Brett Deledio. Yeah. His name is Lachie Neale, and he is within range.
He's had a bit of it tonight.
He has had so much of it tonight. This would cap his evening and give them the confidence to really run this one out. He's got it! Lachie Neale with his second, in fact. And what a night. Clear best on ground by the co-captain, the two-time Brownlow medalist. He has run the Bulldogs ragged and they're back out by 32. 14-9-93, the Dogs 9-7-61.
He has had a monster night. His movement around stoppage has been good. His understanding with Oscar McInerney obviously is outstanding, and just the way he immediately leads. He hunts the ball at the contest, he gets in after it, but the moment it's left the area, his area, he's straight away moving on to, okay, where's the ball going next? Where can I next influence the play?
Yeah.
Very demonstrative tonight. We don't often see him. He's usually cool and calm. When he's kicked both his goals, he's really turned around and fired up, hasn't he, to the crowd?
Yeah, spot on. Kicked the last one at the first half, right on the bell on the run, and a set shot goal from out wide, same end of the ground. He's got the first possession here. Hand pass out to Berry. Releases Rayner, kicks inside the forward 50. Hipwood! Juggled mark, takes it. In a one-on-one with Liam Jones, he's got it left half forward, and Hipwood a chance to try and jam through his sixth.
The break's done him some good, the bye week and everything. I think you alluded to it, Kel. Chris Fagan might have said, righto.
Someone's had a chat to him, I think, Lingy.
Because his attack on the footy in the air tonight...
Yeah, it's been impressive, hasn't it?
Outstanding, yeah.
He's jumped at everything, created the contest, launched at it like a big bloke.
Missed a week with suspension. They had the bye last week. 11 goals in the first 10 games. And he has had a night out under the roof. Eric Hipwood, he's drop punt, misses to the far side of behind. So 5 for him so far.
Just a reminder, the Doggies kicked 5 goals to none against Collingwood here last Friday night to fly home and win. They're trailing by 33 points, and we've just started this final term. Kicking was good to Treloar, and then just squares it to Bontempelli. He's got it right on the arc. He was brilliant last week, Bon. He's trying his hardest, but he's had the hard tag from Berry, and his kick's been chopped off. Gone straight to Reveal, who wants to move it quickly. He's going to bob it up. Keith camped at the drop there. Couldn't quite take the mark, Bontempelli, and then hands it over, and it'll go over the boundary line for a throw-in. Back inside 50 for the Lions. Got to get a wriggle on these Doggies if they want to give themselves any chance to steal these 4 premiership points.
Fell 41 points behind in the third quarter. They got it back to 28 on a couple of occasions, and in fact 26 at one point. He currently sits at 33 the Lions way. From the boundary throw-in comes to Danaher. He slips over, hand pass over his shoulder to Neal, puts boot to ball, kicks to the top of the goal square. English getting back, trying to spoil, spills down towards Bailey, takes on the tackler. He's caught surely, comes out to Archie. The ump says holding the ball, and the Archie goal won't count. It'll be a holding the ball free kick for the Bulldogs, and they're in front, leads in the free kick count after half time. So you told us to watch that closely. It was plus 12 Brisbane's way in the first half. Dogs edging in front in quarters 3 and 4.
Predicted it. Look out, Mick. The hot seat, and he's bang on tonight. Great kick from Sanders. Bontempelli's taken the mark. City wing. He launches the left to half forward. Ugelhagen forced to spoil from behind. Once it hits the deck, Daniel was there. In the end, it was Garcia that got it. Garcia goes on, a heavy bump. Brisbane Lions with possession. Fletcher gave it off to Berry, and then Wilmot's involved here. In fact, rather, it's Dunkley, Rayner. Back to Dunkley, who kept running inside 50. All-important kick. Charlie Cameron's there. And Liam Jones spoils it over the line.
Liam Jones is going to finish this game probably in a team that gets comfortably beaten, probably in a team where the key forwards are going to kick 7 or 8 between them, but it's still been excellent.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing.
Boundary throw in. Danaher trying to grab it out of the ruck, goes to ground, a little clumsy. Ball comes out. Says keep going. Forward 50 for the Lions. Archie ripped off it. Comes to Dunkley. Look away, hand pass. Comes back to him on ground level. Scrapping with Treloar for it. It's just like a rolling maul at the moment. The ump lets them keep going. You can throw a blanket over a dozen players, and now eventually a ball up.
Where is Mick Moldhouse tonight? Don't tell me he's got man flu like he had last week.
He's at the 30-year premiership reunion in Perth of the 1994 West Coast Eagles team.
Ooh.
So he'll be with us tomorrow on AFL Saturday with myself and Luke Ball, but he'll be able to give us a full breakdown on how that goes. And
might be a bit dusty.
I'm sure there'll be plenty of good stories that I'll be sharing out west. The Dogs work it out of defence. Long kick to Keith at half-back. Lions by 33. 8 gone final term.
Keith has a bounce. Oh, drew the defender who was Hipwood. Great smother by Hipwood. 50-50 ball in the end. It's flicked the way of Dale. Dale spears the pass. It's a strong mark. Well done by O'Donnell, who's kicked 2. The lefty wants to move it quickly. Who's down there leaping is Bontempelli. Jamara was in the pack as well. Umpire's blown his whistle and says, is it play on advantage?
Oh, wow.
It is. West has snapped it.
No, Caleb Daniel it was, took the advantage when it was a free kick to the Bulldogs. Should have stopped.
So he snapped it, did he?
Yep.
Oh, sorry, he did. My apologies. It was Daniel that snapped it.
That is ordinary.
And missed.
Really ordinary by Caleb Daniel.
Yeah.
I must admit, I saw him kick it, and I went to write it in the book. I thought he was going to kick that for sure, but a behind, so 32 points Brisbane's lead. Dogs going forward again, more advantage calls. Now West from centre half forward, kicks right to the behind line. The bomb can't reel it in. It's through for another behind, so 2 opportunities go begging for the Bulldogs. Lions by 31, 9 played. Final quarter on ABC Sport.
Bit of preservation mode going on here, Lingy. A few blokes looking after themselves versus sticking to the team structures, looking after your teammates, playing the right way.
100%. Great call.
So the Lions, a long kick, Dunkley in front. Got it the first time. McNeil stole it from him and then gives it off to Dales. Usually a great kick, but he's given that straight to the Brisbane Lions. Berry with the intercepting mark. And it's 50. Berry tried to get his hand free to give a handball away. McRae said no and held him too long. And so Berry will be dragged right to the 50. What's happening inside 50? All by himself in that left forward pocket is Logan Morris. Poor checking by the Dogs. They couldn't get back in time. And it was an easy, uncontested mark for Morris, who's going to line up for his second goal tonight.
Yeah, they were just caught out there, weren't they, with the turnover from Dale. That's why McRae tried to hold up the play to allow his defenders and midfielders to get back on side because they were streaming forward the lines. But the way that 50, it just opens up the game. Very hard to defend.
He's flourishing right before our very eyes. The teenager from Spotswood sends it on its way, and that is across the face, though. In fact, misses everything. So, no, across the face. Through for a minor score. So, Brisbane by 32 points. Hodgie is on the boundary. Tim.
Kelly, the Lions have made their sub. Noah Answorth into this game, and coming out is Connor McKenna, who had that ankle injury at three-quarter time, and he's done enough for tonight.
Thanks, Hodgie. Bramble exits the defensive 50. The kick-out duties, took some ground, drives it up to the wing, no mark. Spills down Brisbane's way. G running with the footy for a while with Zorko, eventually dispossessed to the upset. That's holding the ball. Another free kick for the Dogs. Wow. Trelaw takes the advantage. Hand pass to Keith. Hand pass through the middle of the ground for Jones. He's up over halfway. Kicks all the way out to left half forward. Daniel takes the mark. 70 metres out left half forward. Lions by 32. This is going to dab it short. Away to Bontempelli. Left peg against the fence from out wide. He blazes away and misses everything.
This has not been a pretty 3 or 4 minutes for the Western Bulldogs.
Devon trying to impose himself on the game. A 32-point lead for the Lions. 11 gone final term. It's slipping away from the Bulldogs under the Friday night lights.
Hipwood. Morris with Dunkley with the spoil from behind. Dogs clever by Daniel. Out in front of Jack McRae, takes an eternity to pick it up. Skies the ball. Spoil from behind was good from the Lions in Leicester. High ball. Bobbles around right on the arc here. No one can grab it. The umpire says it'll be a ball up. Well, week's a long time in footy, the saying goes, Lingy, because Bontempelli best on ground last week, going head-to-head with Neil tonight, not in a match-up sense, but Lockie Neil best on the ground, and it's been a tough night for Bontempelli.
Dogs from the stoppage. Liberatore high up and under into the forward pocket. Andrews hands to it, couldn't take the mark. Deep forward for the Dogs. Lob stands up with it and tackled straight away.
They were 1 and 2 in the Brownlow last year.
So on 18 and 2 tonight. A couple of goals. Taking Berry forward on occasions as Lob palms it down. Pushed off it. And Bulldogs there in Garcia. Picked up by Answorth. His first involvement. Kicks out to half back. Whacked forward by the Lions. Knocked back the other way by Bramble and then straight to Bailey. A little untidy both ways. Hand pass out to Lyman. Kicks along down the wing. Rayner's looking at the umpire. Wants a free and he's getting it.
Don't think so.
2-on-1. It's heaped back to him.
Yeah, because the other bloke took the mark. Bailey Dale takes that. That's his. Disappointing.
Shoving the back, the ruling. As Rayner goes down to half forward, wanted Cameron and he's outnumbered, punched away from him out of play. The boundary throwing.
To explain that to the listeners, if Bailey Dale bodies out Cam Rayner and takes the mark, that's fine. But because he doesn't touch the footy and Alex Keith gets in the way, free kick against. Silly rule.
Crowd's got a little loud in front of you, Hodgie. What's happening?
Yeah, it's a bit unsavoury, isn't it? Rory Lobb subbed out of the game and got plenty of Bronx cheers.
Oh, okay. Meanwhile, the Dogs the Lions have snapped through another goal. piling on the pain for the Bulldogs. I read it as cheers for Buku Karmas, who was coming on. I didn't realise Lobb had been subbed off, but it was Zach Bailey from that stoppage, snapping the goal. Margin is 38. And look at them go. These Doggies fans are grabbing their jackets. They're exiting the aisles. They've seen enough for this evening. 10 minutes to play, and it's Brisbane by 38. 15-11, 101. The Dogs 9-9, 63.
Well, very simple there for Zach Bailey. Just movement through the stoppage, created that one. It was a good little handball from one of the Lions players. I couldn't quite make out who it was, but still Zach Bailey had a nice, easy run. Dunkley it was. Thanks, Corbs. Nice, easy run through the stoppage and pretty easy goal in the end.
Tim Hodges on the boundary. Take us inside what happened there, Hodgie, downstairs.
No, I mean, Buku Karmas was standing on the interchange gate ready to come on, and whoever was coming off was getting the sub's vest. As he came to the bench, you heard the crowd. I think there was some roars to see Buku in the game, but most of it was for Lobb. He's on the bench shaking his head. Just a dirty night, but so much talk about his future at the club. And tonight, he would be hating what's played out tonight and the fact that the fans have really turned against him.
Another mark inside 50 for the Lions as Fletcher sends it to a one-on-one, and Logan Morris wins that hands down against Alex Keith. So Rory Lobb's night ends, Lingy. 5 disposals, 4 contested. And that's it for the night. Didn't hit the scoreboard.
Yeah, just when they needed him to stand up with no Sam Darcy, obviously Aaron Norton out for a chunk of time. Just nothing, unfortunately, either in the ruck or up forward for the Dogs.
Logan Morris, what a find he's been. This drop punt is not his best. Hits the behind post. So no change to that score. Lions by 38 points. We're about to get back in the winners list halfway through this final term. And it's been a dirty night for the Western Bulldogs, who have looked tired against the refreshed Lions.
They certainly have. The Lions have had the 12-day break, coming off the bye, and the springboard to maybe greater success in the second half. Can they get their season going? Duray down towards Karmas, but English outmarks him in the end. Just goes straight away to Treloar. He has a bounce. He closes to 52. Oh, he gives it off to Sanders, who dropped it cold. An absolute fumble. Well done to the youngster. Went back and got it. Gave it to Gallagher. Back to Sanders. Right on 50. Standing start. Sends it into the pocket. McNeil couldn't take the mark. So much hype about Riley Sanders in the pre-season, and he's still finding his feet at AFL level, and it just goes to show, Brett, that for some it does take time.
It does, 100%. I mean, our expectation is that they come in and star, but you've got to learn both sides of the ball and everything else, fit into structures. It's not just all about Riley Sanders getting 30 touches.
From the boundary throw-in, comes down to Neal, works his way through traffic, hand pass away to Wilmot, bangs it centre-half back. Hands on it from Morris, no mark, spills to Lohman. Good speed, bursts away, hand pass to Payne. He kicks up to the wing for the Lions. Unkind bounce for the man attacking it, and Fraser goes back and has another look at it. Impact forms around the pair on the outer wing. Liberatore puts his head over it, and the ump will say, my footy. The other conversation, which I'm sure will be had in the footy world over the next couple of days, is the introduction of opening round means there are teams that have had 2 byes, like the Brisbane Lions, playing against teams like the Dogs who are yet to have one. So,
yeah, it can't happen next year.
We've got the same scenario, the Swans and the Cats, Lingy on Sunday. Geelong yet to have a bye in the season. Sydney coming off their second. So in the past we've had teams coming off the bye stumbling, and yet we've got one team here tonight that looks refreshed and the other one looks completely out of breath. As Vandermeer goes long to the top of the goal square, there's a tangle, O'Donnell and Andrews, and a free kick going Andrews' way. He'll get it at full-back. So Brisbane by 38 points, 17 and a half gone into the final term. And I don't want that to downplay Brisbane's performance because they have been superb tonight, but I wouldn't be surprised to see that narrative get picked up a little bit across the week.
It's a good point. You're right. The Brisbane Lions have been superb tonight, but it is something that next year needs to be revisited because it can't happen again.
Dockers back here, the Dogs, next week before they have their bye. So the Dockers will be coming off the bye. So will history repeat? It is a fascinating discussion. We'll talk more about that in the post-match as Treloar sends it inside 50 and Harris Andrews outmarking O'Donnell. Andrews goes to the defensive goal square. Leicester, the switch is on. Fletcher, they are running all over them at the moment. Although that kick from Fletcher wasn't great. He missed Morris. And he found Fraser for the Bulldogs. Runs around the man on the mark. Confidence in the young man. Delivers to Liberatore. A step inside the boundary right on 50. Libba winds up on the left. Just going to hang it at the top of the goal square where Bontempelli leaps up the back of Jack Payne and takes a little aerial hanger.
Some mark, wasn't it? They haven't had too many highlights tonight, the Dogs. But that is one of them. Well done, Marcus Bontempelli. He's continued to try, hasn't he? He's had his colours lowered, but it's been pretty good in the second half.
Directly in front of goal. He took the hanger at the top of the goal square. He's got 3. Then he goes down swinging. He's a champion, a true champion at that, and the margin is 32. The Dogs 10-9-69. Brisbane 15-11, 101. Just under 7 minutes to play in this ball game.
Probably been a bit harsh. He's had 19 still and kicked 3. I'll be pretty wrapped with that as a half forward.
Just thinking the same thing about the incredibly high standard we hold him to.
Yeah, it's a bit much, really, isn't it?
You walk into a game and you've had 20 touches and 3 goals. Yeah. Most players just say, yeah, I'll take that.
Thank you. But we'll say because Jared Berry's done a good job at quelling him and hasn't had 30 and 3, where it's sort of like, geez, Bontempelli's been a bit quiet tonight, but yeah, for mere mortals, it's a pretty damn good game, isn't it?
Yep.
Brett Delidio and Cameron Ling, Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood and Tim Hodges, your call team for Friday night footy. And the Brisbane Lions, 6-1 in the second quarter, and they've held that advantage, 32 points, their lead as Lachie Neale took on the tackler and lost. So Jack McRae rewarded here. Hand pass away to Dale, off the back flank. Kicks from inside the centre square towards the top of the goal square. Andrews puts his fist through it in characteristic fashion. Still live inside 50 for the Dogs. West picked up the footy, tried to sidestep Answorth, and Answorth got him. Holding the ball and a free kick for the Lions. And the sub wants to move it on quickly to Jasper Fletcher off the back flank. Pokes his pass down the wing and finds Archie. Lions by 32, time on final quarter.
Hipwood's all by himself right in front of the Dogs bench. Doesn't go there, instead to Lachie Neale. Short, sharp passes by foot to Zorko. He's just toying with them at the moment. Okay, cat toys with the mouse. That's what the Lions are doing to the Dogs at the moment. Here's McCluggage. He helped set up this victory, and then an awkward little kick just made it tough for Dunkley. He spoils it down to ground, but the Dogs at ground level have the numbers. And a handball from Duray is fumbled by Vandermeer. Rather, it was Bramble with the handball to Vandermeer, and he fumbles it over the line.
I know the game's done and dusted, but Lachie Neale, look at him at the stoppage. Tom Liberatore is putting his hands out going, what do we do? Why is he completely by himself? I'll take him.
Half forward, spun back into play. Dunkley skies it. Charlie Cameron was sandwiched. Here's a chance for McCluggage. Spears the pass out in front of Danaher. Great spoil from behind from Jones. Lohman gets in there. He goes to ground. It was Keith with the spoil, rather. And now the Dogs. Gallagher driving out of the defensive 50. Hits up Sanders. He's got it on the defensive side of the City wing. Stops, props, kicks backwards. Jones. Marks uncontested.
Oh, Jones plays on. He's pursued by Cameron. Ugly kick's going to turn it over clean. Straight to Morris. Pokes it further inside 50, and Lohman marks left half forward, 30 from home. And no one's getting back for the Dogs. They can raffle this. Goes across the half forward line to Hipwood, who marks. True centre half forward. Can have a look at his 6th.
And he's only kicked 6 twice before in his career. So for the 3rd time in his career, can he bag half a dozen?
Yeah, I feel for Liam Jones a little bit, but he also played on without a plan. Just thought that he was going to be able to run. When Charlie Cameron's on the mark, I wouldn't advise.
You want a plan in mind, don't you, when Charlie's chasing you?
Yeah, you need to have something to go to at least.
Eric Hipwood, 4 in the first half, 1 in the third, to add to his tally in the last. He's got it. Hipwood drives it through, and he'll need 2 hands to count these tonight. Up to 6. On what has been a happy evening for the Brisbane Lions. They move to 16-11, 107. The Bulldogs 10-9, 69. The Lions by 38 points, 23 gone final turn.
6 goals is providing a bit of a challenger for Lachie Neale for best on.
Yeah, well, Kel called that 4 minutes into the last quarter that he's been best on, so we can't not go there.
Oh, no, don't. Hey, you're both in the chair that says expert, okay? I just talk.
We must give Lockie Neal 3, so yeah, he's making a play. I mean, we don't see big bags of goals too much anymore, do we, Lingy? It is a great part of our game, but gone are the days of the 6s and 7s regularly that we used to get.
Here's a deal, Lids. Yeah. 4 minutes to go. He's never kicked 7.
Okay.
If he gets 7, he gets best on ground ahead of Lockie Neal.
Oof.
Here we go. Back underway in the centre. English fires it off to Bramble. Treloar to the wingman is Daniel. Tucks the Sharon under his arm, goes for a bit of a dash and then kicks towards Karmas, playing in front a couple of Brisbane Lions defenders, including Lester, and then he accepts the handball. Drives it down looking for Archie. Tried to just push Bailey Dale under it. Here's Eric. Eric's erupted tonight. He's fierce in the contest. He flicks it down and emerges with Archie. Spears the pass to half forward and Lohman. Eric's out of puff. He's not running inside 50. Lohman goes wider still. Off to McCluggage. Pass just over the head of Rayner. Williams. His kick out into space. Garcia's able to trap it on the bounce and then spears it back to Treloar. A short one on the dock swing.
Watch a few Dogs players desperate to get a junk time touch.
Oh, yeah.
Pad out the stats.
You see the ones who work extra hard here to get the extras late in the game.
There wasn't too many getting back when the Lions were raffling it inside their forward 50 a moment ago. As Dre here hits up Mara, who's out on the lead and has got it right half forward for the Dogs. Kicked 2 in the opening quarter, Jamara, and really we haven't called his name a whole lot after that. He opens up the angle a little here. The left footer, drop pump Sales. Goldwood, he misses near side. So 2-2, in fact 2 goals, 1 his return, Jamara Ugle-Hagan tonight from his 8 touches. Lions by 37 points, 26 gone final term. Full post game coming up, Friday night footy on ABC Sport. We're with you for another 3/4 of an hour yet. With a wash up from both rooms and of course a look ahead to a huge weekend of footy.
So on the kicking duties is Wilmot. He'll find a target. Now it's a 50-50 ball. A metre in from the boundary line. It's held up. The Sting well and truly gone out of this contest. Took the Dogs fans a long time to roll up to this game. And now they've all just about dispersed and a few Brisbane Lions avid fans left. Dogs sharing it around. Quick handballs. Can they peg one back late against the tide? Rayner stills it. Takes off with power. Gives it off to Wilmot, who's got pace. Oh, it was an awkward-looking kick, but it's come off. Danaher's got it inside the centre square. He could just about kick it from there, 70 out. Instead, he kicks it over the top, and marking it is Charlie Cameron, who will go back and have his first set shot for the night.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? For what's been a pretty dominant game by the Brisbane Lions, Charlie Cameron has just got nowhere near it. He's worked hard. He's actually tried really hard. He's just hasn't been where the ball is, or he's been well beaten by Bulldogs defenders. This one he worked incredibly hard to get on the end of. That kick was incredible from Wilmot.
45-degree angle. He'll kick inside 50. He booted 59 goals last year to make the All-Australian team. And he's offline and out of sorts here. Another quiet night for Charlie, who has 18 goals to his name after 12 games of footy this season.
It's a running taunt which slid off the side of the boot and landed straight on the chest of a teammate. So again in the book as an effective kick as Sanders got the hurry up at centre half back. Great work Dunkley, still scrapping for it right to the death. Picked up by McNeil through traffic, hand pass out towards Fraser, he's dispossessed. McCluggage, clean as always. Hand pass out to Bailey. Kicks across the half-forward line. Lohman the target, the 2 number 1s. Trying to beat Treloar. Lohman keeps it in front of him, doesn't take the mark. Took on the tackler. Hand pass out to Bailey. He spins, shoots goalward, and Bailey puts the finishing touches on it. What a night it's been for Brisbane. Just grabbed the footy, spun 180 degrees, looked goalward and slammed it straight through. And how appropriate is that? It's as wide as it's been right at the finish. The Lions by 44 points, a new game high, 17-12-114. The Western Bulldogs 10-10-70, 28 gone final term. Cameron Ling, Brett Delidio.
What about Josh Dunkley's desperation.
Yeah, brilliant.
Even so late in the game, it's over. Still just wanting to get the ball back for his team.
Plays the right way.
Yeah, Zach Bailey gets the reward.
They look silly now, picking the Dogs at the start of the game. They've been smacked, haven't they?
Yeah. I'm with you, though. I picked them as well.
Did anyone pick the Lions? Or?
Was that you?
I'm not sure.
I did. Who did you pick, Corby?
I think the three of us that didn't play AFL footy all picked the Lions.
Yeah.
But,
I fell for trusting the Dogs after seeing them last week.
Yep, I'm the same.
Brisbane by 44 points in the final minute of this game. Bontempelli flicks it out to the advantage of West, loops the handball over the top. Treloar says, I'll take it in front of English, and then he gives it to McNeil, who tried to step around. It's an awkward bounce through for a minor score. So it's a 43-point lead now, it should be. And it is. The Lions of 2023 look like they might be back after a 12-day break.
Archie marks the kick out. Goes long up to the wing, and McInerney standing tall at the finish. Takes a towering mark overhead. And the rested Lions roar their way back into the season. While the Bulldogs look out of breath and out of puff. The Lions by 43 points on a stunning night at Docklands.
We are the pride of Brisbane town. We win roll, blue and gold. We will always fight for victory. Like Fitzroy and there's our goal. All for one and one for all. We will answer to the call. Go Lions, Brisbane Lions. We'll kick the winning score. You'll hear a mighty roar.
There were 5 lead changes in the opening quarter. The Brisbane Lions ended the term with their nose in front. They led by 3 points. They took over in the second term, kicking 6 goals to 1. Led by 33 at the half, 32 at three-quarter time, and they got it out as wide as 44 points at the concluding stages. A late behind for the Bulldogs made it 43 in the finish. The Lions 17-12, 1-14. Did a job on the Bulldogs, 10-11, 71.
Brisbane Lions, we'll kick the winning score. You'll hear a mighty roar. You'll hear a mighty roar.
The Dogs have had a good 4 weeks. They've been up and about, but tonight they take a step back. They missed the opportunity to win tonight and go back into the top 8. They fall to 6-7 on the season. While for the Brisbane Lions, they play St Kilda next Friday night at home, a game they would probably start favourites in. If they win that, there's 6 wins, 6 losses and a draw with 10 to play, and all of a sudden it opens back up for them in the last 10 weeks of the season. The immediate thoughts of Brett Delidio and Cameron Ling, Friday night footy on ABC Sport. The Lions at full-time winners by 43.
Well, I was just super impressed with the Brisbane Lions from start to finish. The midfield dominated that first half in particular, Lids. They smashed the Bulldogs around the ball, around the clearances, contested possessions. The inside 50 count was way out of whack and all Brisbane's way. And then that forward line looked really dangerous. And coming into the game, that was where I had my questions. How well was that forward line firing? And, well, it looked good tonight. So the performance you wanted from the Brisbane Lions, I suppose I've got to admit, and it's the reason why I tipped the Dogs, I got to the point where I started really trusting the Bulldogs and thinking last week's win, seen them a close loss against the Swans and thinking, okay, hang on, the Dogs have got something going.
That's when they get you though, don't they?
Yeah.
It feels like this version of the Bulldogs, just once they've got you hard and they suck you in and you start to believe in them, that's when they throw in the hell.
And you get a performance like that. And to go back to the first half, that was a pretty woeful performance in the first half by the Western Bulldogs. As good as the Lions were, I think as bad, the Dogs were just as bad.
Yeah, no, well, they kicked 4 in the first, and then they didn't kick their second until, or was it their kick 5 right up until
5 at half time.
Yeah, 5 at half time, but all the way up until halfway through the third as well. But just they couldn't get their game going, could they? It was great pressure from the Lions in and around the stoppage. Lachie Neale just did as he pleased. The work of Jarrod Berry on and off Bontempelli I thought was great. Josh Dunkley we spoke about. big Oscar McInerney gave him first use. I thought he dominated. Well, not dominated, but he was terrific and gave him some really good clean ball outside the initial stoppage.
And plus 18 in clearances.
That's so telling, isn't it? When you haven't got a forward line that's well equipped up front and you're coming up against a good back line, that's when you really need your midfield to get on top, and they didn't tonight. They had their colours lowered, and they'll just have to go back and really reassess.
And that domination that they had from those clearances, and you're right about Oscar McInerney, got them going, and then Neil and Berry and McCluggage just feasted on it. It led to their ball use looking dangerous again.
Yeah.
The way they made the grand final last year was being that really good offensive team. It took 21 marks inside forward 50. So huge. Often you hear players or coaches talk about we're looking for that connection between the defence, the mids and the forwards. Well, Brisbane had that real connection tonight, didn't they?
Yeah, well, and that's it. And that's where probably the dominance inside, but then the lack of pressure once it left that stoppage is what allowed them to finish their work. Can they still do that up against a better team, a fresher team potentially? Well, that'll be the question, and that's probably why we went with the Dogs, because I didn't trust the Lions. Now I'm back on where I was with the Lions. I'm back on that with the Dogs. I don't trust them with what they're doing week to week more so than anything else. But yeah, maybe it is. Maybe they are getting tired and they just need that rest. I'm certainly not one for giving out excuses, but they looked flat, didn't they? They just didn't have that same zip. They fumbled. They worried out off the ball quite a lot tonight.
Yeah, and you're right, but I can't. The buys make a big difference. They do. It's an elite game, and those little percentages you get are important. But a young-ish building Western Bulldogs team that's on this journey, I can't cop we're at round 12 and things are a bit hard.
Yep.
You got to be better than what you were there tonight. In a big Friday night game when you've been playing some decent footy, to think, we can't keep up with this team.
Yeah.
We sort of set it up a little bit in the pre-game, didn't we, where they were under the pump after back-to-back losses to Freo and Hawthorn, and then smacked Richmond. Big effort against the Giants away from home, their rival of recent times. They ran Sydney close, and then last week they had to come from behind against the Pies. And how long you can keep putting in that special effort. And I think you guys were discussing, you were hoping it was more than that. It was a better system, and this is who they are now, and a bit of an identity rather than just, hey, this is time to produce our best. Tonight they played like a team that thought, we got to do it again. There's we got to produce another special effort, and they didn't have it in them.
No, there was no real spark there. And unless the spark came from their captain, it just wasn't there, and the captain was well held by Jared Berry.
Yeah, and it looked like they were waiting for, Bont, what are you doing? Come on, get us going here. It's like, and you're right, at half-time he'd come in and be like, well, boys, seriously.
Yeah, someone else want to give me a chop out here?
Give us a chance.
Dogs fans will be really disappointed with this one, and Dogs fans they can't help themselves, I reckon, by looking at this performance tonight and saying, Josh Dunkley's had 24 disposals and kicked a goal. We could have had him if we'd given him an extra, $50,000 a year in his contract. I don't know what it was, $100,000, maybe a little bit more midfield time. I think he would get it, no worries. I don't know what the sticking point was. But then you got the guy who ended up subbed out of the game, is where a big chunk of the salary cap is sitting. Dogs fans will be thinking that, and they've got every right to, thinking, how on earth is Josh Dunkley playing for the opposition when he should be in our team helping Marcus Bontempelli and Tom Liberatore and Adam Treloar take on a team like the Brisbane Lions? So they'll be bitterly disappointed with tonight. Brisbane Lions fans, they'll be ecstatic, and so they should be. Really great performance.
It's gone from their strength to now all of a sudden be an area where they've been exposed at the Bulldogs. They've talked about, they've got so many midfielders, they need some help in other areas of the ground. And like you said, sort of Dunkley walks out the door, and now there looks like there's a few question marks over the midfield. They've got one superstar in there in Marcus Bontempelli, and not getting enough out of some of those other areas, and particularly where a fair portion of the cap is sectioned off to at the moment. Lions by 43 points. We're going to focus on the winners for a bit here. Tim Hodges is in the winners' rooms. The Lions 17-12, 114 over the Bulldogs 10-11, 71. At full-time, Brisbane by 43. Tim Hodges in the winners' rooms. Hodgie.
Corbin, Lockie, Neal, the best on ground, co-captain, leads his Brisbane Lions in. It's a packed rooms, plenty of family, plenty of friends. The good news, we'll have the new $1 million man, Hugh McCluggage, after his 7-year contract, will join us in just a few minutes. But first, there's official business to be done by the Lions. For the 5th time this year, they get to sing the song. That was an important 4 points to bank for the Lions. They got the win, and I'll have Hugh McCluggage very shortly. Corbin?
Oh, $7 million man, as Kel dubbed him a little earlier in the broadcast. So 7-year deal through to the end of 2031, and Hugh McCluggage to join us in a few moments. Thanks, Hodgie. Lions by 43. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Brett Delidio, Cameron Ling up in the ABC Sport Box.
Can the Brisbane Lions be the Giants and the Blues of last year? So they've got 5.5 wins to their name now. As we said in the pre-match, they've got to get 13.5. So they've got to win 8 of their last 11 games.
Yep. And what did you say they had at home?
6.
So 6 of the last 11
are at home.
Yep. And the road games?
West Coast in Perth.
Winnable. Tick.
The Suns at Carrara.
That's
a spicy one.
It's a Q clash, and they're two
They
teams
always
that-
beat them.
They don't really like each other, do they?
But they always beat them.
Yep.
And the Saints here.
Winnable.
Very winnable.
Port at Adelaide Oval.
Tougher ask.
Tough, yeah.
In the penultimate round, it's the grand final rematch. Collingwood at the MCG. If they can get the Gabba back as a fortress, their season is well and truly alive.
Let's see what Hugh McCluggage thinks. A win by 43 points for the Brisbane Lions. He's with Tim Hodges. Hodgie.
Corbin, we appreciate you coming straight over from the Song to join us. Mate, what a week. You must be thrilled to get the contract almost out of the way and then to bank a really important 4 points on Friday night footy.
Yeah, definitely. It's been a little bit of a different week, obviously, all for the right reasons, though. It was nice to be doing some good media, and after the break we had a really good refresh, and then tonight back to somewhere near our best, I thought, which was the most pleasing thing of the week.
And you were back to your best. Is it almost a relief when you put your contract, that signature on that contract, and just say, it's done?
Maybe a little bit. I mean, I don't think it affected me too much because I always knew what I wanted, and so did my teammates, and so did everyone around me. But maybe subconsciously there's just a little bit of a weight off your shoulders when you do sign it officially and it comes out. And I probably just took things back to the basics tonight, and I think we all did. We just wanted to play high percentage footy, and that's what we did. And look what happens. We play as a team, and good things happen.
How pleasing was that performance out on the field? Just about your best 4-quarter effort for the season?
I think it definitely was. Yeah, aside from probably the Gold Coast game at the Gabba. All facets of the game I thought we were really strong in. We won the ball, got it going forward, which we knew was probably the biggest battle against the Doggies, who play a little bit like us. And some of our good players were back to their best, and that was really good to see. Lockie and Beza did an awesome job on the Bont, and we've obviously got exciting guys coming through like Kai and Logs, so the future's very bright.
Yeah, it's probably you and Mark Leishman are now the richest Warrnambool boys.
I don't know about that. A bit way off our leash, that's for sure.
I'll send you upstairs. Hugh's got the cans on, Cameron Ling and Brett Delidio.
Well, Hughie, just so you know, Timmy Hodges being a Warrnambool boy as well, make sure he doesn't force you to shout the bar or anything like that at the Whalers over the off-season, all right? Don't listen to him.
No, definitely not. I won't be venturing in there, I don't think.
No, well done on the win tonight. Fantastic performance. Just through the middle of the ground, the first half in particular, I think, where you guys set up the game, incredibly impressive. Yourself, Lockie, Neil, and you mentioned Jared Berry as well. But we spoke a lot throughout the call. Oscar McInerney, just his ability to get it to you boys on the outside, some of his ruck work was just superb, wasn't it?
Yeah, it definitely was. Big O's one of the nicest blokes you'll ever meet, and he's his own biggest critic. He's never happy with the game. He'll find something that he thought he did wrong tonight, even though he was unbelievable. So, you couldn't be happy to see him play well and do what he did, and it allows the midfielders to go to work.
And I want to ask you about Eric Hipwood. From the outside, and we look just a lot at stats and everything like that, which can be unfair sometimes, going at a goal a game. He just had a presence about him tonight, going for marks, kicking the 6 goals, everything like that. How was he able to use the bye and the suspension to maybe just get something rolling tonight?
We always knew Hippie has it in him, and usually when he gets challenged, he does bounce back and play a really good game. So I think, speaking from experience, when you have a week off and you just watch from afar, you realise that sometimes, footy's just about doing the right thing over and over again, and you might be trying too hard, and that's probably something that a few of us fell in the trap of before the bye, and we just really stripped things back to basics, and it gives you energy. And for Hippie, I'm sure he just went into tonight wanting to crash packs, and do what a big key forward does, and look what happens, the results come. So we're really stoked for him. He goes through his fair share of backlash from the outer world, but internally we love what he does, and we also love that he's back to his best.
Huey, Brett Lidio here. Just to piggyback what Lingy was talking about in the midfield, did you guys have a real focus tonight on trying to win and dominate the clearance work? Because you've absolutely smacked them in there tonight. Was that a focus?
Yeah, it definitely was. As I touched on before, we see the Dogs as a very similar team to us in that they have an extremely dangerous forward line and a really good midfield, and if they can get on top in that battle, then it's really hard to defend. And it's pretty much the same with most teams, to be honest. If you can't get the ball in your forward half, then you're going to be up against it. And tonight we were able to do that. We were able to get it in there thanks to O and thanks to the boys underneath O. And you're going to get a good result more often than not when that happens.
Your back line was fantastic, but I want to talk about the spread of your forwards. I thought, for everyone to get a little bit of a lick, apart from Charlie Cameron down there, everyone, kicked the goal, which was great. So you must be pleased with that when you've got so many different assets to go forward to.
Yeah, we definitely are, and it's also, I think the most pleasing part is we've got Kai Lohman, Logan Morris, who have really stepped up to the level quickly, and throughout the last few years we probably haven't had the chance to give those young guys games because it's been such a steady team with not so many injuries. But I'm stoked for those boys, because particularly Kai, who's been here for 2 or 3 years, the amount of work he puts in, he deserves everything he gets. And now we've just got to keep him humble and keep him doing the right things, which I'm sure he will, because he's a great kid and he's a very hard worker.
Hey, Huey, can I ask you about the expectations of this season and the fact that it's hard, isn't it, to front back up again, not to take you back to the pain of last year's grand final, but to be knowing that all that work that you got to do again, even to just get a chance to make amends for what happened. Has that weighed on the team at all, that just that burden of everything that's needed to be back on grand final day?
I think it can. Once again, it's probably not something that we spoke about, but it's probably a subconscious thing. You don't get as long of a break, and then all of a sudden you're back to pre-season and you're back with the rest of the pack. So we've had some untimely things happen in terms of injuries and a little bit of accuracy that have let us down in games. We've been battling, but it's been awesome just to be able to push through that, and we know that halfway through the year there's still so much time to go. And I think tonight we just really let the shackles off and played some fearless footy and didn't really worry too much about the results. So who knows what can happen. We've just got to keep, it's cliche, but taking it moment by moment, because that's what we speak about, and it really does work. As soon as you start thinking too far forward, it's just such a tough comp, and you get dragged down by that weight of expectation, like you said.
Hewitt's Corbin Middlemass here. Is your mate Jared Berry hanging around as well?
I certainly hope so. I think he will. I mean, we've got such a great culture here, and we've just created a place where it's amazing to not only play footy but to live and to be around, thanks to Fags and all of the senior leadership at the club. So I'd be surprised to see anyone walk out our door, to be honest. It's an amazing place, and I'm really excited. I mean, obviously I signed on throughout the week, and it just gives you the opportunity to be that person that Froggy, Lester and Zorks and Harris were for me when I first got here. And it's good just to step back and go, righto, now I can help guys like Kai and Logs and all the others coming through, Shadow Brain, Brucey Revel, those young boys, because I know what it was like to be in their position, trying to set yourself up as an AFL player. But back to Beza. I mean, we're best mates, and very hopeful that he sticks around.
And last one, I noticed the boxing gloves have made the trip, so they often hang over the door at the Gabba, and I know you had them on grand final day. Do they always come on the road trip, or is this something extra special for tonight?
No, they're always there. Just a little bit of something that we came up with early days. I suppose, Lingy, you know what it's like at a footy club. You have these little weird things that sometimes people relate to, and that's just one of them for us. A little bit around, just making sure that we keep pushing through any sort of adversity and make the most of every moment together, because at the end of the day we've got an amazing job, and it's awesome to be out there playing in front of all of our fans week in, week out.
Congrats on the new contract and the win tonight. Hugh, stay healthy and good luck the rest of the way.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks very much.
Hugh McCluggage in the victorious Brisbane Lions rooms. They get home by 43 points tonight over the Western Bulldogs. The Dogs stopped in their tracks. They fall to 6 and 7, while the Brisbane Lions season is still on. 5.5 wins through their, 11 games? No more than that. 12 games that they've played so far, so 5.5 wins. They've got St Kilda next Friday night at the Gabba in a match I'm sure they'll start favourite in. So it feels like they're alive for another week, Lingy.
They are alive for another week, and credit to them. This was an important one to win against a team who was playing some pretty good footy. I think I said in the pre-match I can't see them going and win the premiership, but I'm happy to be proven wrong because they're actually an exciting team and they attack and they take the game on. It's just so much hard work to even just scramble into finals from the position they're in, but they're a team capable of stringing wins together, so that the finals is not beyond them. The worry for me is that they just make it and they get into 7th or 8th and they don't get those Gabba finals to help them on that journey. But they do, when things click, Lids, they've got a really strong midfield, as we've highlighted tonight. They've got a very sound defence led by Harris Andrews, and they've got a forward line when it is working, when it is clicking, and it hasn't done so perfectly this season, but when it is, can be really dangerous and multifaceted.
Yeah, and just to pick up on that point, I think they're dangerous when things are on their terms and everything's going well, which it was tonight. It was a bit of a landslide in terms of inside 50s, but it's when it gets tough, that's when you want to see the best of Eric Hipwood, Joey Danaher and Cam Rayner, Charlie Cameron all chipping in. I think that's a test of a really good side and good forward line.
It's funny. So talking about Eric Hipwood, I think it's a great point you make, is tonight's approach to the game and his attack on the aerial contest should now be the benchmark and standard for him every week.
Yeah, that's base camp, isn't it? That's what we want to see every single week. Just attack it and go for it. And he got on the end of it because of that. Surely that's his blueprint to say, well, you know what, this is what I bring every single week.
And it's not going to lead to 6 goals every week.
No.
But what it can do is still lift teammates and get... So next week, if he plays the exact same way but ends up with 1 goal, it's still just as valuable because Charlie Cameron might get on the end of 3 or 4 and he might kick the 4 goal, but Eric Hipwood's providing a lot of that by his attack on the contest and his work rate. So hopefully whatever challenge was set to him over the last couple of weeks actually sparks him a little bit.
Full-time 43-point win for the Brisbane Lions over the Western Bulldogs. Corpin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Brett Delidio, Cameron Ling on ABC Sport, and Tim Hodges will get some reaction hopefully from the Dogs rooms in a few moments' time. Just recapping here, there were 5 lead changes in the opening quarter. Brisbane put the gap in the game in the second term. They kicked 6 goals to 1 to lead by 33 at the half. They led by 32 at three-quarter time and then 43 points in the finish. Lockie Neal was sensational, 38 disposals and kicked 2 goals, while an equal career high for Eric Hipwood finished with 6 goals for the Lions.
And the final crowd posted at 31,042. So we said at the opening bounce, it looked like there were about 15,000 in the house. They were a little slow to rock up. And with 10 minutes to go, most of them left as well once the game was done and dusted. But 31,000, a little different to the, do we have, 43,000 last week for Collingwood and the Dogs. But entertaining game.
Not too bad, is it?
It's not too bad.
Out-of-market team, but 31,000, as you said, a few Friday drinks ran a little long, so they were a little slow to get here for the opening bounce, but they're in the finish anyway. Big win for the Brisbane Lions by 43 points. All right, the Western Bulldogs side of things, so every team in the competition has injuries at the moment, so we could always say, that guy's unavailable, and there's no Richards, and Waitman's out. Norton we touched on, of course. Then they've got long-term injuries, guys like Bailey Smith who won't be coming back anytime soon and may not play for the club ever again, depending on what happens over his off-season. But how does Luke Beveridge make sense of tonight then? What do you think the mood will be in the Dogs' rooms?
I hope it's a really strongly disappointed Western Bulldogs camp, and I think it will be because of the first half in particular.
Yeah.
The absolute destruction that they copped around the ball. The clearances, they were smashed in. The contested ball, they were smashed in. It's funny, on the AFL app, they have those possession heat maps, which aren't always a great indicator. They're a little bit of a gimmick sort of thing. But in the second quarter alone, they actually do paint a picture, and an incredibly damning picture. I'll just show it to you. I know this is not great radio, but so the Brisbane Lions' main possessions, all their heat is straight through the corridor.
Yep.
All through there. The Western Bulldogs are all either down back possessions or super wide. So the Brisbane Lions in the second quarter alone just had their entire way with this game and owned the corridor. They won the ball in the clearance and then moved it at will.
Yep.
So that type of thing, now they'll break it down better than that and they'll use vision to support what they're talking about, but that way of playing is completely unacceptable for the Western Bulldogs. That's a team that doesn't playing like that, does not play finals, does not even get close to finals. They are.
That's not a structure thing, that's a work rate thing.
That's a work rate thing. That's a willingness to sometimes get your knees dirty, be clean around the contest, and then work really hard to try and get the ball back off the opposition, and then try and start using the ball back into a dangerous part of the ground yourself.
Yeah.
So that second quarter is super disappointing Western Bulldogs style. But then every now and then, I think, to the games last week, the couple of weeks before the Giants game, maybe in the third quarter where they gave it a little bit more, there's still passages of play where the Western Bulldogs can play and move the ball. But it's just not okay to only do that for a quarter and a half if you're being tested big Friday night against a team like the Brisbane Lions. It's a bitterly disappointing game.
Yeah. It seemed like they were a little bit all duck, no dinner in and around the contest. If they won it, great, they went forward. If they didn't, they weren't willing to get their hands and knees dirty, as you were talking about, Lingy, to go back and then challenge to, stop the Lions just having their way. But, I mean, when McInerney's just putting it 10 metres out into space all on his own and there's no pressure on Lachie Neale, well, yeah, he's probably going to put it onto someone's chest and they're going to have a shot on goal. So, that's probably a structure thing in terms of where they've set up it initially and, the planning they've done going into the game. But, yeah, ultimately it comes down to effort, doesn't it? And that want to actually stay in the fight and not wait for Marcus Bontempelli to pick us up off the canvas and say, righto, boys, come on, jump on, and away we go. So it's not an easy fix, I don't think, straight away. I think they've got a couple of different things that are the problem.
Bont was restricted, by the way, to 19 disposals. He still turned 3 of those into goals tonight in his role on, or the role that Jared Berry played on him.
I know I've been a bit of a fortune teller tonight, but just the flip side for the Dogs after I've said Brisbane can still make the 8. So the Dogs are 6 and 7 now. They've got Fremantle back here next weekend before they get the bye. So they've got 10 games to go. 6 of them are against teams in the top 8. So of their 10 to go, they play Fremantle, Carlton, Geelong, Sydney, Melbourne and the Giants.
Which isn't a bad thing because if you're out of the 8 at this stage of the year and you're chasing the year, you've got to beat the teams that are there. So
Can I ask one question to both of our experts?
We do have someone standing by on the Dogs.
Go for it.
I'll come back to you. Corbin, Middlemouse, Kelly Underwood, Brett Delidio, Cameron Ling upstairs. Tim Hodges in the Dogs rooms. Hodgie.
Corbin, Taylor Duray has been good enough to join us. Second straight Friday. We appreciate your time on ABC Grandstand. Not as happy as last week. What was the wash-up of that performance?
Yeah, not quite as a good performance as last week. I don't know. We would definitely, blow our best, but I don't want to discredit what Brisbane did. They were full of energy. Their midfield was extremely strong. Their clearance game was probably too much for us, particularly in the first half, and gave them a lot of territory. I think just overall our contest was down, so in all parts of the ground, and that allowed them to get some slick ball movement just through our inability to force any kind of delay through our contest. So it was disappointing.
We were just talking before Corbin threw down to us. You've played footy a hell of a long time. Are you feeling the pinch, especially when you go out and take on Brisbane that have just had the bye? And as you pointed out, Fremantle you've got next week who have the bye this week. That's a punishing schedule.
Yeah, you can look at it like that. I don't know. Honestly, we haven't even, thought about where they're at energy-wise versus us. We back ourselves to run our games, but you can't do that if you don't take care of what the inside game or the contest, because when you do that, you allow yourself to get free and running, and we always know it's harder to chase us than it is to get the ball and run with the ball, and that's what we're doing tonight. We just felt like we were chasing a lot, and you can quickly zap your energy.
But especially considering your horrible injury list, a suspension this week as well. Are you feeling the pinch, especially when you take on a team that's had a week off? They haven't played a game for 12 days.
Oh, it's definitely difficult. It's a challenge not to have our best squad out there. I mean, they've had injuries throughout this season as well. to some key players, some important players. So I think every team's in a similar position. We're definitely not going to use that as an excuse for not bringing our best. It's a challenge though that we are facing. We can't deny the fact that we're down a few of our most important players, but that's just the way it goes, really, in AFL footy.
We really appreciate your time. I'll throw you upstairs for a couple of minutes. Cameron Ling and Brett Deledio. Taylor's got the cans on.
Hey, Taylor, thanks for your time. Really appreciate it after what was probably a really tough night for you guys. First half in particular from me, how did it end up that around the stoppages mainly and the midfield that you guys ended up so badly beaten? Just get our heads around, like, I think it was minus 18 in clearances, minus 20-something in contested possession. What's the type of thing that causes that sort of discrepancy to happen?
Yeah, I don't know. It's they're a good stoppage team. Like, we've got to give them credit for that. I think just overall their movement, their speed, I don't know what the first possession rate was or anything like that. It felt like any time we got it, we were sort of under pressure, and whenever they got it, they were sort of moving through with speed and numbers. So that's part of their method, and we know that that's their strength. It certainly works well at the Gabba because it's a smaller ground. So if they can win stoppages up there, they generally win the game. And I think as much as it's a different shaped ground here and not quite as small, I think that still holds true. And they were just too dynamic, I think.
When that sort of domination's taking place, obviously their forward line gets a heap of looks at the footy. How do you, and I know others were doing the role as well, but predominantly you, how do you still manage to keep a Charlie Cameron really quiet and have that player at least not have an influence on the game?
Well, I think there's a few things to that. Whether he was a target, not targeted as much as some of their tools. Their kicks to advantage were really strong, so I felt like they were just marking everything, which obviously doesn't bring a crumbing player into the game. But I back myself to play well on any small forward if I'm given the role. But it's all circumstantial stuff. Like, there's going to be other games where he gets plenty of looks at it, and my job's even harder. But they were just probably too clean, so they could pick the best option and kick it to advantage, and which they did. And their deep tools were able to get some space.
Tay, Brett Deledio here, mate. I don't want to talk too much more about the loss. I'd rather talk about the positives, and I think the bringing in of young Harvey Gallagher, Joel Frazier, Riley Sanders, positive signs with some young boys coming in and being able to perform and get some big game experience. Yeah,
definitely. And I think if you look back to last week in a win, a come-from-behind win, a surging win against a good opposition, it was young guys like that were actually stepping up and playing some good footy for us. So we keep looking at those things and ways in which we can keep building their game, build their confidence. And tonight's it's not a night to build the confidence, but it's a night to be able to improve and look at things in which we can get better on. So, and that's the same for those young guys. They're going to see what a strong opposition, a well-drilled opposition can do, and how hard their life can be made by a Brisbane at their best. So more exposure, the better, and hopefully we can get the exposure with 4 points instead of some hard losses.
Taylor Dre with us on ABC Sport. Taylor, it's Corbin Middlemass here. Just one last one. The Premiership reunion last week for the Hawks. Did you get a chance to get out there and at least have a beer with a couple of your former teammates?
Yeah, I did. It was a good day. I think there was only 3 guys missing that could make it. There was obviously 4 involved with the Hawks on game day and Brad Hill playing in Perth. So we had majority of the guys there with partners, and it was a great day. And coincidentally, it was Gunners 250th. So Sam looked after us, and he was ISO full forward for a bit there. So he managed to kick a couple of snags and pointed to the box. It was all a bit of fun, but it was obviously a great group of lads that we had at the time. So it was strong as ever, and good to see them. Still got plenty of footy in front of you, Taylor, but it's probably nice to know that you got those things rolling around every so often in retirement with a couple of premierships under your belt. Yeah, I wouldn't mind a 2034 reunion. So we'll look. That's a long way away, but we feel our best footy's good enough. It's just with the win losses, the nature of the season, we have to continue to put our best foot forward more often than not to get a positive ledger, because it is tight with the ladder. So anytime you get 2-3 wins in a row, you're going to surge up the ladder, and we feel like our best is good enough. So we just got to move to Freo and see it as an opportunity to get 4 points. Stay healthy and good luck the rest of the way. Appreciate your time. Thanks, fellas.
Taylor Giray with Tim Hodges in the Dogs' rooms. 43-point winners, the Brisbane Lions, full-time over the Western Bulldogs, so they keep their season alive. They're still half a game behind the Bulldogs, so it's hard to say they're out of the season because they've lost, because the Dogs are still technically in front of the Lions and where they sit on the table at the moment.
No, you're right. They're still alive for finals. Nothing much beyond that, but for finals. Tactically was an interesting one tonight, given... So Jared Berry does a great job on Marcus Bontempelli. In first half in particular, I know Bont still ends up kicking 3 goals and having, or trying to have an influence on the game. The Western Bulldogs chose not to do, well, it felt like put any time into the prime mover for the Brisbane Lions midfield. The 2-time Brownlow medalist, Lachie Neale, who seems to kickstart so much of what the Lions do. Other players feed off him so well, and McCluggage and Berry are all really good players. So's Rayner around the ball, but Neale's the one who gets them going. They didn't bother doing anything with him. It felt like maybe it was Treloar head-to-head at times, maybe it was just a feeling of Libber at stoppages, and then that's it. And Neale dominates and absolutely destroys the game. So just the comparison of the two tactics, Chris Fagan says, if I can remove Marcus Bontempelli from the equation, give ourselves a really good chance of winning the game. Luke Beveridge doesn't say remove Lachie Neale from the equation. He says Lachie Neale can do what he likes. I'll back my midfield in. It kind of blew up in his face in a massive way.
It's a great breakdown because often the coaching battle is hard to measure, isn't it? You sort of sit up here and there's so many other factors that come into it and the players decide it and all the rest of it, but that's a good way to put it. Kelly, you had a question before we went down to the rooms?
I did. Well, I mean, the Bulldogs finished 9th last year with the 12 wins, and we were just saying they've got 10 to go. 6 of them are in the top 8. If they did... Cameron Ling and Brett Deletti, if they did miss finals just again, so that would be back-to-back years under Luke Beveridge of missing finals, does Bevo survive that, do you think?
It raises a question and raises a fair question, I think. My only answer to that, Kel, would be provided you can ensure to me that I'm going to get a better coaching option than Luke Beveridge. Now, that needs to be someone who is outstandingly good, because Luke Beveridge is a very good coach. He's a premiership-winning coach. He's taken this team to finals. He's a very good coach. So can you ensure that I'm going to get a better option at coach? If not, if I'm just going to get rid of him and then choose someone else, and I'm not sure, well, no, I think this group's at a stage where it demands better than that and expects that they can be in a window if they get their list management decisions right over the next couple of years. They've got enough young talent coming through. Sam Darcy's going to be a Jet. Jamari Ugle-Hagen's going to be a Jet. Riley Sanders eventually going to play some good footy. They've still got the best player in the competition. There's enough there. Yep. They've got a good ruckman in Tim English.
The job of the coach, though, is to get more than the sum of its parts out of the group, basically.
Yeah, fair.
Is he doing that?
Well, I thought he was until I saw tonight. I thought there was genuine upswing in the way this group was going. I'm really disappointed with that performance tonight.
In his 10th season, sometimes, Lids, do you just need a new voice, a bit of a re-energise, new I mean, we've seen what Adam Kingsley's done at the Giants. And I'm not saying, I mean, look, they might make finals, who knows?
Yeah.
They've never finished top 4 under Luke Beveridge.
But also look what happened to North Melbourne after they got rid of Brad Scott. You know, like I don't think you want that merry-go-round, do you? So it can be a bit of a tricky one. They need to be a guaranteed better version.
We spoke about this during the call. So competitive balance is the buzz term in the competition at the moment. There's a report going on at the AFL. I think Laura Kane said there's 27 different portfolios of competitive balance and what it looks like. There might be a 28th that's about to be introduced, Lingy. And not to give them a built-in excuse, and we touched on it as we went, but we do have a situation now where teams are coming off a second bye that have played in opening round. So we had 8 teams start the season. They wanted everyone involved round 1 and 2. So as a result, they've tried to filter through these byes from round 3 onward. So we've got teams like Sydney playing this weekend, the Lions playing this weekend, who have had multiple byes playing against teams that have been going at it for 12 weeks. Did you see a material impact on that tonight, that one team was tonguing it and the other team was fresh?
It looked that way because one team played better than the other team. So I don't know. It's hard. I'd need empirical evidence of GPS data and everything like that. Couldn't cover the ground as quickly and everything like that. But I am a strong believer in that, no, it is unacceptable for teams out there to have had 2 buys when other teams have had 0 buys. The buys make a huge difference, massive in the way that you can manage your players. It means you don't have to leave out a player who might be 80% fit for a game and thinking, I'm going to leave him out, because when you've got a buy, you can get that freshen up. You can get that little upswing and look after his body without having to leave him out of a game. It's a huge thing. I don't think it can happen next year.
Not the reason, though.
Big deal or no big deal, Lids?
Pardon?
Big deal or no big deal?
It's a deal. Yeah, I think it needs to be looked at for sure, but I don't think that's the reason the Dogs lost tonight. I think they were just severely beaten.
I don't want to isolate it to just tonight. Right. I think it's just a thing across the competition that needs to be really revisited.
There's also 2 more cases this weekend. We'll get a look at it. So Hawthorn played continuous, played GWS tomorrow, who are coming off their second bye. Giants also have a long injury list for whatever that's worth at the moment. And then Sydney and Geelong. So the Swans have had 2 byes plus the home ground advantage up against the Cats, who have played the whole way through.
And some of them will say, well, we started a week earlier than those other teams. So effectively they had a bye in opening round. So fine, great, but just our fixture is already so skewed, so unfair, for want of a better term. This is adding another element to it, which I don't love.
The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year.
Just the 2 and the 1.
Lockie Neal with some big numbers, kicked a couple of goals, and Eric Hipwood with a career best up front. We'll build the suspense.
Yeah. Who's doing it?
I think I'm doing it again. I forgot to handball it to Liz because Mick always gives it to me. I am going to give 1 vote to Jared Berry, just for his first half in particular. 23 disposals and a goal, and I thought the fact that he blunted Marcus Bontempelli's impact early in the game when it was really important, I'll give him a vote.
You can disagree with me.
No, I don't dare. I think it's been categorically stated. So Eric Hipwood gets the 2 votes, despite taking 13 marks, 20 disposals and kicking 6 goals, which would usually be a 3-vote game.
It's a Jeremy Cameron game, that one.
Yeah, but Kelly Underwood has stated 5 minutes into the first quarter that Lockie Neal is locked away as 3 votes with his 38 disposals, 2 goals and 10 clearances.
Yeah.
She's been predicting things all night, hasn't she, Carl?
There is, on a serious note, there is a bit of breaking news from the doggies' rooms that Tim Hodges has just handed me. Alex Keith's done his hamstring. It was a huge spoil late in the game.
Oh, no.
So add another one to that long injury list. Alex Keith with a hamstring.
Thanks to Akash in the studio for all his work, to Stu Hollywood Baker for his work at the controls tonight, Tim Hodges and Ben Cameron doing their work downstairs. Thanks to you, Brett Deliver.
Thanks for having me.
Lovely to see you on a Friday night.
Yeah. You weren't grumpy.
Can I come
enjoy
back?
you.
I'll see you on Sunday.
He'll be listening, that's right.
You'll be with us Sunday, of course, for that blockbuster at the G between the Blues and the Dons. We'll hear from you on Sunday as well, Cameron.
Sunday, Joel Selwood joining us for a chat ahead of Big Freeze.
Thanks to you, Kelly Underwood. Thanks to Cameron Ling. Signing off from Docklands. We're back tomorrow in all markets as round 13 continues. SA Grandstand, Sports Talk in the West, and AFL Saturday throughout the rest of the states.
Sport and Spice brings you the big picture conversations and plenty of fun every week.
So you were peeing in a cup with Messi?
Yeah, basically I saw